everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
I think it costs 500,000 per bottle. 500,000. Kazuma's eyes widened. She stole 500,000 from me. Now he was even angrier. 500,000. That could buy so much equipment. That idiot actually used it to buy a bottle of wine. Anyway. Kazuma looked around, trying to salvage his image. Things are not what you think. I didn't bully her, and I definitely didn't do anything against a woman's will. She stole my money first, and that's why I took her wine. It's that simple. The Crimson Demon clan members looked at each other, then suddenly realized the truth. Oh. So that's how it is. I knew it. Although the Demon King is a bit sadistic, he wouldn't go that far. Lady Aqua stealing money is indeed wrong. But wine that costs 500,000 a bottle is indeed very expensive. The rumor was cleared, but Kazuma's image seemed even more complicated. He went from the Demon King who bullies idiots to the victimized Demon King whose money was stolen by a goddess and had to take his wine back. Whatever, at least it's better than scum. Kazuma sighed and continued walking forward. He had to go and bring Megumin and Darkness back. Those two ran away faster than rabbits last night. Arriving at the house where Chris and Union were currently living, Kazuma knocked on the door. Union opened the door. Seeing Kazuma, she was stunned for a moment, then whispered, "Kazuma, good morning." "Morning." Kazuma poked his head in to look. "Are Megumin and Darkness here?" "Why yes, they are." Union stepped aside. Kazuma walked into the house and saw Megumin and Darkness sitting at the dining table eating breakfast. Seeing him enter, both of them stopped what they were doing. The spoon in Megumin's hand dropped into her bowl with a clatter, and Darkness turned bright red, lowering her head, not daring to look at him. "Ahum." Kazuma cleared his throat. I'm here to take you guys back." Megumin stood up abruptly, performed a backflip to the side of the sofa, grabbed a pillow, and threw it at Kazuma. "Scum Kazuma! You still dare to show your face?" Kazuma dodged the pillow and shouted angrily, "Hey! What are you doing? Listen to me." "Listen to what?" Megumin put her hands on her hips. "We all saw it. You did that kind of thing to Aqua last night." "What kind of thing?" Kazuma was going crazy. "I only took her wine." "The wine she bought using my money." "But?" Darkness raised her head, her face as red as a ripe apple. "Aqua must have cried all night, and we forgot to take her with us last night." At this point, both girls showed expressions of despair. "It's over?" Megumin slumped into her chair. "Aqua was all alone, with that scum for the whole night. How could we be so careless?" Darkness covered her face. "We actually let Aqua fall into the clutches of scum Kazuma." "Hey! That's enough." Kazuma was completely broken. "What do you mean, fall into the clutches? What do you mean that kind of thing? Am I that kind of person?" Megumin and Darkness looked at each other, then looked at Kazuma in unison, their expression serious. "Isn't it? Kazuma?" He felt like he was about to have a heart attack. What kind of lewd trash is inside their heads? I'll say it one more time. Kazuma gritted his teeth. "Last night, Aqua stole from my stash and bought a 500,000 bottle of high-grade bubble wine. I took it back and drank it. It's that simple. She cried because the wine was gone. Not because I did anything to her. Do you understand?" The room fell silent. Megumin and Darkness digested this information, their expression shifting from suspicion to skepticism, and finally to embarrassment. "Oh really?" Megumin asked quietly. "No kidding. Would I lie over a bottle of wine?" "But?" Darkness still didn't quite believe it. If it's just wine, would Aqua really cry like that? She's a drunkard. 500,000 worth of wine. If it were you, and your limited edition armor that you saved up so hard to buy was destroyed, wouldn't you cry? Darkness imagined the scene and her face turned pale. I might cry for 3 days and 3 nights. Right. Kazuma rolled his eyes. So that's how it is. Stop letting your imaginations run wild. The truth came out. Megumin and Darkness finally believed Kazuma, but what followed was even deeper embarrassment. Not only did they misunderstand Kazuma, but they also ran away overnight, causing Kazuma to suffer social suicide in the entire town. Megumin let out a dry laugh, trying to salvage the situation. Actually, we've always believed you aren't that kind of person. Yes. Darkness quickly chimed in. We were just acting on impulse. Heh. Kazuma sneered. Acting on impulse to the point of climbing out a window, calling me a scum Kazuma, and saying you were going to sleep with Union and Chris. Both girls blushed even more. Anyway, Megumin forcefully changed the subject. Since the misunderstanding is cleared up, let's go back. I definitely can't handle Aqua all by myself. Yes. We have to go back and comfort her. Darkness also stood up. Kazuma looked at these two guilty individuals and sighed helplessly. Whatever, there's no point in arguing with them, the priority is to bring them back and then figure out how to salvage his image. The 3 of them walked out of the house, and Union saw them to the door. Before they left, Union whispered to Kazuma, Mr. Kazuma, although it was wrong of Aqua to steal money, but please don't be so harsh on her next time, she looks so pitiful when she cries. Kazuma, got it. On the way back, Megumin and Darkness followed Kazuma, one on each side, trying to use awkward small talk to ease the atmosphere. By the way, Kazuma, how much money is left in your stash? It's gone, that idiot stole it all. Side note, to save face, Kazuma painfully deposited the money from his system inventory into the so-called National Treasury. Then, was that bottle of wine good? It was all right, just a bit expensive. 500,000, that is indeed very expensive. The 3 of them walked in silence. Sunlight spilled onto the street. When the Crimson Demon clan members saw them, they no longer whispered, but their gazes remained complex. Kazuma looked up at the sky, feeling that life was tough. Life in the Demon King's castle is truly colorful. Chapter 37, A Sudden Change of Mood. The moment they pushed open the door, Soto Kazuma, Megumin, and Darkness were frozen in place by the scene before them. In the living room, Aqua sat on a rocking chair with her back to them. She was wearing her signature blue and white goddess dress, but the hem was disheveled and stained with dust and tear tracks. Her water blue hair, usually as silky as a waterfall, now hung withered over her shoulders, with a few strands stuck to her cheeks by dried tears. In her arms, she held that empty bottle with a gentleness that was both extremely soft and bone-chillingly creepy. Her arms rocked slowly and rhythmically, as if she were holding not a cold glass bottle, but a sleeping baby. Rock, rock, rock to Grandma's bridge. Aqua hummed a tuneless lullaby in a hoarse, broken voice, her tone filled with a heavy nasal twang and despair. Grandma says I'm a good baby, a bag of candy, a bag of fruit. Megumin gasped and instinctively grabbed onto Kazuma's sleeve. Darkness covered her mouth, watching this scene in disbelief. Aqua seemed not to notice their return, still immersed in her own world. She lowered her head and gently rubbed her cheek against the cold bottle, her movements tender to the point of being pathological. Baby be good, baby sleep, tomorrow I'll buy you new clothes. Her voice grew lower and lower, carrying a heartbreaking numbness. New clothes? Gone, wine, also gone. A tear slid from her hollow blue eyes, dripping onto the empty wine bottle with a faint sound. She stared dotingly at the bottle, as if through the transparent glass, she could see the child that would never return. Aqua! Megumin's voice was filled with disbelief, and she couldn't help but step forward. Aqua shuddered violently, like a startled rabbit, quickly hugging the wine bottle tight and looking back vigilantly. Seeing that it was them, the vigilance in her eyes faded, replaced by a bottomless exhaustion and despair. "Oh, it's you guys." She forced a smile that looked worse than crying, her voice as light as a sigh. "You're back? Hey, how rare that you're still willing to return to this home." Her gaze swept over Kazuma. There was no anger or resentment in her eyes, only a sorrow that saw through everything. "Aqua, you?" Darkness couldn't bear it and wanted to say something comforting, but didn't know where to start. Aqua, however, stopped looking at them and cast her gaze back to the empty bottle in her arms, her fingertips tracing the blurry label on the bottle, the final mark left by the high-grade bubble wine. 500,000 eris. She muttered to herself, as if talking to the bottle, or perhaps mocking herself. "I searched for 3 days and 3 nights, rummaged through every place he could have hidden money, only then did I find that damn little treasury. It was so hard to bring you home." "Kazuma?" She raised her head, looking at the grey sky outside the window, and tears broke through the dam again. Heck, is this the result of a goddess being tricked by a mortal to descend to the mortal realm? She let out a shrill, bitter laugh that echoed in the empty room, harsh and despairing. Abandoning the glory and wealth of the divine realm, abandoning pleasure, following a NET to this godforsaken world, and what's the result? I couldn't even protect a single bottle of wine. My treasure? My child. Aqua, don't be like this. Megumin rushed over, trying to take the empty bottle from her arms. It's just a bottle of wine. We'll buy another one. No, 10 bottles. Kazuma, say something. Kazuma stood there, his hands and feet cold. He looked at Aqua in this state, his heart feeling as if it were being fiercely gripped by something. He knew Aqua loved wine, but he had never imagined that a bottle of wine could be this important to her, important enough to cause a mental breakdown, important enough to make her live as a crazed mother who had lost her child. I? Kazuma opened his mouth, his throat dry. Aqua, I? He wanted to apologize, wanted to say I'm sorry, I shouldn't have taken your wine, wanted to say I can buy you another one, but seeing Aqua's dead, hollow eyes. Internally, he couldn't help but complain, Kazuma, what are you thinking? Even in this situation you want to accompany her for a drink, that's OOC. Besides, even if I don't drink it, she would have finished it sooner or later. Aqua held the bottle tightly, not letting Megumin take it away. She looked at Kazuma, her eyes filled with a near-paranoid interrogation. Buy another one. Kazuma, tell me, where can I buy one exactly like her? Same vintage, same origin, same taste? There isn't one, there isn't a second bottle in this world. Just like my child, once dead, she can never return. Her logic had completely collapsed, personifying the wine entirely, even deifying it. To her, the 500,000 eris high-grade bubble wine had become an irreplaceable existence with sacred meaning. Aqua, wake up! Darkness was anxious too, stepping forward to help. This is just a bottle of wine. It's not your child. No, she is. Aqua said. She is what I birthed her with 500,000 eris. She is my only comfort in this cold world. She is the only thing that belongs to me besides you guys. Now she is dead. Killed by Kazuma. She pointed sharply at Kazuma, her eyes full of venom. It's you. You executioner. You devil. You killed my child. Kazuma was shocked by this sudden accusation and took a step back. He looked at the crazed-looking Aqua, then at the anxious and helpless Megumin and Darkness, and a deep sense of powerlessness welled up in his heart. He had to do something. He had to get Aqua out of this self-destructive state. But what could he do? Give her another 500,000? She would just take it to buy another bottle and continue to wallow in it. Or use violent means to force her to wake up. That would only make her hate him more. Just as Kazuma was at his wit's end, a flash of inspiration struck his mind, the system reward. That projector! And the Kamen Rider discs? Aqua had a projector in the divine realm, if she was obsessed with those tokusatsu shows. If he could use this to divert her attention. Aqua! Kazuma took a deep breath and said loudly, I have something for you. Aqua was still hugging the bottle, unresponsive to his words. It's a projector. Kazuma raised his voice. And discs? The kind you can watch tokusatsu shows on. The exact kind you watched in the Divine Realm. Aqua's rocking motion paused, and there seemed to be a faint ripple in her hollow eyes. To tokusatsu shows. She muttered, repeating the words. Yes. Super large screen. High definition quality. And surround sound. Kazuma struck while the iron was hot, speaking quickly. I have the full set of discs here. From Showa to Reiwa. It'll be kept in your room, and you can watch it whenever you want. Kept in my room. Aqua raised her head, tears still hanging on her face, but a spark of hope had already ignited in her eyes. Yes. Only for you to use. Kazuma quickly promised. If Megumin, Darkness, or I want to watch, we have to get your permission. Aqua's eyes lit up completely. She looked at the empty bottle in her arms, then at Kazuma, seemingly weighing something. A few seconds later, she suddenly let go, crash. The empty wine bottle fell to the floor and shattered into pieces. But Aqua didn't even glance at it. Like a blue whirlwind, she instantly rushed to Kazuma, grabbing his collar tightly with both hands, her eyes bursting with astonishing light. You're serious? Projector. Discs. Tokusatsu shows. Now. Immediately. Right now. Give it to me. Her voice returned to its usual loudness, even carrying an impatient excitement. The despairing look of the bereaved mother from just a moment ago vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Megumin and Darkness were dumbfounded. Kazuma was also startled by her speed of changing faces, but he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He patted away Aqua's hands and said helplessly, really, I'll go get it right now. But let's get this straight, no more stealing my money from now on. Who cares about your stinking money? Aqua put her hands on her hips, her face showing undisguised disdain. With the projector and tokusatsu shows, I can live a NET life. Hurry. Hurry up and get it. Kazuma's mouth twitched. A bottle of wine worth 500,000, just like that, easily replaced by a projector? How exactly are this idiot's values formed? But he didn't have time to complain, immediately taking out the silver-grey projector and several large boxes of discs from the system storage. The projector had a sci-fi design with smooth lines. It looked like a high-tech product at first glance. The disc cases were printed with handsome photos of various Kamen riders, from the first rider to the latest Geats. Everything was there. Wow! Aqua let out a deafening scream, pouncing over to hug the projector as if hugging a long-lost son. It's real! It's a real projector! And discs? So many discs! Hava hava! I, Lady Aqua, have come back to life. She hugged the projector, spinning around in excitement, her blue hair flying and her skirt fluttering. Where was there any trace of the decadence from just a moment ago? Megumin and Darkness looked at the shattered glass all over the floor, then at Aqua, who was excited like a child, their expressions complex. So. Megumin whispered, the 500,000 wine. Just like that. It seems, yes. Darkness nodded. But she was crying so miserably just now. Maybe she was too deep into her role. The two looked at each other and simultaneously covered their foreheads. Whatever. Aqua hugged the projector and rushed into her room in a whirlwind. I want to watch. I want to watch Kamen Rider. Kazuma. Come in and set it up for me. Megumin. Darkness. Go get me snacks and drinks. Today, this goddess is going to pull an all-nighter. Kazuma watched Aqua's energetic back, then looked at the pile of ignored glass shards on the floor, and let out a long sigh of relief. The crisis was temporarily resolved. Although the price was a projector and several hundred discs, at least he got back that noisy, brain-dead, but at least normal Aqua. As for that bottle of wine worth 500,000. Kazuma bent down, picked up the largest piece of glass, and spun it on his fingertips. Just consider it, satisfying a craving. He muttered to himself, then casually threw the shard into the trash can. Behind him, from Aqua's room, the familiar melody of the Kamen Rider theme song already drifted out, along with Aqua's excited commentary. Wow! This rider is so handsome. His transformation pose is so cool. Much cooler than that tacky black armor of Kazuma's. Kazuma. Forget it, as long as she's happy. Chapter 38, Homesick Darkness. With the projector and the complete set of Kamen Rider discs, Aqua had completely come to life, perhaps even a bit too much. She locked herself in her room, binging the shows day and night, starting from the Showa era's Kamen Rider 1, to the point where Kazuma had to kick the door down just to get food to her. This won't do. If this continues, this idiot is really going to become a shut-in. Watching Aqua giggle while hugging the projector with dark circles under her eyes, Kazuma made a firm decision. I have to get her out, and while I'm at it, well, find some entertainment for everyone in the Crimson Demon clan. Thus, on a starry night, a unique Kamen Rider viewing party kicked off in the central plaza of Axel. Kazuma set up the projector in the middle of the plaza, casting a giant light screen onto the sky wall. This massive black wall, capable of self-repair, served as the perfect natural screen. The Crimson Demon clan arrived at the news, quickly packing the plaza to the brim. Over 300 Crimson Demon clan members, men and women, young and old, all brought small stools, sitting in rows like elementary school students, heads tilted up, full of anticipation. Everyone! Kazuma stood beside the projector and cleared his throat. Starting today, at 8 o'clock every night, we will be screening the Kamen Rider series. This is an epic tale of heroes battling evil. It features stylish transformations, passionate lines, and, all sorts of cool motorcycles. What's a motorcycle? A member of the Crimson Demon clan asked. It's a two-wheeled vehicle that goes very fast and can even breathe fire. Kazuma bluffed. Whoa! The eyes of the Crimson Demon clan lit up. Then, Episode 1, Kamen Rider 1, begins. The light screen lit up, and the familiar Showa-style opening theme played. The system had thoughtfully translated it into the language of this world, even the lyrics rhymed and retained the passionate feel of the original song. On screen, Hongo Tokishi stood on a small slope, followed by the classic transformation sequence, hands crossed, belt flashing, the locust-themed silver, green, black, and red Kamen Rider appeared. Ooh! A deafening cheer erupted in the plaza. So cool! That pose! Crossing the hands. I must learn this. A locust. It's actually a locust. What creativity? The lines. That line. Fighting for the freedom of humanity. How passionate. The Crimson Demon clan had completely lost their minds. These terminal cases of 8th grader syndrome had absolutely no resistance to the ordinary person gains power, fights for justice, has a cool transformation pose, and delivers Chinibi-level lines set up of Kamen Rider. Every time the protagonist shouted Henshin, over 300 people in the audience shouted in unison, the sound waves shaking the sky wall. Aqua sat in the front row, hugging her knees, munching on a donut while complaining, Kazuma, look at them. How simple the transformation is. Just cross your hands, Henshin. Done. Unlike you, having to pull out a Ziku driver, insert a dial, turn it for ages, with Rider Time and Kamen Rider ZO, it's all so flashy and pointless. Kazuma's mouth twitched. Shut up and watch your show. It is flashy and pointless. Aqua insisted righteously. Besides, Rider 1 can ride a motorcycle. You only know how to pilot that ugly space-time demon god machine. What's ugly about the demon god machine? It's just ugly. It looks like an iron coffin with wings. Besides, I do have a motorcycle, I just don't ride it. The two were bickering, but were soon drowned out by the cheers of the Crimson Demon Clan. After the first episode ended, the Crimson Demon Clan were left wanting more and strongly demanded the second episode. Kazuma had no choice but to keep playing. As it turned out, once they started, they couldn't stop. From Rider 1 to Rider 2, from V3 to X, the Crimson Demon Clan watched, completely mesmerized. Some even started imitating the riders' fighting techniques, striking at each other in the plaza with higher. From then on, the nightly Kamen Rider viewing party became a regular program in Axel. The Crimson Demon Clan arrived on time, bringing their own snacks and drinks, shouting henshin along with the protagonist, their blood boiling with excitement. Although Aqua complained, she didn't miss a single episode, and even started researching which rider had the coolest transformation pose and which rider's motorcycle was the coolest. Kazuma watched this group of Chunibyo addicts obsessed with tokusatsu shows with mixed feelings. On one hand, he had finally found a form of entertainment for these energetic guys, reducing the frequency of them causing trouble. On the other hand, he felt like he had led the Crimson Demon Clan astray. Now, you could often see Crimson Demon Clan children on the street imitating the rider kick, shouting rider kick, and then slamming their heads into a wall. That night, after the viewing party ended, Kazuma packed up the projector, asked Megumin and Union to help move it back to Aqua's room, and then walked toward his quarters alone. Passing by Darkness's room, he heard stifled sobbing coming from inside. Kazuma paused. Darkness? That night, who was usually either overly excited or masochistic, actually crying? He hesitated for a moment, then gently pushed the door open. The room was dark, and Darkness was sitting by the bed, moonlight streaming through the window onto her. She wasn't wearing her armor, just a thin nightgown, her long golden hair disheveled, her shoulders trembling slightly. Hearing the door open, she looked up abruptly, tear tracks still visible on her face. Kazuma? She hurriedly wiped her tears, forcing herself back to her usual demeanor. Why are you here? Just passing by and heard something. Kazuma walked into the room and closed the door. What's wrong? Did someone bully you? No one bullied me. Darkness lowered her head, her voice slightly hoarse. It's just... I'm a little homesick. Homesick? Kazuma was stunned. Wasn't Darkness's home the noble district of Axel? It wasn't that far from here. Yeah. Darkness sniffled, and tears fell again. I miss my father. Ever since the forced marriage, since I ran away, I haven't seen him again. Her voice choked up. Father, he always doted on me. Back when Oldarp forced the marriage, he was the only one in the family who opposed it. He even secretly found me and said he hoped I could leave with you and live a free life. But now, I can't even see him once. Kazuma fell silent. Although he had only met him once, he could feel that this was a father who truly loved his daughter. I'm a wanted criminal now, I can't go back. Darkness covered her face, tears spilling from between her fingers. I'm so scared I'll never see father again. What if he? She didn't continue, but the meaning was clear. Kazuma looked at her heartbroken appearance, and his heart felt heavy. The usually unreliable Darkness was as fragile as a little girl right now. He wanted to comfort her but didn't know what to say. Take her home? They were wanted by the whole kingdom, going back would be walking right into a trap. Sneak in with a space-time demon god machine? If discovered, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just as he was struggling, the system's notification sound rang at the perfect time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission, the Demon King's Mercy. Content, as a benevolent Demon King, how can you not even fulfill such a small request as letting your executive see her father? Please take Darkness home to reunite with her father within 24 hours, and solve her father's strange illness. Reward, conceptual skill security of the Land of Light. With this skill, infiltrating any place is as simple as using a public restroom, and you can 100% steal whatever you want. However, after leaving, you will 100% be discovered, but you will also 100% successfully escape. Penalty, none. Kazuma. Security of the Land of Light is like a public restroom? System, your analogy, while accurate, isn't it a bit too mean? Complaining aside, this skill is too practical. 100% theft success, 100% escape. This was practically tailor-made for him. With this skill, in the future, if he lacks money or equipment, he could just take a stroll through the royal treasury. Even if he gets caught, he can run away. Besides, there was no penalty. Even if the mission failed, there was nothing to lose. Kazuma, who had been a bit hesitant, made up his mind instantly upon seeing the reward. Darkness. He walked to the bed and looked at her seriously. I'll take you home. Darkness looked up, her eyes misty. Oh really? But, outside right now? Don't worry, I have a way. Kazuma patted his chest. I guarantee I will let you see your father, and I will cure his illness. Darkness looked at this man in front of her, usually perverted, stingy, and unreliable, but always able to step up at critical moments, and her eyes gradually reddened. She knew how much risk Kazuma was taking by saying this, and she knew he could have completely ignored this matter, but he said it anyway. Kazuma. Her voice trembled. Thank you. What are you thanking me for? You are my executive, this is what I should do. Kazuma grinned. But we have to leave tonight, while it's dark, so it's not easy to be discovered. He turned and rushed out of the room, heading straight for the plaza. Aqua was still there arguing with the Crimson Demon clan children about which Showa rider is cooler, when Kazuma grabbed her arm. Eh? Kazuma, what are you doing? I haven't finished yet. I think the highs is Zed. Stop talking nonsense. It's an emergency. Come with me. What emergency? More important than the rider viewing party. Saving someone. Kazuma found Megumin and Yunyun again and gave them a few simple instructions. I'm going out with Aqua and Darkness and might be back tomorrow. Keep the projector safe, and don't let the Crimson Demon clan watch it all night. Where are you going? Megumin frowned. Secret mission. Kazuma said mysteriously. Anyway, I'm leaving Axel in your hands for now. After the instructions were finished, Kazuma took Aqua and Darkness to a hidden corner near the city wall. He took out the Ziku driver and summoned the space-time demon god machine. The silver-black-grey aircraft landed slowly, and the hatch opened. Let's go. Kazuma boarded first. Target, Axel, Dustin's family. Darkness took one last look at the Demon King's castle behind her, where she had her new companions and a new life. Then, she took a deep breath and stepped into the space-time demon god machine. Although Aqua was confused, she followed obediently. So what are we actually going to do? Being all mysterious. The hatch closed. The space-time demon god machine let out a low roar, soared into the sky, and disappeared into the night sky. Below, the lights of Axel gradually faded away. In the plaza, the Crimson Demon clan were still arguing about which rider's motorcycle was the coolest, completely unaware that their Demon King had already embarked on a home-stealing journey. Kazuma sat in the pilot's seat, looking at the starry sky ahead, a confident smile curling on his lips. I, Soto Kazuma, am taking charge of this matter. Darkness's father's strange illness. Kazuma stroked his chin. Forget it, bringing Aqua along shouldn't cause any major problems. P.S. The author felt indignant today after reading about the CS incident on Lolita Island, so the author wants to use my insignificant popularity to help others. Therefore, the author has decided to include a missing persons notice at the end of each chapter, hoping that every missing baby can return home sooner. Chapter 39, Lalatina, You Must Be Happy. The space-time demon god machine glided silently through the night sky, like a giant silver-black bird. Inside the cockpit, Kazuma was focused on adjusting the course, Aqua was looking around curiously, and Darkness was clenching her hand so tightly that her knuckles had turned white. Kazuma, her voice trembled slightly, can we really see my father safely? The Kingdom Army Guards. Don't worry. Kazuma didn't even look back, his fingers moving rapidly over the control panel. I learned my stealth skill from Chris, and with the optical camouflage on this demon god machine, no one can detect us unless a high-level mage is actively searching. Aqua leaned in. Eh? Kazuma, is that stealth skill of yours really reliable? It's still better than your nature's beauty, Kazuma retorted, rolling his eyes at her. Aqua stuck out her tongue and stood back. A moment later, the demon god machine hovered over the noble district of Axel. Kazuma activated the optical camouflage, and the silver-grey fuselage gradually blended into the night, with only the faint glow from the dashboard illuminating the faces of the three. Below us is the Dustinis family estate. Kazuma lowered his voice. There are 3 times as many guards as usual. It seems the kingdom is indeed keeping a close watch on this place. Darkness looked down through the porthole, and the familiar silhouette of the mansion made her nose sting. Once upon a time, this was her home, the place where she grew up. Now, however, it had become a forbidden zone she could no longer step foot in. Are you ready? Kazuma asked. Darkness took a deep breath and nodded firmly. Kazuma piloted the demon god machine to descend slowly, finally hovering in a secluded corner of the courtyard. The hatch opened silently, and the 3 jumped down one by one. Stealth. Kazuma whispered, activating the skill. His figure became blurry, and then he moved swiftly along the path in stealth. They hugged the walls as they moved, avoiding the patrolling guards. Darkness knew her family estate like the back of her hand, leading the 2 through various secret doors and passages, eventually arriving in front of a carved wooden door. This is my father's bedroom. Darkness's voice trembled, her hand hovering over the doorknob, yet she hesitated to push it open. Kazuma patted her shoulder, offering silent encouragement. Darkness gritted her teeth and gently pushed the door open. The room was filled with the scent of herbs, and a dim oil lamp flickered on the bedside table. On the large bed, a frail figure lay quietly, breathing weakly. Darkness walked closer, step by step, tears welling up in her eyes. Having not seen him for several months, her father had aged significantly. His once handsome face was now covered in wrinkles, his temples were grey, and his eye sockets were sunken. As if sensing his daughter's presence, Ignis for Dustinis slowly opened his eyes. When his gaze fell upon Darkness, his cloudy eyes instantly lit up. Lalatina, his voice was hoarse as he struggled to sit up. Father! Darkness rushed to the bedside and held his shoulders down. Don't move, just lie still. Ignis reached out and grasped his daughter's hand, his withered fingers trembling with excitement. It really is you or my daughter. I thought I would never see you again. It's me, Father. I've returned. Darkness sobbed uncontrollably. I'm sorry for making you worry. No, I am the one who should be apologizing. Ignis wept. It is your father who is useless, failing to protect you and letting that scoundrel hold up. It's all in the past, Father. Darkness wiped away her tears. I'm doing very well now. I'm with Kazuma and my companions, and I am very happy. Ignis nodded with relief, his gaze shifting past his daughter's shoulder to see Kazuma and Aqua standing at the doorway. Mr. Soto, and Aqua. He smiled weakly. Thank you for taking care of my daughter. Kazuma stepped forward and bowed slightly. Sir, you are too kind. Darkness is our companion, so this is only natural. Ignis looked at Kazuma with a complex expression. I have heard about Lalatina joining the Demon King's army. At first, I was very worried, but then I realized, as long as she is happy, anything is fine. Compared to marrying someone like Old Up, at least she is free when she is with you all. He caught his breath and continued, I am old, and my body is failing me. This illness, no matter how many famous doctors I consulted, none could cure it. I fear I do not have much time left. Father, don't say that. Darkness exclaimed anxiously. You will definitely get better. Ignis shook his head and looked at his daughter with affection. Lalatina, I have only one final wish. I hope that in the future, you will not care too much about what others think and will bravely be yourself. You have made wonderful friends, and I am very happy for you. He looked at Kazuma again. Mr. Soto, it is not safe here. The kingdom army could enter at any moment, do not stay too long. I only hope that you will treat Lalatina well and make her happy. If you cannot do that. The old man's eyes suddenly became sharp, carrying a hint of unquestionable authority. I will not let you off, even as a ghost in the afterlife. Kazuma felt a shiver and quickly promised, rest assured, sir, I will never let darkness suffer any grievances. Ignis nodded with satisfaction, lying back down on his pillow, a look of exhaustion on his face. Just then, Aqua suddenly leaned in, stared at Ignis for a long while, and then exclaimed, oh my! Old man, why do you have such a severe curse on you? No wonder doctors couldn't cure you. A curse? Kazuma, Darkness, and Ignis were stunned simultaneously. Yes. Aqua pointed at Ignis's chest. Here, and here, it's all filled with dark curse energy. How disgusting! Kazuma suddenly realized. No wonder the famous doctors were helpless, it was a curse. And to be able to deceive the eyes of so many priests and doctors, this curse was definitely not the work of an ordinary person. Aqua, can you break it? Kazuma asked hurriedly. Of course I can. Aqua puffed out her chest. I am a goddess. A mere curse, watch this. She clasped her hands together, closed her eyes to pray, and a soft blue light began to emanate from her body. A divine aura permeated the air, mixing with the scent of herbs in the room to create a strange, fragrant aroma. Sacred purification! Aqua shouted, pushing her hands forward, and a dazzling light enveloped Ignis's entire body. The old man suddenly screamed, his body convulsing violently, and eerie black patterns appeared on the surface of his skin, wriggling and struggling like living creatures. Father! Darkness exclaimed, wanting to rush forward, but was held back by Kazuma. Don't go over there, it's the curse being expelled. Kazuma said in a low voice. Ignis's convulsions grew more intense, veins bulged on his forehead, and bead-sized drops of sweat rolled down continuously. Aqua gritted her teeth and increased the power of the purification, the white light becoming even more dazzling, almost illuminating the entire room. Finally, after a painful roar, Ignis's body went limp, and he collapsed onto the bed. The black patterns on his skin gradually dissipated, replaced by a healthy, rosy complexion. Phew! Aqua let out a long sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Done! The curse is broken. Darkness rushed to the bedside, looking at her father nervously. Ignis slowly opened his eyes, his previously cloudy eyes had become clear and bright, and the sickly look on his face had vanished. Father! How do you feel? Darkness asked eagerly. Ignis moved his limbs a bit, a look of surprise on his face. Much better. My body feels light, as if I've become 10 years younger. He sat up and grasped his daughter's hand tightly. Lalatina, is my illness really cured? Yes. Darkness nodded firmly, tears welling up again, but this time they were tears of joy. It was Lady Aqua who cured you. Ignis looked at Aqua, his eyes full of gratitude. Thank you. Thank you, Lady Aqua. You're welcome, you're welcome. Aqua waved her hand proudly. This kind of small curse is a piece of cake for this goddess. Kazuma watched this scene, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Darkness's father's strange illness was indeed a curse, and to be able to plant such a vicious curse without anyone noticing, the mastermind was definitely not an ordinary person. Linking it to the various evil deeds of Old Up, Kazuma could be almost certain that this matter had something to do with that scoundrel of a noble. But now was not the time to investigate this. They had to leave as soon as possible. "Sir, since you have recovered, we will take our leave now," Kazuma said. "After all, this is an area monitored by the Kingdom Army, and it will be dangerous if we stay too long." Ignis nodded, looking at his daughter reluctantly. "Lalatina, you must take good care of yourself." "I will, father." Darkness nodded tearfully. "I will come back to see you once the heat dies down." "Good, good." Ignis smiled with relief. "Go on, follow Mr. Soto, and live well." The three were about to leave when a flurry of hurried footsteps suddenly sounded outside the door. "What's going on inside?" "There was light just now." "Quick! Go in and check." It was the voice of the guards. They had been discovered. But just as the two women were terrified, our Demon King Kazuma revealed a classic Dragon King smirk. P.S. The author has set up a QQ reader group. Readers who want to provide valuable suggestions for this book or join the author and other fans in some abstract fun, come and join us. 107-942-5637. The answer just needs to be I do. Chapter 40, Come Catch Me If You Can. Just as the guards were about to break down the door at the last critical moment, a familiar system notification chimed in Kazuma's mind. Ding! Quest the Demon King's Mercio completed. Reward issued, Conceptual Skill Security of the Land of Light has been unlocked. It's here. This is it. Kazuma was ecstatic, his face instantly twisting into that Dragon King smirk that said, everything is under control. He shoved his hands into his pockets, stepped forward with calm composure, blocked darkness and aqua, and laughed loudly at the wooden door about to be smashed open. Hava hava! Foolish guards! Do you think you can catch me, Soto Kazuma? Too naive. The wooden door was smashed open with a bang, and 5 or 6 fully armed kingdom guards rushed in, long swords drawn and magic staffs glowing, instantly packing the small bedroom to the brim. Don't move. Soto Kazuma. You are surrounded, the guard captain shouted sternly. Far from being afraid, Kazuma laughed even more arrogantly. He even leisurely turned around, stuck his butt out at the guards, slapped it twice with his hand, and provoked them. Come on. Come catch me. You bunch of idiots. Do you know what security of the Land of Light is? In front of me, you're just like flies in a public restroom, you come and go as you please. The guards were bewildered by his insulting gesture and inexplicable statement, and for a moment, they actually forgot to attack. Darkness covered her face, unable to bear watching. Aqua, on the other hand, had the expression of someone looking at an idiot, muttering, Kazuma has lost it. He actually slapped his butt in front of so many people. Old man Ignis leaned against the headboard. Although he had recovered, he was stunned by the scene before him. What are you staring at? Kazuma straightened up, hands on his hips, full of vigor. This Demon King is going to walk right out in front of you. Stop me if you can. He took a step, preparing to unleash that legendary 100% escape god-tier skill. However, just as his right foot was about to take the first step. Warning, host has not activated the skill security of the Land of Light. Current skill status, unlocked, unused. Friendly reminder, this skill is an active skill. The host must manually click that Plasma Spark Tower icon in the system panel to activate it. Kazuma, huh? His smile froze on his face, his right foot hanging in midair. Wait. He roared in his mind. System. Didn't you say the reward was issued? Why do I still have to activate it manually? Issuance does not equal activation. Please operate it yourself, host. Then tell me how to operate it. Please focus, silently recite open system panel, find the skill bar, and click the security of the Land of Light icon. Damn it. There's no time for this now. Just as Kazuma was frantically trying to open system panel in his mind, the guard captain finally reacted and roared, "Catch him! Don't let him run away!" 5 or 6 longswords thrust forward simultaneously, and magic missiles whistled toward him. "Kazuma, watch out!" Darkness screamed, instinctively reaching for her sword to block, but she grasped at empty air. She hadn't brought a weapon tonight. Wah! Aqua scrambled away, covering her head, and dove straight under the bed. Damn it! Kazuma cursed. He could no longer care about any security of the Land of Light, so he rolled on the ground, dodging the attacks in a sorry state. A long sword flew past his scalp, slicing off a few hairs. "Didn't you say it would be as easy as entering a public restroom?" Aqua cried out from under the bed. "Why are you still rolling around?" "Shut up! The system scammed me." Kazuma scrambled to his feet, grabbed the oil lamp from the table, and threw it at the guards. The oil lamp smashed against the wall, oil splashed out, and flames ignited instantly, temporarily blocking the guards' assault. "Go! Hurry up and go!" Kazuma pulled up the still-dazed darkness and shouted at the space under the bed, "Aqua! Come out! Stop playing dead!" Aqua crawled out from under the bed, crying, her dress covered in dust. Sob sob. "I shouldn't have come. I want to go home." "It's too late to say that now." Kazuma kicked open the back window. "Jump!" The 3 of them jumped out of the window one after another, landing on the lawn in the backyard. Behind them, the shouting and footsteps of the guards were getting closer and closer. "Stop! Don't run! Catch the Demon King Soto Kazuma! 10 billion bounty!" Kazuma led the 2 women as they sprinted along a familiar path. This was a small trail Darkness used to sneak out to play when she was little, overgrown with weeds and offering good cover. "Kazuma, didn't you say you had a 100% escape skill?" Darkness asked, panting as she ran. Although she had good stamina, running in a nightgown and slippers was really inconvenient. "Don't mention it. The system is a scam." Kazuma was on the verge of tears. That skill had to be activated manually. "Where would I have found the time?" "Then what do we do now?" Aqua said with a long face. "I can't run anymore. My goddess image is completely ruined." "Shut up. One more word and I'll leave you behind to feed the guards." Kazuma roared. The 3 of them sprinted all the way, with the guards in hot pursuit behind them. Although Darkness's mansion was large, it was in the noble district, after all, and they soon ran to the perimeter wall. "Climb over." Kazuma pointed to the 3-meter-high wall. "I am wearing a dress." Darkness blushed. "What time do you think it is to be worrying about that?" Kazuma crouched down. "Step on my shoulders and go up." Darkness hesitated for a moment, then stepped onto Kazuma's shoulders. Kazuma gave a forceful shove, hoisting her up to the top of the wall. Aqua tried to do the same, but ended up stepping right on Kazuma's face. "Oh. Aqua, you idiot! Look where you're stepping." "Sorry. I was too nervous." Having finally managed to get Aqua up on the wall as well, the guards had already caught up behind them. Kazuma backed up a few steps, took a running start, kicked off the wall, grabbed the top with both hands, and flipped over. "Catch them!" The guards formed a human ladder and also began to climb the wall. "Jump! Hurry!" Kazuma urged. Outside the wall was a quiet alley. The 3 of them jumped down one after another. Aqua didn't land steadily and face-planted, crying loudly in pain. Sob sob. "My face. My super pretty goddess face. Stop crying. Run." Kazuma pulled her up and continued to run for their lives. The end of the alley was the main road of Axel, and although it was late at night, there were still patrolling guards. As soon as the 3 of them ran onto the street, they were spotted by another squad of guards. "There! The Demon King Soto Kazuma! And his accomplices! Catch them! Caught between them, there was nowhere to run. It's over? Aqua slumped to the ground in despair. I'm going to be caught. I'm going to be thrown into prison. My bubble wine. My projector. It's not over yet. Kazuma gritted his teeth and pulled out the Ziku driver from his embrace. We have to force our way through. ZIO. A flash of light passed, and the ZO armor covered his entire body. Kazuma grabbed Darkness and Aqua, one in each arm, exerted force with his feet, and leaped into the air. Don't think you can run. The guard captain threw the long sword in his hand. The long sword turned into a silver streak of light, piercing straight at Kazuma's back. Kazuma turned in mid-air, using his armor to tank the sword's strike. With a clang, the long sword was deflected, but the impact caused him to lose balance in mid-air, and the three of them tumbled toward the ground together. Ah! Aqua screamed. Just as they were about to hit the ground, the roar of an engine came from the sky. The silver-gray space-time demon god machine broke through the clouds, dove down, and caught them just before they hit the ground. The hatch opened, and Kazuma rolled into the cockpit with the two women. Quick! Take off! Kazuma shouted. The demon god machine's engines went full throttle and shot up into the sky, instantly leaving the guards on the ground behind. Damn it! He got away! The guard captain stomped his feet in anger. Inside the cockpit, Kazuma deactivated his transformation and slumped into the pilot's seat, panting heavily. Darkness was still shaken, while Aqua hugged her knees, crying her eyes out. Sob sob. I was scared to death. I almost died. Shut up, you. Kazuma said weakly. If you hadn't stepped on my face, we could have run faster. It was clearly your fault. Aqua cried in rebuttal. You said there was a 100% escape skill. And yet we had to run like dogs. Kazuma was speechless. He opened the system panel and, sure enough, saw an extra icon in the skill bar. A tower-shaped object emitting a green light, it was the plasma spark tower. He focused and clicked the icon. Skill Security of the Land of Light has been activated. Effect: during the next infiltration, you will gain a public restroom level access permissions. Kazuma. He looked at the icon and recalled the scene of himself sticking his butt out to provoke the guards, only to be chased like a stray dog, his face turning various shades of green and white. System, he gritted his teeth in his mind, you scammed me. System notification, skill has been activated. Please pay attention to the timing when using it next time, host. Pay attention to your head. Kazuma closed the system panel and leaned back against the chair, powerless. This infiltration mission, although it completed the quest, cured Darkness's father's illness, and activated a skill that sounded very impressive, the process was just too embarrassing. He looked out the porthole. The lights of Axel were gradually fading into the distance. In the direction of Axel, the red light of the sky wall was faintly visible. Forget it, he sighed. At least, Darkness got to see her father. Upon hearing this, Darkness raised her head, her eyes still stained with undried tears, but a smile curled at the corners of her lips. Yeah, thank you, Kazuma. Father, he looks much better. You're welcome. Kazuma waved his hand. Next time I will definitely figure out the skill before using it. Aqua sobbed. There's a next time? I'm never coming out with you again. It's too scary. The demon god machine flew steadily through the night sky, carrying two disheveled Demon King's army executive members and one Demon King, returning to their home. Although the process was a farce, although the skill was a scam, although the escape was pathetic. This is an extra update for breaking 100 requests for more chapters today. Chapter 41, Hey Demon King over there, come in if you dare. The space-time demon god machine landed in the plaza of Axel. The hatch opened, and Soto Kazuma, Aqua, and Darkness stepped out, looking exhausted and disheveled. The journey of fleeing in the night had left them physically and mentally exhausted. Aqua was still sobbing, Darkness's eyes were slightly red, and Kazuma's mind was filled with that land of light security skill he hadn't had the chance to use. However, the scene before them made them instantly forget their own disheveled state, and they stood there, dumbfounded. The central plaza of Axel, the place usually used for gatherings, training, and the recently started Kamen Rider viewing party, was currently littered with people lying in every direction. Men, women, and children of the Crimson Demon clan, dressed in all sorts of Chinibyo outfits, were sprawled on the ground in bizarre poses, snoring in chorus, their sleeping postures extremely unsightly. Some were clutching their staff, muttering transform in their sleep. Some were splayed out with bags of donuts scattered around them. Some were even piled on top of each other like a human pyramid, the face of the person at the very bottom squashed, yet they were still sleeping soundly. In the center of the plaza, the silver-gray projector was still emitting a faint light. The screen had long since gone dark, but the machine had clearly been running all night. Nearby, Megumin was curled up on a lounge chair, hugging Chomasuke, sleeping soundly. The black cat's tail was flicking against her cheek, but she was completely unaware. What is going on? Aqua forgot to cry, stunned. The Crimson Demon clan. Were they attacked? It doesn't look like it. Darkness frowned. There are no signs of a battle. Are they just asleep? An ominous premonition rose in Kazuma's heart. He strode over to Megumin and grabbed her shoulders, shaking her vigorously. Megumin! Wake up! Megumin! Megumin opened her eyes groggily, her red eyes filled with sleepiness. When she saw that it was Kazuma, her sleepiness instantly vanished, replaced by guilt. Kazuma. She sat up abruptly, and Chomasuke, startled awake, let out a meow and jumped away. Why, you guys are back. What is going on here? Kazuma pointed at the sleeping beauties and sleeping handsome men filling the plaza. Why is the entire Crimson Demon clan sleeping here? Why has the projector been running all night? This? Cold sweat seeped from Megumin's forehead, her eyes darting around, not daring to look directly at Kazuma. They probably got tired from watching the movie last night. Tired from watching? Kazuma raised his voice. Just because they were tired, they can sleep in the plaza? And didn't I tell you and Union to put the projector away before I left? I did. Megumin's voice grew smaller and smaller, but everyone still wanted to watch. Just then, Chris's voice came from the side, carrying a hint of helplessness. Kazuma, don't blame Megumin. It happened like this. Kazuma turned his head to see Chris standing not far away, holding a cup of hot tea. She had clearly just woken up. Wiz and Union followed behind her, Union sporting dark circles under her eyes, looking like she hadn't woken up yet. After you left last night, Chris sighed. Megumin felt bored, so she went out for a walk. As it turned out, the Crimson Demon clan hadn't dispersed yet and surrounded her, begging her to play another episode of Kamen Rider. A few children even hugged her legs, saying with teary eyes, "Big Sister Megumin, please, just one more episode, just one episode." Megumin defended herself quietly. They were really sincere. And then? Kazuma had a bad feeling. Then, Chris continued. Megumin softened. Ignoring Wiz and Union's attempts to dissuade her, she took it upon herself to bring the projector out again, imitating you as she turned it on and put in the disc. As a result, episode after episode, they watched almost everything from the Showa Riders, playing from 8 in the evening until 5 this morning. Not until the sun rose and the screen became hard to see did everyone, still wanting more, fall asleep right there. Kazuma. He felt his blood pressure soaring. Megumin. Kazuma roared, "Are you an idiot? Letting them pull an all-nighter? Who is going to handle the daily maintenance of Axel today? Who is running the cafeteria? Who is responsible for the defense patrols? Do you realize the Crimson Demon clan is our only labor force right now?" Megumin shrank her neck at the shouting and said quietly, I saw how much they liked it, and, once in a while, it shouldn't matter, right? Shouldn't matter? Kazuma was so angry he wanted to throttle her. Do you have any idea what our situation is? The Kingdom Army could attack at any time. Internal management is a mess. And you're leading them to stay up all night watching movies. I'm sorry. Megumin lowered her head, twisting her hem with her fingers. Aqua gloated from the sidelines, serves you right. Letting you play movies indiscriminately. Now look, the whole city is on strike. Shut up. Kazuma glared at her, then turned to Chris. Where's the projector? Put it away. From today on, it's to be strictly guarded. Without my permission, no one is allowed to touch it. Understood. Chris nodded. Kazuma marched angrily to the projector, turned it off himself, unplugged the power, then picked up the machine and strode toward his living quarters. He decided that he would lock this thing in his room, and no one would be allowed to touch it. However, Kazuma underestimated the Crimson Demon clan's passion for Kamen Rider, and he underestimated just how far this group of Chunibyo would go to binge-watch a series. That night, Kazuma locked the projector in a cabinet in his room and added a magical seal. Only after confirming it was foolproof did he go to sleep with peace of mind. He thought that this farce was over. The next morning, as the first ray of sunlight shone into Axel, Kazuma was woken up by the commotion outside the window. He pushed the window open and saw that the plaza was once again filled with people. The Crimson Demon clan members, with the same poses, the same snoring, and the same unsightly sleeping postures, had once again occupied the plaza. Kazuma's mind went blank for 3 seconds. Then, he rushed downstairs like a gust of wind and opened his room door. The lock on the cabinet was intact, and the magical seal hadn't been broken, but the projector was gone. Megumin! Kazuma's roar echoed throughout all of Axel. Megumin scrambled out of her room, followed by Yunyun and Whis, both of whom looked guilty. Kazuma, listen to my explanation. Explain my ass. Kazuma was shaking with anger. Where is the projector? Who took it? It was everyone in the Crimson Demon clan. Megumin's voice was as small as a mosquito's. They said they wanted to watch one more episode. One more episode? Kazuma was going crazy, and you just gave it to them. What about my lock? What about my magical seal? Whis raised her hand timidly. In the Crimson Demon clan, there are those who are skilled at picking locks and breaking magic. They said this was a necessary infiltration for the sake of dark entertainment. Kazuma held his forehead, feeling like he was about to have a brain hemorrhage. So, you all conspired together, waited until I was asleep, stole my projector, and played movies all night again. Megumin, Yunyun, and Whis all nodded in unison, then quickly shook their heads. Did the Crimson Demon clan force you? The 3 of them nodded again. Bullshit. Kazuma exposed their lie. If you hadn't agreed, would they have succeeded? Megumin. Are your hands itching again, wanting to satisfy your craving as a projectionist once more? Megumin, having her true intentions exposed, blushed and lowered her head, saying nothing. From that day on, a battle over the projector officially began in Axel. Kazuma pulled out all the stops. On the first day, he hid the projector in Aqua's room and told Aqua to defend it with her life. That night, a group of Crimson Demon clan women, including Rika and Tsumi, tricked Aqua into leaving her room under the pretense of asking the goddess for skincare secrets, while another group took the opportunity to sneak in and steal the projector. On the second day, Kazuma gave the projector to Darkness, telling her to guard it with the dignity of a knight. Darkness swore on her honor, but that night, the Crimson Demon clan used the excuse of training to trap Darkness with all sorts of bizarre magic, easily taking the projector. On the third day, Kazuma hid the projector in Whiz's magic shop and set multiple traps. The Crimson Demon clan simply dispatched an elite team to use spatial magic to retrieve the projector from thin air. On the fourth day, Kazuma locked the projector in a safe in Chris's room. The Crimson Demon clan somehow obtained the safe's password and opened it easily. On the fifth day, Kazuma placed the projector under his own pillow, intending to keep watch himself. That night, the Crimson Demon clan used mass hypnosis, and Kazuma slept like a log. When he woke up, the projector had already vanished. No matter where Kazuma hid the projector, no matter how many traps or spells he set, the Crimson Demon clan always found a way to steal it. They had a clear division of labor and worked in perfect coordination. Some were responsible for reconnaissance, some for breaking locks, some for distracting guards, and some for transportation. The entire Crimson Demon clan, over 300 people, were as united as a well-trained special forces unit just to watch Kamen Rider. What made Kazuma even more devastated was that, to prevent him from causing trouble in the middle of the night, the Crimson Demon clan would erect a huge spherical magic barrier around the plaza before every screening. The barrier was incredibly sturdy. Kazuma tried everything, kicking and punching, magical attacks, and even hacking at it with a time-limit sword, but he couldn't break it. He could only watch helplessly from outside the barrier as the Crimson Demon clan cheered, shouted henshin along with the Kamen Rider, got all fired up, and pulled all-nighters together. And he, the dignified Demon King, could only rage helplessly outside the barrier. Megumin! You get out here! Kazuma roared at the barrier. Inside the barrier, Megumin was standing next to the projector, holding a makeshift microphone, and said to Kazuma, "Hey Demon King over there, come in if you dare." "Hava hava." Then she turned her head toward the screen and provided a passionate commentary, "Look. Kamen Rider Kuga. His mighty form. This kick. It will surely shatter the ambition of the grungy. Megumin. If you don't let me in, I'm going to. Kazuma, calm down." Chris's voice came from behind him. She, Aqua, Darkness, Whis, and Union were all standing behind Kazuma, watching this farce with varied expressions. "Calm down." Kazuma pointed at the barrier. "Look at them. Lawless. Disrespectful of authority. What I, the Demon King, say is worth less than a projector. Actually," Aqua whispered, "Kamen Rider is really quite good." "Shut up. Kazuma-san," we said timidly, "everyone just likes it too much, and they work very hard during the day, relaxing at night. There's nothing wrong with that, right?" "Nothing wrong with that?" Kazuma glared at her. "Look at them. Staying up all night every day. They're dozing off while working during the day." Everyone fell silent. Inside the barrier, Kamen Rider Kuga used a mighty kick to blow up the grungy, and the Crimson Demon clan erupted in deafening cheers. "Rider kick! So cool! My blood is boiling. Tomorrow. We continue watching tomorrow." Kazuma looked at this group of hopeless Chunibyo and collapsed onto the ground, powerless. "It's over?" he muttered to himself. "My Demon King's castle has been conquered by Kamen Rider." That night, Soto Kazuma remembered the powerlessness of being dominated by Chunibyo. The next morning, Megumin remembered the fear of being dominated by Kazuma. Chapter 42, Stinky Lolicon. Facing this group of the Crimson Demon clan who set up giant magic barriers every night to watch Kamen Rider, shutting him, the Demon King, out, Soto Kazuma fell into an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. He could not fight them. If 300 mags attacked at once, even with the Zo armor, he would be in trouble. He could not scold them either. Their Chunibyo logic was self-contained. Reason with them? The word reason did not exist in the Crimson Demon clan's dictionary. "I have to think of something." Kazuma rubbed his throbbing temples, pacing back and forth in the room. If this keeps up, Axel is going to turn into a Crimson Demon clan all-night movie base. The whole city is paralyzed during the day, and everyone is hyperactive at night. Is this appropriate? He recalled his school days in Japan before he transmigrated. Although he slacked off every day, at least his schedule was regular. Wake up at 7 in the morning, classes at 8, school ends at 3 in the afternoon, do homework, occasionally, play games, watch anime in the evening, and sleep before 11. Unlike now, the Crimson Demon clan had completely let themselves go. They slept when they wanted, woke up when they wanted, and pulled all-nighters whenever they felt like it. Their biological clocks were completely messed up. "If only I could build a school," Kazuma muttered to himself. Follow the Japanese school schedule, classes at 8 in the morning, school ends at 3 in the afternoon, no staying up late at night, a 2-day weekend. No, wait, there are no weekends in this world, so 2 days off per week. I'll assign lots of homework so they don't have time to think about anything else. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Although the Crimson Demon clan were Chinibya, they were essentially big kids. If he used the school system to keep them in check, he might be able to get them back to a normal schedule. Plus, building a school would improve the cultural level of Axel. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But the problem was, building a school required a schoolhouse, desks, chairs, textbooks, teachers. Axel had none of these things. Did he have to build a bunch of matchbox houses to serve as classrooms like before? That would be too shabby, and the Crimson Demon clan would definitely complain that it wasn't cool enough. Just as Kazuma was at his wit's end, a familiar system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Detected host's need for a school and schedule management. Task issued, Demon King's recruitment. Content, as the Demon King's castle, how can you be satisfied with a mere 300 people? Host, please abduct all members of the Axel Adventurers Guild within 15 days, as well as any one faction within the city of Axel. Reward, Kamen Rider Force Driver ×1, a castle from a random tokusatsu set. Penalty, publish an announcement to the whole world, exposing the host as a stinky lolicon, especially fond of the fragrant and soft Princess Alice, and attach evidence of the host peeking under the princess's skirt, collecting portraits of the princess, and fantasizing about marrying the princess, system forged, but absolutely realistic. Kazuma. He nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. System. UF*****ing slanderer. Kazuma roared in his mind. When did I ever peek under Alice's skirt? When did I ever collect her portraits? When did I ever fantasize about marrying her? This is slander. Naked slander. System prompt, the host has dreamed of Princess Alice many times, involving content such as strolling through a festival together, feeding her takoyaki, under the princess wearing a yukata, etc. That's just normal adolescent fantasy. Who hasn't had a few sweet dreams? System prompt, when the host encountered the princess in the city of Axel, his gaze lingered on her skirt hem for over 3 seconds. I was looking at the pattern on her skirt. The pattern was exquisite. I was appreciating art. System prompt, the host once secretly cut out a photo of the princess from a newspaper and tucked it into his wallet. The more Kazuma tried to explain, the more guilty he felt. Although most of that evidence the system mentioned was forged or overinterpreted, he did have a little bit of affection for Alice. After all, Alice was gentle, kind, and beautiful, and she was a princess. What otaku could refuse the fantasy of the princess falling in love with me? Anyway, I am not a lolicon. Kazuma made a final struggle. Alice is already 10-something years old. She doesn't count as a lowly. System judgment, host harbors special feelings for a 10-something-year-old girl, fitting the definition of lolicon. In order for this book's future plot to pass censorship, let's not make the age 12. UF******ing. Task accepted. Countdown, 15 days. Kazuma slumped into his chair, feeling like his life was pitch black. This task was too hard. Abduct all members of the Adventurers Guild? And add another faction? This was practically forcing him to be enemies with the entire city of Axel. And the penalty was too terrifying. If he were labeled a stinky lolicon, he would be socially dead in this world. Aqua would laugh herself to death, Megumin would blast him with explosion magic, darkness would tie him to a cross for public display, and the Crimson Demon clan would write him into their encyclopedia of the Demon King's dark history. No, absolutely not. Kazuma clenched his fists. I must complete the task. He looked at the rewards, the Force driver, and a castle from a random tokusatsu set. Force was the Kamen Rider who fought with 40 astronomical switches. His transformation item was a switch, and his abilities were various pieces of equipment. As for the castle from a tokusatsu set, if it were the plasma spark tower from the Land of Light in Ultraman, or a giant robot base from Super Sentai, that would be a huge score. Let's do it. Kazuma made up his mind. It's just kidnapping people, right? It's not like I haven't done it before. He stood up, fighting spirit burning in his eyes. The Crimson Demon Clan's movie viewing could wait. The top priority was to formulate a kidnapping plan. Meanwhile, in the royal palace of the Kingdom of Belzerg, Princess Alice stood by a window high up in the castle, gazing at the blood-red sunset on the horizon. Her pale golden hair was blown by the evening breeze, and her blue eyes were full of worry. She looked toward the direction of Axel in the south and sighed softly. Lady Alice, Claire walked to her side and said worriedly, "Are you worrying about Kazuma again?" Alice did not deny it. "Claire, do you think Oni-chan is a bad person?" Claire was silent for a moment, then replied, "I don't know. Mr. Kazuma is very complicated. Sometimes he is very kind and will save strangers, sometimes he is very perverted and will tease his teammates, sometimes he is very brave and will step forward, sometimes he is very selfish and will do anything for money. But he has never hurt an innocent person, I can be sure of that." Then why did he choose to become the Demon King? Alice's voice carried a hint of a sob. When clearly there were better choices. She had a little secret in her heart. She hoped that after Kazuma defeated the Demon King, he could become a true hero, and then come to marry her. This was an unrealistic fantasy that the young girl hid in the bottom of her heart, but she had been working hard for it, even persuading her father to go easy on Kazuma's party. At first, father and the ministers were clearly listening to me. Alice continued, I said Kazuma was not a bad person, and they just watched. But why did father's attitude suddenly change later? Why were they so determined to crusade against him, even going as far as deploying a large army? Claire lowered her head. Your Highness, politics is not something we can understand. Perhaps His Majesty the King has his own considerations. I know. Alice wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. I know as a princess, I cannot interfere too much. But, when I think about Oni-chan being wanted by the whole country now, living in that place surrounded by black walls, being treated as the Demon King by everyone, I feel so sad. Your Highness, Claire comforted her softly, Mr. Kazuma's walls are very powerful. Didn't the Kingdom Army return empty-handed? This shows he has the ability to protect himself. Please don't worry too much. But? Alice bit her lip. I still want to go see. Even if it's just to take a look from afar, to confirm that he is safe. Claire was shocked. Your Highness. You cannot go. It is too dangerous there. And you are currently a high-priority protected person, you cannot leave the palace without authorization. I know. Alice lowered her head, but soon raised it again, a flash of determination in her eyes. So, Claire, accompany me to the city of Axel tomorrow. I suddenly feel like taking a stroll. Claire looked at the princess's firm gaze and knew that further persuasion was useless. She sighed and nodded, yes, Your Highness. I will arrange for guards to ensure your safety. Alice looked out the window again, the afterglow of the sunset dyeing her profile gold. Thank you, Claire. Outside the window, the evening glow filled the sky. A lone goose streaked across the horizon, flying toward the south. And in the south, in that Demon King's castle surrounded by black walls, a certain Demon King was racking his brains, thinking about how to abduct the residents of a city. Chapter 43, Poaching. Night had fallen, and Axel was silent. In the plaza, the Crimson Demon clan were immersed in the world of Kamen Rider, with a giant magic barrier sealing off the sounds from the inside and outside. Kazuma snuck out of his room, arrived at a hidden corner near the city wall, and summoned the ride striker. The silver-black motorcycle gleamed coldly under the moonlight. Kazuma got on the seat, put on his helmet, and started the engine. The ride striker let out a low roar, carrying him out of Axel, speeding off towards the direction of the city of Axel. The wind whistled in his ears as Kazuma's brain spun rapidly. The system quest required him to poach all members of the Adventurers Guild, plus one faction within the city of Axel, with a time limit of 15 days. This was an almost impossible task, but he had no choice unless he wanted the system to label him a dirty lolicon and leave him with a bad reputation forever. Those lazy bums at the Adventurers Guild, unless I throw money at them, there's no way they'll budge. Kazuma calculated while riding, but my money. Most of it went into building the house and renovations, and the rest has to maintain the operation of Axel. Where would I find extra money to bribe them? As for other factions, the blacksmith shop? That old man is stubborn as a mule. Unless I move his furnace with him, it's not happening. The Magic Academy branch? Even less likely. Those old pedants look down on the Demon King the most. The Merchants Guild? That bunch of greedy merchants, they won't lift a finger unless they see a profit. Wait. Kazuma suddenly thought of something. The Succubus shop, does that count as a faction? The Succubus shop in the city of Axel was a spiritual sanctuary for many male adventurers. Succubi didn't sell their bodies, they only absorbed a small amount of vitality by creating beautiful dreams, and they had a good reputation among male adventurers. If there's anything wrong with this, consider it my own setting. The author's values don't allow for selling one's body. Moreover, the succubus race was often discriminated against in human society. If he could provide them with a place to live without discrimination, he might be able to persuade them to join Axel. More importantly, Kazuma's eyes lit up. If the succubi move away, will the adventurers who rely on their dream services follow them? After all, a place where you can have beautiful dreams every day is much more attractive than a place where you fight giant toads every day. Thinking of this, Kazuma accelerated. He had to act quickly. Taking advantage of the night, while Aqua and the others were still obsessed with Kamen Rider, he had to complete this poaching mission without anyone noticing. Half an hour later, the ride striker stopped in a forest outside the city of Axel. Kazuma got off, covered the bike with tree branches, then changed into the black cloak he had prepared in advance, put on the hood, and covered most of his face. He checked the Ziku driver and Maru at his waist, confirmed his equipment was complete, then took a deep breath and walked towards the city wall. The guards of the city of Axel were much stricter than usual. Guards patrolled the walls at regular intervals, and the light of the magic detection barrier flickered in the night. But this couldn't stump Kazuma. He had learned stealth skills. Infiltrating a city wasn't difficult for him. He waited for the gap in the guard rotation, activated his stealth skill, and his figure merged into the shadows like a ghost, silently climbing over the wall and landing in a dim alley inside the city. The succubus shop was located in the entertainment district of the city of Axel, where taverns, casinos, and various special service establishments gathered. Although it was late at night, the streets were still brightly lit. Drunken adventurers were walking with their arms around each other, talking and laughing loudly, and the air was filled with the smell of alcohol and cheap perfume. Kazuma lowered his hood, avoided the crowd, and arrived in front of the shop. He pushed the door open, and the bell on the door made a crisp sound. The interior light was soft, the decoration was cozy, and a faint incense drifted in the air, making people feel relaxed as soon as they walked in. A mature and charming succubus sat at the front desk. Seeing Kazuma walk in, she revealed a professional smile. "Welcome to the land of beautiful dreams. Is this the guest's first time here?" Kazuma walked to the front desk and lowered his voice. "I'm looking for shop owner." The succubus was stunned for a moment, then became alert. "May I ask what business the guest has?" "The shop owner, she. I have important business to discuss with her." The succubus hesitated for a moment and nodded. "Please wait a moment, I will go notify her." A few minutes later, Kazuma was led into an elegant reception room. A succubus dressed appropriately with an elegant temperament sat on the sofa. She was the shop owner of this shop. She looked to be about 30 years old, still charming, with a hint of fatigue in her eyes that was hard to detect. This guest, shop owner, made a "please sit" gesture. "You said you had something to discuss?" May I ask who you are? Kazuma took off his hood, revealing his true face. Shop owner's pupils shrank. Soto Kazuma? That. Demon King. It's me. Kazuma admitted frankly, Shop owner, I've heard a lot about you. Shop owner quickly regained her composure and smiled. I didn't expect the Demon King to visit in person. I wonder what you want with me? If you want to experience our services, I can arrange the best succubus for you. No, I'm not here to experience the services. Kazuma shook his head. I'm here to poach. Poach? Shop owner raised an eyebrow. That's right. Kazuma looked directly into her eyes. I want to invite you and your clansmen to join my Demon King's castle, Waxel. Shop owner was stunned, then laughed. Demon King, you're joking, right? We're running our business just fine here. Why would we go to your Demon King's castle? Because here, you can only ever be special service providers. Kazuma hit the nail on the head. No matter how formal or professional your services are, in the eyes of humans, succubi will always be a low-class race. How many of your customers truly respect you? And how many just treat you as tools to vent their desires, even if you don't provide that kind of service? Shop owner's smile froze. Kazuma's words poked at the deepest pain in her heart. In Axel, Kazuma continued, there is no discrimination, no prejudice. Crimson Demon Clan, liches, goddesses, demons, all races live in peace. Your services will be regarded as a legitimate profession there. Moreover, I will give you the best treatment, independent residential areas, professional facilities, and also, dignity. Dignity. Shop owner muttered and repeated, a flicker of hesitation flashing in her eyes. Not only that, Kazuma struck while the iron was hot, my goal is, one day, to empty out the entire city of Axel, of course, in a peaceful way. Shop owner fell silent. She looked at Kazuma, this boy who was wanted by the kingdom and known as the Demon King. His eyes were clear, his tone was sincere, and he didn't seem to be lying. I need to discuss this with my clansmen. She finally said. Of course. Kazuma nodded, I'll give you 3 days. After 3 days, I'll come again. If you agree, I'll arrange for someone to pick you up. When he left the succubus shop, it was already 2 in the morning. Kazuma was in a great mood. This poaching went more smoothly than he imagined. If the succubi agreed to join, it would not only complete the task of poaching a faction, but also lay the foundation for the next step of poaching the Adventurers Guild. He put his hood back on and prepared to return the way he came. Just as he walked out of the alley where the succubus shop was located, he bumped into 2 people. 2 people he didn't want to see at this moment. Princess Alice and her maid Claire. All 3 were stunned at the same time. Alice was wearing simple casual clothes with a veil on her face. It was obvious she had just arrived here. Claire was also dressed as an ordinary adventurers. They seemed to have just come out from somewhere too. Oni-chan. Alice's eyes widened, looking at Kazuma in disbelief. Kazuma's heart skipped a beat. It's over. Why did I have to meet her at this time? Soto Kazuma. Claire drew her sword instantly, blocking in front of Alice. How dare you sneak into the city of Axel? Kazuma didn't have time to explain and turned to run. Absolutely cannot talk to Alice. If the system judged this as a Lolican contact, he wouldn't be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Stop! Claire shouted and chased after him. Oni-chan! Wait! Alice also chased after him, holding up her skirt. Kazuma didn't look back and ran wildly in the narrow streets of the city of Axel. He activated his stealth skill, his figure weaving through the shadows, trying to shake off the 2 people behind him. But Claire was a top knight of the kingdom, and although Alice was not good at fighting, her stamina was not bad, and the 2 pursued relentlessly. Oni-chan! Why are you running? Alice's voice was filled with tears. I just want to talk to you. Kazuma gritted his teeth and said nothing. He couldn't speak, couldn't stop, couldn't have any interaction. That bastard of a system must be monitoring his every move. Soto Kazuma. If you run again, I'll call the guards. Claire threatened. Kazuma turned a deaf ear. He turned into a narrower alley and then used his stealth skill. Kazuma took the opportunity to climb over a low wall, landed on another street, then deactivated his ability, and continued running wildly. Disappeared. Claire chased to the end of the alley, found that Kazuma had disappeared, and stomped her feet in anger. Oni-chan. Alice stopped, looking at the empty street, tears streaming down her face. Why won't you see me? In the distance, Kazuma hid behind a trash can, panting heavily. After confirming that Alice and Claire hadn't caught up, he breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, almost got caught. He couldn't imagine what would happen if he was caught by Alice. Maybe he would soften, stop, and talk to her, and then he would be labeled a lolicon by the system. No, I must leave here quickly. Kazuma stood up and snuck towards the direction of the city wall. Half an hour later, he successfully climbed over the city wall, found the hidden ride striker, started the engine, and sped off in the direction of Axel. The night wind blew away his anxiety, but Alice's Oni-chan with a crying voice echoed in his mind for a long time. Sorry, Alice. He whispered to himself, now is not the time. P.S. Readers who are interested in the development of the novel can join the reader group. The future development of this book is basically discussed with you readers. The little author will also try his best to meet the requirements of the readers. Chapter 44, Inviting the Wolf into the House. Soto Kazuma, shrouded in night dew and the faint scent of succubus incense, stealthily scaled the walls of Axel. He had just landed and hadn't even had time to brush the grass from his cloak when two figures blocked his path from left and right. On the left was Aqua, hands on her hips, sniffing incessantly like a puppy, her blue eyes wide. On the right was Chris, standing with arms crossed, her gaze sharp as a blade. Kazuma. Aqua pointed at him, her voice piercing enough to rupture eardrums. You smell. It's the smell of a succubus. You went to Axel City in the middle of the night, didn't you? Don't tell me you went to one of those disreputable places. Chris didn't speak, but her eyes clearly said, explain. Kazuma's heart skipped a beat. He had been careless. He was so focused on shaking off Alice that he forgot to get rid of the scent on him. The incense from the succubus shop had a calming effect, its scent was unique and long-lasting, impossible to hide from a goddess's nose. Whom? Well. Kazuma forced a dry laugh, trying to bluff his way through. I went to survey the market. Survey the market. Aqua raised her voice. What market is there to survey at a succubus shop? Surveying how to make people have wet dreams. Keep your voice down. Kazuma quickly covered her mouth, looking around warily. Do you want the whole city to know? Let go of me. Aqua broke free, puffing out her cheeks angrily. You have to explain clearly today. Otherwise, I'll tell Megumin and Darkness that you went to patronize succubi. I didn't patronize anyone. Kazuma panicked. I went to discuss serious business. What serious business requires going to a succubus shop to discuss? Chris finally spoke, her voice cool. Kazuma sighed, knowing he couldn't hide it any longer. He looked around, confirming no Crimson Demon clan members were nearby, and lowered his voice. All right, I'll tell you. I want to move the succubus shop from Axel City, relocate the entire thing here. Aqua and Chris both froze. And move it here. Aqua thought she misheard, move the succubus shop to Axel? Kazuma, has your brain been knocked silly by a slime? I'm perfectly clear-headed. Kazuma's expression turned serious. Listen, this is for Axel's development. We need more population, more unique services. The succubus shop doesn't sell physical services, it only provides pleasant dreams. It's a legitimate, healthy entertainment industry. Besides, succubi face discrimination in human society. If we can offer them an equal environment, they'll definitely be willing to join. But Aqua frowned. This is the Demon King's castle. Bringing succubi here, wouldn't that be too much? Too much what? Kazuma raised an eyebrow. Too evil? Too depraved? Aqua, don't forget, this is the Demon King's castle. Not a church. Why does it need to be so pure? And their service is just giving people pleasant dreams. The life energy they absorb is minuscule, it doesn't harm the body at all. I've already discussed it with shop owner Ling. After they move here, they'll renovate the shop to a normal style, and their attire won't be as revealing as it is in Axel. Chris was silent for a moment, then asked, "Are you sure they're willing to come? And that they won't cause trouble?" "Sure." Kazuma nodded. Shop owner Ling is already wavering. She said she needs to discuss it with her clan. She'll give me an answer in 3 days. As for trouble, what trouble could there be? The kingdom army can't attack us here. And, if the succubi come, those adventurers who rely on their dream services might follow. Then our population will grow even more. You're crazy! Aqua shrieked, let those adventurers who are always thinking about wet dreams come to the Demon King's castle. Kazuma, have you been bewitched by a succubus? I haven't. Kazuma roared, this is strategy. It's development. Understand. Axel can't just have the Crimson Demon clan. We need diversity. We need an economy. We need appeal. I disagree. Aqua crossed her arms, huffing angrily, I'm telling Megumin and Darkness, we'll oppose it together. Go ahead. Kazuma was also furious, but this is a notice, not a discussion. I'm the Demon King, what I say goes in Axel. You? All right, stop arguing. Chris cut them off. Kazuma, this matter does indeed have risks. But if you insist, we can wait and see. However, you must guarantee that once the succubi arrive, they must follow our rules and not cause any trouble. Don't worry, I've already discussed it with shop owner Ling. Kazuma sighed in relief, at least Chris wasn't completely opposed. Aqua wanted to say more, but Chris stopped her with a look. That afternoon, Kazuma gathered all the core members, Aqua, Megumin, Darkness, Chris, Whis, Union, and the Crimson Demon clan leader, Sylvia, and announced his decision to introduce succubi. As expected, aside from Whis and Sylvia who abstained, everyone else voiced opposition. Kazuma, are you serious? Megumin looked incredulous, bring succubi here? What would this place become? The Demon King's castle or a red light district? What depravity? Darkness breathed heavily, but there was a hint of excitement in her eyes. You're not thinking of anything inappropriate, are you? Kazuma interrupted her, listen, this is for Axel's development. We need population, we need unique industries. The succubi's pleasant dream service is a legitimate profession, no different from Wiz's magic item shop or Aqua's brewing workshop. It's completely different. Aqua protested, my wine is sacred. The succubi's dreams are filthy. How are they filthy? Kazuma retorted, they give people pleasant dreams, relieve stress, improve sleep. That's much healthier than drinking. And I've already negotiated the terms. After they arrive, their attire will be conservative, the shop will be proper, and they'll only provide sleep aid services. You're opposing this out of prejudice. It's not prejudice. Megumin slammed the table, it's principle. Axel is our home. We can't let a place like that pollute it. Home. Kazuma sneered, our home is a Demon King's castle wanted by the kingdom. It's a place where a bunch of Chinibya stay up all night watching Kamen Rider. Where even the city walls glow red. And now you're talking about the pollution? It's too late for that. Everyone was left speechless. In short, Kazuma stood up, looking around at everyone, I've decided. The succubi must come. This is for Axel's future. The room fell dead silent. No one spoke, but the opposing gazes remained intense. Kazuma sighed, his tone softening, I know what you're worried about. But I promise, I will manage them strictly. If they dare cause any trouble, I'll kick them out immediately. Is that acceptable? Finally, after a mix of Kazuma's firmness and persuasion, everyone reluctantly agreed to wait and see. After the meeting, Kazuma sought out Vani. The Archduke of Demons was sitting on a bench by the plaza, eating a donut while watching the Crimson Demon clan's clumsy attempts at imitating Kamen Rider. Vani, Kazuma sat down beside him, I need a favor. Oh. Vani adjusted his mask, a playful glint flashing in his red eyes. Demon King kid, have you finally decided to do something befitting of a Demon King? You could say that. Kazuma explained his succubus migration plan. In 3 days, I need your help. Use your teleportation magic to bring all the succubi to Axel in one go. There are quite a few of them, about 20 or 30. A normal teleportation circle can't handle it. Teleporting succubi. Vani laughed, interesting. But, Demon King kid, are you sure about this? That goddess of water of yours seems quite unhappy. I can't worry about that now. Kazuma gritted his teeth, it's necessary. And don't you like watching amusing spectacles? With succubi here, there will definitely be plenty of those. Ha ha, true enough. Vani stood up, brushing sugar powder from his clothes. Deal. In 3 days, I'll help you welcome the succubi. However, as for the fee. Fee. Kazuma's heart tightened. How much? Not money. Vani leaned closer, his red eyes glowing beneath the mask. I want you to promise me one thing. Whenever anything interesting happens in Axel in the future, I get priority viewing rights. Deal. 3 days later, evening. In Axel's plaza, Kazuma, Vani, and the core members, except for a certain blue-haired goddess of water sulking, had gathered. Vani drew a massive teleportation circle on the ground. Mana surged, and purplish-black light illuminated half the plaza. Ready? Vani asked. Ready. Kazuma nodded. Vani snapped his fingers. The teleportation circle blazed with light, space distorted, and over 30 figures appeared out of thin air. It was the entire staff of the succubus shop from Axel City, led by shop owner Ling. The succubi were dressed in the normal attire Kazuma had requested. Long-sleeved shirts, long skirts, and shawls. They looked no different from ordinary human women, save for a pair of small demon horns and slender tails. They looked around curiously, their eyes filled with both unease and anticipation. Welcome to Axel. Kazuma stepped forward and said to shop owner Ling, Shop owner Ling, you've had a long journey. You flatter me, Demon King. Shop owner Ling gave a slight bow. Thank you for giving us this opportunity. This place is better than I imagined. It will get even better. Kazuma smiled, then turned to Whis behind him. Whis, take them to register, then arrange their accommodations. All housing is free for new residents. It's a benefit. Why yes. Whis nodded hastily and led the succubi away to handle the check-in procedures. The succubi followed Whis curiously, chatting softly among themselves. They were full of curiosity about this Demon King's castle, especially the glowing black walls and those strangely dressed, Chunibuide Crimson Demon clan members. Kazuma watched their departing backs and sighed in relief. Step 1. Complete. But he didn't notice that at the very end of the succubi procession, 2 succubi seemed particularly out of place, though they also wore conservative attire and had demon horns. Their posture and aura were different from the real succubi. They were Alice and Claire, disguised as succubi. Alice kept her head down, a veil covering most of her face, but her blue eyes peered through the crowd, fixed intently on Kazuma's back. Oni-chan. She murmured in her heart, you really are doing something dangerous. Claire nervously held Alice's hand, whispering, Princess, this place is too dangerous. We should hurry back. No. Alice shook her head, I want to see what Oni-chan is really trying to do. She blended in with the succubi and followed Whis towards the residential area. No one noticed that the princess of the kingdom of Belzerg had infiltrated the Demon King's castle. And Kazuma was still congratulating himself on his brilliant decision. All right, the succubi are settled. Next is the Adventurers Guild. He muttered to himself, completely unaware that even greater trouble had quietly arrived. Chapter 45, A Day in the Life of a Real Scum. Disguised as succubi, Alice and Claire moved into a newly built two-story wooden house arranged by Wheeze. The wooden house was located between the Crimson Demon Clan residential area and the core members' residential area. It was secluded but had a good view. Through the window, they could see the places Kazuma frequently visited. Early the next morning, Alice pulled Claire along to begin their secret observation of Kazuma. "Princess, is this really okay?" Claire looked around nervously. "What if we're discovered?" "We won't be discovered." Alice was full of confidence, trusting her disguise magic. She had learned it from the Royal Mags. Although it couldn't compare to Chris's thief skills, it was enough to fool ordinary people. Besides, I just want to see what kind of life Onii-chan is living here. The two hid behind the curtains on the second floor of the wooden house, observing the movements outside with binoculars. At 7 in the morning, Kazuma walked out of his house yawning, followed by a resentful-looking Aqua. "It's all your fault." "Kazuma." Aqua puffed out her cheeks. "You just had to bring in succubi. Now look, the whole city is saying the Demon King is obsessed with beauty and wants to turn Axel into a city of depravity." "Shut up," Kazuma said irritably. "What's wrong with succubi? They don't steal or rob, they earn their living through their own skills. That's much better than you, hanging around all day eating and waiting to die." "Who are you calling a useless loafer?" Aqua bristled. "I am a goddess. I am the spiritual pillar of Axel." "Spiritual pillar?" "More like the idiot pillars. Kazuma's sharp tongue remained unchanged. "Who was it that blew up the brewery again yesterday?" "Oh, it was you." "Barker, ha 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 ha." That was an accident." Aqua's face turned red, and tears welled up in her eyes. "Kazuma, you're too much. I'm running away from home." "Go ahead, no one's stopping you." Kazuma put his hands in his pockets with an indifferent look. "But before you go, pay back the money you owe me. Million Eris, thank you." "Wah!" Aqua finally broke down, squatting on the ground and wailing loudly. Tears gushed out like a fountain, forming a small puddle at her feet. "Kazuma, you bully! I didn't do it on purpose." "Cry, keep crying." Kazuma crossed his arms and watched coldly. "Tears won't drown anyone. Who are you putting on a show for?" Seeing this scene through the binoculars, Alice couldn't help but laugh. Onii-chan is still the same, sharp-tongued but soft-hearted. Look, even though he's scolding her harshly, there's no malice in his eyes at all. Claire face-palmed. "Princess, no matter how you look at it, that's just one-sided bullying." "It's not." Alice shook her head. "That's just their unique way of getting along." Sure enough, despite his scolding, Kazuma eventually sighed and pulled a handkerchief from his pocket, handing it to Aqua. Fine, stop crying, you look hideous." "So what if the brewery blew up?" "We'll just build another one. I'll pay for it." Aqua snatched the handkerchief, blew her nose, and cried even harder, but this time with a hint of spoiled whining. Then you also have to buy me new brewing equipment. The best kind." Fine, I'll buy it," Kazuma said helplessly. "Honestly, what sin did I commit in my past life to end up with a teammate like you?" Aqua smiled through her tears and stood up, patting her skirt. "That's more like it." Watching this, Alice's lips curled up unconsciously. "See, I told you Onii-chan is actually very kind." "Claire, does the princess have some misunderstanding about the definition of a kind?" At 9 in the morning, Kazuma met darkness at the training ground. The Night Lady was wearing light leather armor and practicing swordsmanship. Her eyes lit up when she saw Kazuma. "Kazuma! You've come at the perfect time," Darkness said excitedly. "Spar with me. Let me witness the power of the Demon King." "Pass." Kazuma waved his hand. "Talk to me when you can actually hit someone." "How could you?" Darkness blushed. "I will hit you. And if you can hit me, I would be very happy." "Darkness, your masochism is acting up again," Kazuma teased. "But I don't have time today. I'm going to accompany Megumin to release some steam." "To release some steam?" Darkness was startled. "Is it explosion magic? I want to see too." "Whatever." Kazuma shrugged. "Just don't get too close, or you'll get caught in the blast." Alice and Claire quietly followed the three of them. They came to an open wasteland outside the city. Megumin excitedly held up her staff. Finally, I can release my explosion magic again. I can't hold it back anymore." Megumin had already struck a pose, staff held high, her red eyes gleaming with excitement. Explosion! Layer upon layer of a massive red magic circle expanded. Moments later, a mushroom cloud slowly rose into the sky, and a shockwave swept through the surroundings. Kazuma was prepared and hid behind a giant rock, remaining unscathed. Darkness, however, was standing too close and was blown away by the shockwave, landing face first in the dirt, but with a satisfied smile on her face. What power? Kazuma, again! Again your head! Kazuma cursed and walked over to Megumin. The Crimson Demon Girl was slumped on the ground due to mana exhaustion, lacking even the strength to stand. "Honestly, it's like this every time." Kazuma sighed, knelt down, and took Megumin onto his back. Megumin lay limp against his back, her arms hanging weakly over his chest. Kazuma adjusted his posture, supporting her thighs with his hands and hoisting her up. This movement inevitably caused Megumin's chest to press against Kazuma's back, rubbing gently with his steps. Megumin let out an unconscious moan, her cheeks slightly flushed, but she didn't resist, or rather, she had no strength to resist. Alice saw it clearly through the binoculars. Kazuma's hands unintentionally brushed against the inside of Megumin's thighs, and his back accidentally rubbed against her chest. The movements were subtle but practiced. He was clearly a repeat offender. Oni-chan, Alice's face also turned red. Is he doing that on purpose? Claire was expressionless. Princess, on purpose doesn't even begin to describe it. That is sexual harassment. However, Kazuma seemed completely unaware of how perverted his behavior was, complaining as he walked, "You are so heavy, Megumin. You should go on a diet." "I don't want to," Megumin retorted weakly. "I am at a standard weight." In the afternoon, Kazuma went to Wiz's newly opened magic item shop. Calling it a shop was a stretch. It was more like a small workshop filled with various bizarre magic items, most of which were failures. "Kazuma-san." Wiz's eyes lit up when she saw Kazuma. "You've come at the perfect time. I've developed a new magic item. Take a look." She pulled out something that looked like a hairdryer and pressed the switch. A blast of strong wind blew out, turning Kazuma's hair into a bird's nest. "Phut!" Kazuma spat out the hair in his mouth. "Wiz, besides blowing hair, what else can this thing do?" It can also blow up balloons," Wiz said weakly. Kazuma was speechless. "Forget it, I'll play along with you." The two began to test various magic items in the shop. Some sprayed water, some emitted light, and some exploded. Every time she failed, Wiz would look apologetic, while Kazuma would complain while helping her clean up the mess. Occasionally, Kazuma would accidentally touch Wiz's hand or unintentionally put his arm around her waist. Although Wiz blushed, she didn't resist. "Kazuma-san, you're so kind," Wiz said softly. "Well, I am the Demon King." Kazuma grinned. Taking care of my subordinates is only natural. In the evening, Kazuma met Chris in the plaza. Chris was practicing her stealth and steal skills. When she saw Kazuma, she offered to spar. Kazuma, let's see if your steal skill has improved. Chris said. Sure, time to show you my true strength. Kazuma cracked his knuckles. Come at me. HMPH, just try it. Chris looked directly at Kazuma. A light flashed as Kazuma activated the steal skill. The next second, he had something in his hand, a pair of white, lace-trimmed, pantsu. The air froze. Chris's face turned beet red instantly. She instinctively covered herself, tears welling up. Kazuma. Give them back. My pantsu. An accident, purely an accident. Kazuma gave a forced laugh, pretending to return the pantsu. Give them back. Chris reached out to grab them. But Kazuma suddenly felt playful. He held the pantsu over his head and began swinging them around while laughing. You want them? Come and get them then. Kazuma. You're too much. Chris was both embarrassed and furious, and her tears finally fell. Give them back right now. I won't. What are you going to do about it? Kazuma continued swinging them, even leaning closer to Chris. Come on, try and take them. Chris stomped her feet in anger but couldn't reach them no matter what. The surrounding Crimson Demons saw this and began cheering. The Demon King is mighty. We must learn from the Demon King. Alice saw this through the binoculars, her face turning even redder. Oh Nii-chan, how could he do that? Claire was already numb. Princess, perverted doesn't even begin to describe it. This is a deviant. At night, Kazuma began his projector offense and defense battles with the Crimson Demon clan. This time, he hid the projector under Aqua's bed and even set magic traps. However, the Crimson Demons were prepared. They sent an elite squad that used various bizarre spells to disable the traps and successfully stole the projector. When Kazuma found out, he stomped his feet in rage and shouted in the plaza, "You Chinibya brats! Just you wait! Tomorrow I'll lock the projector inside the Demon God machine and see how you steal it then." The Crimson Demons cheered from inside the barrier, "Demon King! Tomorrow again! We have already prepared a new cracking plan. Kamen Riders never say die." Alice put down the binoculars and rubbed her sore eyes. She had observed Kazuma all day long, from morning to night, from bickering to carrying someone, from playing around to stealing pantsu, from accompanying Megumin to release explosion magic to battling wits with the Crimson Demons. "Claire," she said softly, "do you think Oni-chan has changed?" Claire was silent for a moment before answering, "Princess, if I may be blunt, Mr. Soto Kazuma hasn't changed a bit. He's still just as perverted, just as unreliable, and just as fond of taking advantage of girls." But Alice smiled, a complex expression on her face. "That Oni-chan is the real Oni-chan, isn't he? He didn't become cold and heartless because he became the Demon King, nor did he abandon his companions because he's a wanted man. He's still taking care of the people around him in his own way, even if that way is a bit strange." "Princess," Claire started to say something but stopped. Besides, Alice looked out the window. In the plaza, Kazuma was shouting at the Crimson Demons from a distance, Aqua was fanning the flames nearby, Megumin and Darkness were watching the drama, Whis and Chris were trying to mediate, and Union was pouring tea for everyone. Look, everyone is happy. This kind of life, although chaotic, is very warm, isn't it? Claire looked at the lively scene outside, then at the gently smiling Alice beside her, and sighed softly. "Princess, you are truly too kind. Alice lowered her head, her cheeks slightly red, "Don't want to lose the Oni-chan I know best, my Oni-chan." Claire thought to herself, that damn Kazuma. I see it now. You're not a Demon King, you're a Harem King. What kind of drug did you give Lady Alice? Outside, Kazuma was still arguing with the Crimson Demons. In the middle of the argument, he suddenly sneezed. Achoo! Who's talking about me? It must be Aqua, the Crimson Demons jeered. Nonsense! I am not! Aqua retorted. Then it's Megumin. It's not me either. Noisy and full of laughter. The knights in Axel were, as always, lively. And the princess, disguised as a succubus, watched all of this quietly, her eyes full of nostalgia and a trace of hard-to-detect envy. Chapter 46, A Game of Words. Inside the Demon King's castle council chamber in Axel, the atmosphere was heavy. Calling it a council chamber was a stretch. In reality, it was just a slightly larger wooden hut with a long table in the center, surrounded by a few crude wooden chairs. On the walls hung a map of Axel, along with several hand-drawn Demon King's castle blueprints by the Crimson Demon clan. There weren't many people attending the meeting, but they were all core members: Kazuma, Aqua, Megumin, Darkness, Chris, Wheeze, Yunyun, Sylvia, and special guest Varney. Everyone. Kazuma cleared his throat and spoke first. The relocation of the succubi is complete. They have settled in well in Axel and haven't caused any trouble. This proves that our population introduction plan is feasible. Next, we will proceed to the second step of the plan, abducting all members of the Adventurers Guild in the city of Axel. Phut! Aqua spat out the water she had just taken a sip of. Cough, cough. Kazuma, are you serious? Abducting the entire Adventurers Guild? And what about those adventurers who do nothing but drink and fight all day? What if they don't want to come? That's why we need strategy. Kazuma was confident. We definitely can't just snatch them by force, we need to attract them with benefits. However, this time, we're going to engage in some false advertising. False advertising? Megumin raised an eyebrow. Ahem, that's called a vision. Kazuma said without blushing or skipping a beat. This time it's different. We are going to tailor a benefit policy specifically for the needs of adventurers. He took out a piece of paper covered in dense text. Axel Adventurers Benefit Policy, Draft. 1. Housing benefit. All adventurers who join Axel will be provided with a free, fully furnished house. 2. Quest benefit. A daily basic quest subsidy of 1,000 eris, with additional rewards for completing quests, and a minimum of 100,000 eris for S-rank quests. 3. Equipment benefit. Free equipment repair and upgrade services, with regular distribution of magic potions and scrolls. 4. Medical benefit. Significant discounts on disease treatment, with the option to pay after treatment. 5. Entertainment benefit. Unlimited supply of bubble wine, roasted whole pig, and donuts, free viewing of the complete Cayman Rider series, and regular dances and tournaments. 6. Special benefit. Provision of sweet dreams service, handled by a professional succubus team to aid sleep, calm the mind, and relieve stress. Everyone looked at this benefit list, their expressions varying. Free housing, free medical care, unlimited bubble wine. Darkness's breathing quickened. How generous! This is practically better treatment than the kingdom's night order. Free equipment repair. Wheeze muttered quietly. Wouldn't that mean my magic item shop will lose money? Unlimited bubble wine. Aqua's eyes lit up, ignoring all other clauses. Is that true, Kazuma? Is there really unlimited bubble wine? Can I drink it for free? Of course. Kazuma smiled. However, this wine isn't free. Adventurers need to complete a certain quota of quests to enjoy the benefits. Then what about me? Aqua pointed at herself. I've helped out so much, I want to drink too. You? Kazuma glanced at her. Apart from drinking and causing trouble every day, what contribution have you made? How have I not contributed? Aqua protested. I'm responsible for purifying water sources. Responsible for healing the wounded. Responsible for bringing joy to everyone. Joy? Kazuma sneered. Do you mean the kind of joy from blowing up the brewery, destroying the vegetable fields, and acting spoiled with your teammates? That was an accident. Aqua's face flushed red. Anyway, I want to drink unlimited bubble wine too. Fine. Kazuma nodded. As long as you work seriously every day and don't cause trouble, I'll let you drink. Really? Aqua jumped up in excitement. It's a deal. From today on, I'm going to drink my fill. Wait, Kazuma called out to her. I only said there was unlimited bubble wine, I didn't say it was free for you. Besides, isn't the bubble wine reserve in Axel under your management? If you want to drink, can't you just take it yourself? The smile on Aqua's face froze instantly, then collapsed as she let out a disdainful, TCH. TCH your head. Kazuma roared. What kind of attitude is that? It's good enough that I'm letting you drink, and you're still being picky. HMPH. Aqua sat down angrily, crossing her arms. Stingy Kazuma. All right, stop arguing. Chris interrupted the two. Kazuma, this benefit list, most of it can't be fulfilled, right? Free housing, where would we get that many houses? Free medical care, although Aqua's purification magic is powerful, it can't be used infinitely. Unlimited bubble wine, the wine Aqua brews isn't enough to drink. An equipment repair, Wiz's shop is too small, she wouldn't be able to handle it. I know. Kazuma nodded. That's why I said it's false advertising. Trick them into coming first. Once they arrive and realize the benefits have shrunk, they won't be able to leave. The Adventurers Guild is a massive organization with a professional quest distribution system, a mature adventurers training system, and abundant resources and intelligence networks. If we can move them here, Axel's strength will take a qualitative leap. You'll understand when you become the Crimson Demon clan chief in the future. Besides, Varney suddenly spoke up, his red eyes glowing beneath his mask. There are quite a few interesting people in the Adventurers Guild. For example, that receptionist lady who is always smiling, this is simply because her resentment is so great that it caught Varney's attention, and that blonde boy wearing red clothes definitely aren't simple. Luna. Kazuma thought of a guild receptionist who always smiled gently but was merciless when it came to making snarky comments. She is indeed a rare talent. If we could poach her to be responsible for Axel's daily management and quest distribution, that would be perfect. As for that kid Dust, he knows his own ragtag group of friends, doesn't he? They must just be small-time losers. So, what is the plan? Chief Sylvia asked. We can't just charge into the guild and say, come with us, there's unlimited bubble wine to drink, and expect to take people away, right? Of course not. Kazuma shook his head. We need an opportunity. Varney, how are things on your end? Ready at any time. Varney snapped his fingers. I have already spread rumors in the city of Axel, saying that Axel is recruiting adventurers with generous benefits comparable to the kingdom's Knight Order. Now, the entire city of Axel is discussing this matter. Very good. Kazuma nodded. Next, we need a performance. Let the adventurers see Axel's strength and sincerity with their own eyes. A performance. Megumin became interested. What kind of performance? Do you need me to use explosion magic? No, your explosion magic is too loud and prone to causing panic. Kazuma said. We need a friendly exchange. For instance, inviting the adventurers of the city of Axel to visit Axel, letting them see our walls, our facilities, and our benefits with their own eyes. And then? Aqua asked. Then, Kazuma revealed a meaningful smile, let them voluntarily stay. How specifically? Chris pressed. This will require everyone's cooperation. Kazuma looked around at the group. Aqua, you need to show the mercy of a goddess and provide free treatment for some minor injuries and illnesses for the visitors. Leave it to me. Aqua patted her chest. Megumin, you need to show the enthusiasm of the Crimson Demon clan and take them to visit our cultural facilities, such as the Kamen Rider statue, the Sky Wall, and the Succubus Sweet Dream Hall. Although it hasn't been built yet, we can just promise it for now. No problem. Megumin nodded. Darkness, you need to show a knight's heroism and engage in friendly sparring with them, letting them witness Axel's strength. Note, you are only allowed to lose, not win. You must lose in a way that is glorious even in defeat. How humiliating. Darkness's breathing quickened, and she blushed. But since it's Kazuma's order, I will do my best to lose beautifully. Wiz, you need to showcase your magic items to let them know Axel's technological level. Although most are failures, you can occasionally pull out a few decent ones. Okay. Wiz nodded timidly. Chris, you are responsible for intelligence work. Mingle among the visitors and spread messages like the benefits in Axel are real and the adventurers here are living it up. Understood. Chris nodded. Yunyun, you are responsible for reception. Use your gentleness and kindness to let the visitors feel the warmth of Axel. Yes. I will do my best. Yunyun clenched her fists. Chief Sylvia, you are responsible for organizing the Crimson Demon clan. When the visitors arrive, conduct a grand welcome ceremony, for example, collectively shouting Chunibya welcome slogans, or performing some harmless magic. No problem. Sylvia stroked his beard. We, the Crimson Demon clan, are experts at setting the mood. Vani, Kazuma looked at the Archduke of Demons. You are responsible for watching the fun. By the way, if there are any accidents, such as the Kingdom Army coming to cause trouble, you will resolve them. With pleasure. Vani smiled. As for me, Kazuma stood up, resting his hands on the table, and looked around at everyone. I will personally receive them in the capacity of Demon King and show them the bright future of Axel. So, everyone, Kazuma raised his voice. The plan is called Great Adventurer's Migration, and the action time is 3 days from now. The target, emptying the Adventurers Guild in the city of Axel. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. The meeting ended, and everyone left the council chamber one after another. Aqua walked last, pulled Kazuma aside, and asked quietly, Kazuma, about that unlimited bubble wine, really can't you let me drink it for free? No. Kazuma said firmly. TCH. Aqua made a disdainful sound again. Try think one more time. Kazuma glared at her. TCH, TCH, TCH. Aqua made a face and turned to run away. You stop right there. Kazuma chased after her. Outside the council chamber, the sounds of the two chasing and play-fighting could be heard. Megumin watched their backs and sighed, these two, really? They get along so well. Yunyun said with a smile. How is that getting along well? Megumin covered her face with her hand. Axel's adventurer's abduction plan was officially launched. 3 days later, a carefully planned performance would take place at the Demon King's castle. And the adventurers of the city of Axel were still completely unaware of it. Chapter 47, It's over, Oni-chan has truly fallen to evil. Axel City, Adventurers Guild Hall. The hall, usually bustling and noisy, was now filled with an indescribable low pressure. Ever since the succubi collectively disappeared, the male adventurers of this city seemed to be suffering from collective withdrawal symptoms. There were no longer drunk men at the bar bragging about their sweet dreams, and the foolish, lingering laughter in the corners had also vanished. Replacing them were sighs one after another and the dull echo of glasses clinking. Sigh, where on earth did shop owner take the girls? A bearded adventurer lay on the table, listlessly stirring the ale in his glass. A night without sweet dreams is like a stew without salt, completely tasteless. I heard they were kidnapped by that new Demon King. A tall, thin adventurer next to him replied, that's Soto Kazuma. That kid built something called Axel and took both the Crimson Demon clan and the succubi over there. Axel? Is that the place with the 100-meter-high black walls? I heard they play those tricks every day where people transform and shout slogans. What's it called? Kamen Rider. Exactly. I heard someone say that every night there is like a festival, a bunch of people going crazy at the wall, shouting things like Henshin and Rider Kick the Dot. TSK, a bunch of lunatics. The bearded man shook his head, but a trace of imperceptible envy flashed in his eyes. The people in the hall chatted aimlessly. Besides the departure of the succubi, there was another change that made them feel uncomfortable. That explosion magic that used to ring out outside the city on time every day, shaking the windows, had been silent for several months. Come to think of it, I haven't seen that girl Megumin in a long time, the tall, thin man suddenly said. I used to hear that loud bang every afternoon, although it was noisy, at least I knew she was still alive. Now that it's suddenly gone, it feels quite strange. And that idiot goddess Aqua, although annoying, at least she could bring some fun to everyone. The bearded man smiled bitterly. Darkness too, although she's a masochist, she's at least a reliable meat shield. Now that they've all left, the guild feels a lot lonelier. Yeah. The tall, thin man sighed. Even though they were always causing trouble, without them, Axel City seems to be missing something. This feeling of nostalgia reached its peak a few days later. A grassroots advertisement about Axel recruiting adventurers quietly spread through the city, with content so exaggerated it was staggering: free luxury apartments, unlimited bubble wine, personal healing by the goddess, and even sweet dream service. Really? Unlimited bubble wine? Goddess healing? That's too absurd. It must be fake. That Soto Kazuma, notorious for being a scumbag, is definitely lying. But what if it's true? I heard that after the Crimson Demon clan went over there, they've been living quite comfortably. Even if it is true, it's still the Demon King's castle. Going there means becoming an enemy of the kingdom. I don't want to be a wanted man. The adventurers discussed it heatedly, some sneered, some were skeptical, and some were tempted. Especially those adventurers who had interacted with the Kazuma's party, were living unsatisfactorily, or simply wanted a change of environment, began to secretly inquire about news of Axel. However, just as everyone was hesitating, time quietly passed. Because Kazuma had spent the whole night watching Kamen Rider with the Crimson Demon clan, he slept until the afternoon of the day the mission deadline expired. Oh no! Only 1 hour left. Kazuma sprang up from the bed, scrambled to put on his clothes, and rushed out of the room. Varney! Help! He found the Archduke of Demons, who was leisurely drinking tea. Quick! Use your teleportation circle to send me to Axel City. The mission is about to fail. Varney slowly put down his teacup. Demon King Kid, in such a rush? I thought you had given up. Give up my foot. Hurry. A few minutes later, a purple-black teleportation circle lit up on the plaza of Axel. Kazuma rushed into the teleportation circle, his figure disappearing into the light. Axel City, Adventurers Guild Hall. Just then, the air in the center of the hall suddenly distorted, a silver light flashed, and the figure of Soto Kazuma appeared out of thin air. Cough, cough. Kazuma felt a wave of nausea from the teleportation dizziness. After barely managing to stand steady, he looked around and saw those familiar yet strange faces in the hall. Kazuma? Luna exclaimed, the files in her hand scattering all over the floor. How did you get here? The adventurers in the hall were also stunned. They stood up one after another, looking at this Demon King vigilantly. Everyone, long time no see. Kazuma took a deep breath, trying to look calm and collected. Long story short, I'm here to recruit you. Axel, my Demon King's castle, is now officially extending an invitation to all of you. As for the benefits, I'm sure you've all heard: free housing, unlimited bubble wine, goddess healing, sweet dream service, it's all true. The adventurers looked at each other, no one speaking. I know you all have concerns, Kazuma continued. worried about being wanted by the kingdom, worried about being treated as cannon fodder after going there. But I can guarantee that Axel is a free, equal, and inclusive place. The Crimson Demon clan, succubi, liches, goddesses, all races live in peace. There, you don't need to curry favor with nobles, you don't need to risk your lives for a bit of bounty, you can truly enjoy life. Still, no one responded. Most adventurers were taking a wait-and-see attitude. After all, joining the Demon King's castle was no small matter. "I'm willing to go," a young voice rang out. Kazuma turned his head to look. It was a young, naive-looking adventurer's. "I believe in Kazuma-senpai. Here, I can only take low-level quests and can't earn any money at all." "I'll go too." Another middle-aged adventurer stood up. "I'm sick of the faces of those nobles. Instead of being mistreated here, I'd rather take a gamble with Kazuma. Count me in." A female adventurer carrying a greatsword said. "I heard darkness is over there, and I want to spar with her." One after another, more than a dozen adventurers stood up. Most of them were acquaintances of the Kazuma's party or low-level adventurers who weren't doing well in Axel City. But more people still chose to remain silent. "Is that all?" Kazuma was a bit disappointed, but time was tight, and he couldn't afford to think too much. "All right, those who are willing to come with me, stand over here." A dozen or so adventurers walked over to Kazuma. Luna stood behind the counter, watching this scene with complex feelings. She didn't want to leave Axel City, her job, her life, and everything she was familiar with were here. Although she had a good relationship with Kazuma and the others, joining the Demon King's castle was too risky. "Luna," Kazuma looked at her. "Aren't you coming?" "I?" Luna bit her lip. "Sorry, Kazuma. I like you guys, but I just want to live an ordinary life. Working here, finding a good man to marry, living a stable life, the life in the Demon King's castle doesn't suit me." Kazuma looked at her, silent for a few seconds, then smiled. "Is that so? That's a pity." He raised his head and looked at the others in the hall. "So, is there anyone else who wants to join? This is the last chance." No one responded. "All right." Kazuma sighed, and then, the smile on his face suddenly became eerie. "Since no one wants to join voluntarily, I have no choice but to use some special methods." As soon as he finished speaking, a huge, complex magic circle suddenly lit up on the ground beneath his feet. A purple-black light instantly enveloped the entire hall, the intense light making it impossible for people to open their eyes. "What? This is teleportation magic. Kazuma, what are you doing?" The adventuress exclaimed, trying to rush out of the range of the magic circle, but an invisible force held them firmly in place. "Sorry, everyone." Kazuma's voice sounded in the light. "But for the future of Axel, I have no choice but to take you away by force." In the next second, the intense light erupted to the extreme. The entire hall was swallowed by the light. Tables, chairs, filing cabinets, quest boards, and even the decorations on the walls were twisted, deformed in the light, and then disappeared. The light lasted for a full 10 seconds. When the intense light dissipated, the hall was empty. No, it wasn't completely empty. There were still dozens of adventurers left in place. They were the ones who didn't want to go. At this moment, they stared at everything in front of them, dumbfounded, their minds blank. In the hall, except for them, there was nothing. No tables, no chairs, no counters, no files, no Luna. Where is Miss Luna?" An adventurer exclaimed. She was teleported away. Kazuma took her too. And those adventurers who were willing to go, they're all gone. Tables. Chairs. Even the bar counter is gone. What is this? Robbery? The hall was in chaos. The remaining adventurers were shocked and angry. They never expected that Kazuma would actually use such a method to forcibly empty out the Adventurers Guild. Meanwhile, on the plaza of Axel, a flash of intense light, and more than a dozen adventurers, as well as a large number of tables, chairs, and guild equipment, appeared out of thin air. They looked around blankly, seeing the unfamiliar environment, the towering black walls, and a group of Crimson Demon clan members wearing strange clothes, looking at them with curious eyes. "Well, welcome to Axel." Megumin held up her staff and said in a somewhat unnatural tone, "This is your new home." The adventurers hadn't yet recovered from the shock. A blonde girl suddenly rushed out from the crowd, pounced in front of Kazuma, grabbed his collar, and cried out, "Kazuma! You lied to me! You said you wouldn't force me!" Her face was streaked with tears, and her eyes were full of fear and anger. "I didn't lie to you." Kazuma looked innocent. "I said this was the last chance. You chose to stay, but I chose to take you with me. This is kidnapping." Luna was shaking with anger. "Kidnapping?" Kazuma raised an eyebrow. "No, this is Demon King's conscription. Miss Luna, you are now the chief receptionist of Axel. Congratulations, you've been promoted." "I don't want that." Luna screamed. "Let me go back. I want to go back to Axel." Kazuma, feeling guilty and not daring to say much, "Don't worry, the benefits here are much better than in Axel. Unlimited bubble wine, all you can drink." "Who cares about your bubble wine?" Luna cried loudly. "I just want to live an ordinary life." "You liar. Demon." "Thanks for the compliment." Kazuma smiled, then looked at the other adventurers who had been forcibly teleported. "Everyone, welcome to Axel. From today on, you are the subjects of the Demon King's castle. Enjoy your life here." The adventurers looked at each other. Some were angry, some were helpless, some were actually a bit excited. An adventurer asked in a low voice, "Unlimited bubble wine, is it true?" "Of course." Kazuma nodded. "Aqua. Serve the drinks." "Coming." Aqua hugged a large barrel of wine and ran over excitedly. "Unlimited bubble wine, all you can drink. Limited to 1 cup per person per day. If you want to drink more, you have to pay for it." The adventurers fell silent. Luna was still crying, but her crying gradually became quieter. She looked at the unfamiliar environment around her, at the excited Crimson Demon clan, and at Kazuma, who had a look of cunning scheme succeeded, and suddenly realized that her life had completely changed. "Kazuma." She raised her head, teary-eyed. "I hate you?" Kazuma, feeling guilty and not saying anything. Ding. In his mind, the system's notification sound rang. Mission: the Demon King's conscription completed. Kidnapped faction, Axel City Adventurers Guild, partial members plus all equipment. Reward distributed, Kamen Rider Force Driver ×1, castle from a random tokusatsu set ×1. Kazuma's mouth curled up. Although the process was a bit rough, the result was pretty good. Next, it was time to receive the rewards. I wonder what kind of castle the system will give this time? And in an inconspicuous corner, Alice and Claire were looking in disbelief at Luna, who was complaining over there, and the things next to her that clearly looked like Adventurers Guild equipment. It's over, Oni-chan has truly fallen to evil. Chapter 48, Caucasus Scarab Castle. On the east side of the central square in Axel, there was a plot of land that had been specifically reserved. This was the place where, during the planning of the new district by the Crimson Demon clan, Kazuma had forcefully demanded, "Do not build any houses here, save it, there will definitely be a surprise later." Although the Crimson Demon clan members were dissatisfied, out of respect for the Demon King, they obediently left this flat plot of land, which spanned several hundred meters, empty. At this moment, Soto Kazuma stood in the center of this empty plot, his excitement difficult to suppress. He opened the system panel and looked at the mission completion prompt, as well as the glittering reward icons. Mission: The Demon King's Call completed. Rewards being distributed. Obtained: Kamen Rider 4's driver ×1. The driver appeared in the system inventory. In the center was 4's iconic, somewhat silly-looking yet inexplicably cool astronaut helmet design, with the overall driver colored in yellow and white. Obtained: Castle from a random tokusatsu set ×1, drawn, Osama Sentai King Ogre Caucasus Scarab Castle. Bonus supporting equipment: King's Crown ×1, King's Crown Lance ×1. Kazuma almost jumped up. Osama Sentai King Ogre? Although he was not as familiar with the Super Sentai series as he was with Kamen Rider, he still knew of this work. The Caucasus Scarab Castle was a giant mechanical castle capable of transforming, combining, and fighting. And the King's Crown and King's Crown Lance were the key items for transformation and control. I'm rich, I'm rich. I've really struck it rich this time. Kazuma rubbed his hands excitedly, his mind already conjuring the spectacular scene of the Caucasus Scarab Castle descending upon Axel and stunning everyone. With this castle, the Kingdom Army, the Demon King's army, none of them would be a problem. He even began to fantasize about his heroic posture, wearing the King's Crown and holding the King's Crown Lance, standing atop the castle and looking down upon all living beings. However, the system's next prompt was like a basin of ice water, fiercely extinguishing his enthusiasm. Ding! Detected that the host has committed a violation while completing the mission. Kazuma was stunned. Violation? Where did I violate anything? Violation 1. During the mission execution, the host spent the majority of their energy on air projector defense battles with the Crimson Demon Clan and watching tokusatsu dramas all night, failing to focus on the mission itself. That was necessary rest and entertainment. Don't you understand the importance of balancing work and leisure? Violation 2. At the final moment, the host failed to complete the mission relying on their own abilities, instead turning to the former Demon King's army executive Vani for help, utilizing his teleportation magic to forcibly abduct the target. Former Demon King's army executive. Kazuma frowned. Hasn't Vani already joined us? He's in Axel every day mooching food and drinks, and even helps teleport succubi. Doesn't that make him one of us? System judgment. The host has never officially announced that Vani has joined their faction, and Vani has not performed any oath of allegiance or similar ceremony. Therefore, his status remains former Demon King's army executive and he is classified as external assistant. What the hell? This is allowed. Kazuma was dumbfounded. He thought that since Vani lived here and helped out, he was already one of us. Who knew the system would be so pedantic, requiring an official announcement and an oath of allegiance? In view of the host's violations, the rewards are now being punitively weakened. Caucasus Scarab Castle, transformation parts are aged, combination function is restricted, and energy output power is reduced by 30%. King's Crown loses the ability to obtain enhanced armor. The punishment announcement will be broadcast to the whole world after the rewards are claimed. Kazuma looked at the cold lines of text on the system panel, feeling his heart bleeding. Age transformation parts? Restricted combination function? Energy output reduced by 30%? And the King's Crown can't have enhanced armor? This is completely different from what was promised. What happened to the giant mechanical castle? What happened to the invincible combat power? Now it's turned into an elderly version toy? System. This is fraud. It's false advertising. Kazuma roared in his mind. System prompt. Please learn your lesson, host, and ensure you rely on your own strength and focus on the mission objectives in the future. Learn my ass. Kazuma was on the verge of tears. If he had known this, he should have dragged Vani yesterday to hold some sort of oath of allegiance ceremony, even if it was just for show. Now, the rewards were shrunk, and he had lost all face. But since things had reached this point, regret was useless. At least the castle and the driver were still there, it was better than nothing. Forget it, let's summon the castle first. Kazuma sighed and asked the system, "How do I summon this Caucasus Scarab Castle?" Ding, host, please take out the King's Crown Lance and perform a blood binding. Once the binding is successful, you can summon the castle. Please note that the King's Crown Lance and the King's Crown are restricted to use by the host and the host's direct descendants only. Blood binding? And only I and my descendants can use it. Kazuma's mouth twitched. System, your settings are becoming more and more like a third-rate fantasy novel. Despite his complaints, he obediently took the King's Crown Lance out of the system inventory. The lance was entirely red, with a slender shaft decorated with black patterns, a black handle, and a sharp spearhead. Holding it in his hand, he could feel a strange, pulse-like sensation, as if it were alive. The overall design was exactly the same as the weapon he had seen in the toy pictures earlier, only magnified countless times, appearing more majestic and domineering. It's actually quite cool. Kazuma admired it for a moment, then became troubled. Blood, how do I do it? Bite my finger? Or? He thought for a moment and drew his Gyanjanmaru from his waist. This short katana that Megumin had forcefully named Gyanjanmaru, while usually useless, was at least sharp enough. Hiss, that hurts. Kazuma gritted his teeth and used the tip of the blade to cut a small slit in his left palm. Blood gushed out and he hurriedly dripped it onto the shaft of the King's Crown Lance. The moment the blood touched the lance, a sudden change occurred. Dazzling red light erupted from the lance, pulsating like a heartbeat. The red light grew brighter and hotter, finally transforming into a pillar of light that shot straight into the sky. Within the pillar of light, the King's Crown Lance seemed to come alive, the golden patterns on its surface flowed with brilliant light, and an ancient and majestic aura permeated the area. Immediately after, a mechanical and solemn sound effect, as if coming from the depths of the void, resonated throughout all of Axel. King's certification, complete. Caucasus Scarab Castle, summoning command received. It's a bit awkward not knowing what to say, dear readers, please just bear with it. The next second, the sky changed color. On the azure sky, a huge, irregular wormhole tore open out of thin air. Inside the wormhole was a distorted starry sky and flowing light. In the center, the silhouette of a behemoth gradually became clear. It was a castle. But not an ordinary castle. It was colored in black, gold, and silver, with a ferocious and domineering shape, like a giant crouching beetle. Symmetrically distributed on both sides of the castle were multiple rows of thick tubular objects, with a towering white tower-like structure erected on top, and huge golden and black walls extending from both sides. The base of the castle was broad, featuring treads, mechanical leg structures, and jets, clearly possessing mobility. The overall style was full of the eerie beauty of a fusion between science fiction and biomechanics. It was exactly the impressive Caucasus Scarab Castle from Osamu Sentai King Ogre. However, looking closely, one could see some rust and wear on the castle's metal shell, and the light in certain joints was somewhat dim. This was the manifestation of the aged parts and reduced energy. But even so, this mechanical behemoth descending from the sky still brought an unparalleled visual impact. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The castle slowly landed, its heavy base pressing onto the reserved empty plot, emitting a deafening roar that made all of Axel tremble. The shockwave kicked up clouds of dust and smoke, obscuring half the sky. Everyone in Axel, the Crimson Demon clan, the newly arrived adventurers, the succubi, the core members, all rushed out of their houses, staring dumbfounded at this behemoth that had suddenly descended. "Oh, my God, what is that?" an adventurer stammered. "A castle? A flying castle? So big. It's even taller than the city walls. What immense power! Is this Kazuma's power?" Darkness watched the scene, her breathing rapid and in disbelief. "Wow! So cool! So magnificent!" Aqua jumped up excitedly. Megumin tilted her head back, the silhouette of the castle reflected in her crimson eyes. "I am Megumin, the one who is about to become the master of this magnificent castle." Chris, Wheeze, Union, and the others were also too shocked to speak. Varney pushed his mask, a hint of playfulness flashing in his red eyes. Interesting, it's getting more and more interesting. Chief Sylvia led the Crimson Demon clan members in a fanatical, Tunibia cheer, the dark mechanical behemoth, descending upon the Demon King's castle. This is destiny. Long live the Demon King. Axel shall surely rule the world. All of Axel was in an uproar. Everyone was shocked by the mechanical castle that appeared out of thin air, forgetting previous arguments, forgetting the barriers of status, leaving only awe for the Demon King's power. Kazuma stood beneath the castle, looking at everyone's shocked expressions, finally regaining a bit of balance in his heart. Although the rewards were weakened, at least the spectacle was grand enough, and he had earned enough face. However, he was happy too soon. Just as everyone in Axel was immersed in the shock of the castle's arrival, the system's punishment announcement arrived on time. It wasn't a sound, it wasn't text, but a stream of information and images that was directly branded into everyone's minds, impossible to resist. Worldwide announcement, mental broadcast. Notice, Soto Kazuma, the Demon King of Axel, is actually a stinking lolicon. He is particularly obsessed with the fragrant and soft qualities of Princess Alice of the Kingdom of Belzerg. Soto Kazuma has peeked under the princess's skirt many times. He privately collects portraits of the princess, sticks them at the head of his bed, and gazes at them day and night. And he has long fantasized about marrying the princess, having 3 children, and living a shameless and happy life. The above evidence is conclusive, please be aware. Boom! The information stream was forcibly poured into their minds, the images were as clear as if they had experienced it themselves. In Axel, the shock and excitement on everyone's faces froze instantly, then turned into extreme shock, astonishment, disdain, and the look one gives to scum. Time seemed to stand still. Kazuma stood in place, as if struck by lightning, his mind blank. He opened his mouth, wanting to explain, wanting to curse, wanting to roar, but his throat felt like it was stuffed with cotton, unable to make any sound. Because he saw a line of blood-red warning pop up on the system panel. It is strictly forbidden to reveal the existence of the system to anyone in any form. Violators will have all rewards, abilities, and items granted by the system immediately revoked, relevant memories cleared, and time backtracked. He could not refute it. He could not explain where those images came from. He could not tell others that they were forged by the system to punish him. He could only endure it. Endure this sudden, devastating social death. Kazuma. Megumin was the first to speak, her voice trembling, looking at him as if he were non-recyclable trash. You actually. How indecent. Darkness's face was red enough to bleed, but in her eyes, besides shame and anger, there seemed to be a hint of complex excitement. Pervert. Scum. Lolicon. Aqua pointed at him, her voice shrill. I knew it. You're always acting suspicious. So you had improper thoughts about the princess. Kazuma-san, how could you? Whis was so scared she hid behind Chris. Chris looked at him expressionlessly, her purple eyes devoid of emotion, but that cold scrutiny made Kazuma feel colder than any insult. Union covered her mouth, shaking her head in disbelief. The newly arrived adventuress and succubi also cast looks of disdain, disgust, or amusement at the spectacle. The Crimson Demon clan members fell into a heated debate. The Demon King is actually a lolicon? What a hobby? No. This must be slander from the enemy. But those images, so realistic. I believe in the Demon King. This must be a test. The scene was chaotic. And in this chaos, Kazuma keenly caught sight of 2 figures. Princess Alice, who was hiding behind the corner of a wooden house at the edge of the square, wearing a succubus outfit but having already pulled off her veil. Her cheeks were flushed red, her body trembling slightly from extreme shame and some unspeakable emotion, her blue eyes glistening with tears as she stared blankly at Kazuma. And Claire, standing beside Alice, trembling with rage, gripping her sword hilt, her eyes practically spitting fire as she glared fixedly at Kazuma. Princess, let's leave quickly, it's too dangerous here." Claire's voice was distorted by anger. Alice did not move. She looked at Kazuma, who stood isolated beneath the castle, accused by everyone, unable to defend himself, her eyes complex to the extreme. There was shame, anger, disbelief, and the annoyance of being offended, but deep down, there seemed to be hidden a trace of heartache that even she herself hadn't noticed. "Oni-chan," she whispered silently. And in several other places. Inside the Demon King's castle, a cold sneer filled with endless mockery and killing intent. "Soto Kazuma? The game of house is over." From the royal palace of the kingdom of Belzerg came the king's roar of extreme shame and anger, faintly transmitted even through some magical means. "Soto Kazuma! My daughter! Someone! Immediately, bring Princess Alice back to me! Strengthen the palace defenses! No! I will lead the troops myself and raze that filthy Demon King's castle to the ground." Then came the panicked voice of a subordinate. Your Majesty! Princess Alice left the city days ago under the pretext of going for a stroll with Claire, and has not yet returned." The king's roar stopped abruptly, followed by an even more terrifying, panic-stricken bellow. And in the higher, more distant deep space of the universe, a mass of indescribable, constantly twisting and writhing giant shadows let out a hair-raising laugh that froze the soul, as if it had seen an extremely interesting toy. A few words from the author. You can skip this. Note, this will not affect today's update. Having written this novel for so long, I want to open up and share my thoughts with you all. Regarding this novel, it is actually the result of me, the author, working purely for the love of it. I have invested the most in this book. The daily updates of 6,000 or 7,000 words are far more than the content of my previous book. I have been pushing myself to the limit almost every day for this book, whereas for my previous book, apart from the first day, I barely even managed to check in most of the time. Likewise, I have put a lot of thought into this book, envisioning it as a long-term story. Because there were no villains in the early stages, I was criticized for a jarring disconnect with Kamen Rider, but I have been working very hard to add more scenes. This is just the beginning. The middle and latter parts are where the Kamen Riders will truly take the stage. But the original work itself does not have that many villains to begin with. Furthermore, how can I talk about facing villains when I have not even successfully established my own city-state yet? Moreover, it has already been stated in the original work that slimes in this world are a high-level monster with high physical resistance. This book has never been a power fantasy novel, so why must I torture the slimes? Kazuma has not fully understood or mastered the power of Zio, let alone face a group of powerful slimes. Kazuma does not even understand the meaning of this Demon King of Benevolence yet. This book is meant to write about Kazuma's growth. I am telling a story about growth. Yet, some people actually complain that it is not absurd enough. Also, why must we feel like a mouse meeting a cat when facing Aqua? Do they really have to have that kind of relationship after everything they have been through together? I clearly wrote before that Wiz and Kazuma are friends, that she cannot hurt them, and that she must run away. Yet, someone in the comments section said that Wiz actually had the intention to kill Aqua. When I saw that comment, I searched everywhere and asked around, and it took someone in the reader group a long time to find something similar. And then there is the complaint that it is not absurd or funny enough. Must a novel be constantly chaotic and funny? I feel really aggrieved. I have clearly been working purely out of love. The readers of my previous book always treated me very well, which makes me miss them a lot now. I only earn a few yuan a day in royalties. I work myself to the bone just for the love of it. I am just saying, if this kind of criticism becomes increasingly harsh, I might choose to stop updating this book after the winter break ends. Yes, that is right, after the winter break, because I am just a high school student with my own homework to do every day and many study tasks waiting for me. My weekly royalties do not even cover my weekly allowance, but I have never chosen to stop updating. This is purely out of love. As for the out of character, OOC, issues, I am really trying my best to fix them. Yet the criticism is still so harsh, and I really do not know what to do. Seeing so many negative comments last night made it impossible for me to sleep well. However, I still want to persevere for a while longer. Because the readers in my fan group are really good to me, and they kept trying to persuade and comfort me last night. Of course, there are also the readers of my previous book. So, I will persist for a while longer, because I still have readers who love this book. Of course, if one day I cannot go on, that will be an inevitable outcome. I only chose to embark on the path of writing fan fiction because I truly love it. My weekly royalties are far less than my weekly allowance, and I could completely choose to just live off my allowance. I only wrote about 2,000 or 3,000 words a day for my previous book, while this book has a minimum of 6,000 words a day. Even the readers of my previous book are complaining about how well this book is doing, saying if they had those conditions back then. I am trying my best to fix the issues raised by you, the readers, and I am trying my best to incorporate the requests you have made. So, please give me some time, I will really do my best. If one day I really cannot hold on, I might truly choose to stop updating this book. So please forgive me, dear readers. I will properly correct the OOC issues, and I will think more about the absurd plot points. So, dear readers, please give me some time and be a bit more tolerant. I will definitely work hard to make this book better. If any readers have ideas, you can join the reader group so that I can incorporate them in a timely manner. 107-942-5637, the answer is I truly love it. Chapter 49, Inside the Castle. Under gazes that could socially kill a person 10,000 times over, Soto Kazuma made a decision that surprised everyone. He jerked his head sharply, as if trying to shake off all those looks of disdain, shame, and scorn reserved for scum. Then, under everyone's dumbfounded stares, he resolutely, with long and decisive strides, walked towards the Caucasus Scarab castle that had just descended. No explanation, no defense, not even a glance at anyone. Hey! Kazuma! You lolicon pervert! Where are you going? Aqua shouted, hopping up and down behind him. Kazuma ignored her, walking straight to the castle's heavy, gear-patterned metal door. The king's crown lance in his hand seemed to sense its master's will, its tip glowing faintly with a red light. The door emitted a low mechanical hum, gears turned, latches unlocked, and the two heavy doors slowly swung inward, revealing a deep passageway within. Kazuma walked inside without looking back. His figure disappeared into the shadows behind the door. The square fell silent. A few seconds later, Megumin was the first to react. Her crimson eyes erupted with unprecedented light, a mix of shock, ecstasy, and the excitement of a top-tier Chinibia seeing a holy land. Wait for me. Kazuma! Megumin, clutching her staff, shot into the castle entrance like a monkey spotting a banana. Megumin! Yunyun worriedly called out and subconsciously followed. What a castle! The Demon King's new stronghold. I wonder if there's a dungeon. Darkness breathed heavily, an abnormal flush on her face, as she followed closely. Chris and Wiz exchanged a glance, seeing both helplessness and curiosity in each other's eyes, and silently followed. Aqua stood her ground, stamping her foot angrily. HMPH. A bunch of traitors. I'm not going to that Lolicon's castle. Wait for me. Right, I'm going in to see if there's any good wine. Ultimately unable to resist curiosity, she chased after them. Varney stood in place, adjusted his mask, a glint of keen interest flashing in his red eyes, then strolled in unhurriedly. Chief Sylvia wanted to lead the Crimson Demon clan in a charge, but the castle doors automatically closed, barring them outside. He could only scratch his head in agitation, ordering his clansmen to figure out how to open the door with magic. Inside the castle was another sight, utterly astonishing. Stepping inside, everyone was struck speechless by the scene before them. The first thing that greeted them was a hall whose grandeur defied description. The floor was made of black stone, smooth as a mirror, reflecting everything above. Supporting the entire hall were dozens of massive stone pillars. Their surfaces weren't smooth but carved with intricate patterns. And between these pillars was not empty space. As far as the eye could see, the walls weren't ordinary brick and stone, but composed of huge, precise, slowly turning metal gears and thick metal pipes. The gears were as large as millstones or as small as bowls, interlocking, nested layer upon layer, emitting a low, rhythmic clack, clack sound, like the heartbeat of this castle. Light filtered down through meticulously designed latticework in the gaps between gears and pipes, forming beams that illuminated slowly floating, stardust-like particles of light in the air. Most eye-catching was the giant mural on the dome of the hall, covering almost the entire ceiling. The mural's base color was an ancient, crackled ochre. At its center was painted a red stag beetle, along with a group of colorful warriors battling strange creatures. Below them was a huge robot. Dozens of striking red banners hung beside the hall, swaying gently in a breeze from nowhere. On them was the familiar emblem representing Axel. The iconic logo of Kamen Rider ZO, the ancient mural, and the banners with the ZO logo reflected each other, creating a strange sense of temporal dislocation. My heavens! Megumin looked up, her mouth agape enough to fit an egg, her starry eyes almost materializing and shooting out beams. This is simply the Demon King's throne hall of my dreams. No, it's a mechanical temple surpassing that. Even Aqua forgot her anger, staring dumbly around. This is amazing, how much would this be worth? Darkness stared obsessively at the turning gears, muttering, what precise machinery? This is too exaggerated. Chris and Wiz observed their surroundings more warily, especially the complex mechanical structures and the mural, instinctively sensing power here that transcended the common sense of this world. Union looked bewildered, clutching Chris's sleeve tightly. This place feels so scary. Kazuma stood in the center of the hall, back to everyone, seemingly also calming himself. Until he heard Megumin's increasingly excited panting. Look! There! Megumin suddenly pointed to the deepest part of the hall, her voice distorted with excitement. Everyone's gaze followed. At the hall's end, in front of the base of a giant humanoid statue, stood a conspicuous red throne. And the most unique feature of the throne itself was behind it, two red gears, one large, one small. This must be prepared for me. Megumin's Chunibyo soul burned completely, drool almost dripping. She raised her staff high, declaring in a recitative tone, I am the daughter of the Crimson Demon Clan, heir to explosion magic, chief mage under the Demon King. This throne, symbolizing supreme authority and dark power, should rightfully be occupied by. While delivering her Chunibyo declaration, she walked with solemn steps towards the red throne, her eyes filled with determination. Just 0.1 seconds before Megumin's rear was about to touch the throne's smooth surface. A large hand suddenly shot from the side, accurately grabbing the back collar of Megumin's clothes, lifting her up like a kitten and tossing her aside. Baka! Kazuma's annoyed voice rang out. This is my castle. My throne. Who said you could sit on it? Megumin landed with a soft thump on the plush carpet. Though it didn't hurt, her Chunibyo dream shattered, and she yelled furiously, Kazuma! You stingy jerk! Would it kill you to let me sit for a moment? Kazuma couldn't be bothered to argue. He walked up to the red throne and examined it carefully. The throne felt more substantial than he'd imagined. Those two red gears didn't seem like mere decoration. He took a deep breath, adopting a to hell with it, I'm already socially dead anyway mentality of reckless abandon, and plopped down onto it. The moment he settled, a sudden change occurred. On the red throne, the internal structures of the two gears, one large, one small, seemed infused with life. They began to emit a faint hum, and then the colors on their surfaces changed. The larger gear rapidly shifted from a dark red to a vibrant emerald green. The smaller gear turned into a deep, mysterious dark purple. Light of these two colors emanated from within the gears, flickering faintly like breathing, subtly synchronized with the rhythm of the gears turning throughout the hall. Ha! Ha ha ha! Sitting on the throne, feeling this strange sense of dominion, Kazuma's earlier frustration from the social death was instantly diluted. His mischievous personality reclaimed the high ground. Crossing his legs, he pointed triumphantly at the stunned girls below. See this? This is where the Demon King should sit. From today, this is this great king's new stronghold. All of you will obey my commands. Aqua, go pour wine for this great king. Megumin, go massage my legs. Darkness, go. Before he could finish, he saw Aqua roll her eyes and turn to study the pipes on the wall. Megumin scrambled up angrily and ran off to touch the red pillars. Darkness was trying to stick her fingers into the gap of a slowly turning gear, only to be held back firmly by the quick-witted Union and Chris. Wiz crouched on the floor, curiously looking at the complex golden patterns on the ground. Nobody paid him any attention. Kazuma sat on the imposing throne, feeling like an idiot. Ahem, he cleared his throat, finding himself an excuse. Forget it. This king is magnanimous. I'll show you around my new home first. Only then did everyone gather around again, faces brimming with barely suppressed curiosity and excitement. After all, the interior of this castle was truly unbelievable. They began strolling through the hall. Wiz suddenly pointed at the dome and whispered, "Mr. Kazuma, that mural, what does it depict? That red stag beetle, and those." All eyes focused once more on the ancient mural on the dome. Kazuma looked up at the mural, so out of place with the surrounding mechanical style yet perfectly integrated, and felt a stir in his heart. He knew these were setting elements from Osama Sentai King Ogre *, but in this world, he needed a plausible explanation. That. Kazuma cleared his throat and began improvising. It's a legend. In some distant, possibly non-existent space-time, there existed a heroic group known as the Osama Sentai King Ogre. They weren't a single person, but a group of kings with transformation abilities. That red stag beetle is the symbol of one of those kings. Kings? Transformation. Megumin's eyes lit up again. Like Kamen Riders. Somewhat similar, but not exactly. Kazuma continued fabricating. Legend has it their kingdoms were invaded by Ikaijin, monsters with strange powers threatening world peace. So, these kings stood up, not only able to transform and fight, but also summon giant robots called Guardians. Giant robots? Can this castle move? Darkness breathed rapidly. Probably. Kazuma said vaguely. But Chris frowned slightly, raising a crucial question. Kazuma, these Kaijin you describe, could they appear in our world? Kazuma's heart skipped a beat, sweat nearly breaking out. How would he know? The system only gave him the castle, no manual, and certainly no mention of whether Kaijin might cross over. He frantically called out to the system in his mind, "System. Answer! Will there be Kaijin-like shockers in this world?" The system remained silent, unresponsive. To be honest, Kazuma still didn't understand how this system worked. According to the web novels he'd read, shouldn't the system have been given right after transmigration? But his system was like this, only showing up at that moment. Maybe, the system's home delivery was just too late. He could only blame the unreliable system and silently pray no Kaijin would actually show up. Probably not. Kazuma said in a tone he himself didn't quite believe. It's just a legend. All right, don't think about that. I'll show you the rest of the castle. There should be many rooms, we can move in later. The topic was awkwardly changed. Though doubts remained, the novel sights inside the castle quickly recaptured everyone's attention. The ensuing tour was pure chaos. Wow! This room is huge. The window shows the whole view of Axel. I want this one. Aqua rushed into a room with a giant floor-to-ceiling window, excitedly claiming it. This decor. These carvings. These patterns. It's art. Megumin fawned over the gears on the corridor walls. This gear. It's calling to me. Let me feel its rotation. What temptation? Darkness tried once more to touch a gear, only to have her waist grabbed and dragged back by Yunyun and Chris. Oh my, is this doorknob made of gemstone? This lamp. Is it a self-illuminating magic lamp? This is amazing. Wiz's face was flushed, letting out small, incredulous gasps of amazement as she walked. Kazuma looked at this noisy, quarrelsome group, their eyes all shining, as they walked through this castle that was both ancient and mysterious yet filled with futuristic mechanical aesthetics. He suddenly felt that the global-scale social death he'd just experienced seemed a bit more acceptable. At least, he had a castle so cool it had no friends. At least, these troublesome people were still by his side. Even though the way they looked at him was still like looking at garbage. But this was his Demon King's castle, his home. Chapter 50, Gotcha! In the northeast corner of Axel, a newly renovated two-story wooden house quietly opened for business. The sign in front of the door was understated and elegant, written in the common language as Dream Experience Hall, with a small line of text underneath, Professional Dream Conditioning, Soothing the Body and Mind. There was no flashing neon, no revealing portraits, only faint, relaxing incense drifting out from the door cracks. This was the new storefront for the succubi, built exactly according to Kazuma's requirements, though the content hadn't changed much from before. However, for Princess Alice, who was currently disguised as a succubus and working in the team, this place made her feel even more uneasy than the Demon King's castle itself. Why, Your Highness, do you really have to receive guests? Claire, who was also wearing a succubus outfit to be realistic, complete with horns and a tail, though it looked quite uncoordinated, asked in a low voice, her complexion no better than Alice's. Although their clothes were the most conservative style in the shop, long-sleeved, high-collared long dresses, they were, after all, succubus work uniforms, so the tailoring was inevitably a bit figure-hugging, which made both of them, having received strict etiquette education since childhood, feel completely uncomfortable. What else can we do? Alice lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. We are succubi now, we are employees here. Besides, shop owner is very kind and even specifically arranged simple guidance work for us, we don't have to actually create dreams for people. The more she spoke, the softer her voice became. Remembering shop owner's gentle but unquestionable pre-job training that morning, as well as those professional explanations about dream guidance and mental soothing techniques, she felt her face burning. Not to mention those real succubus sisters, although they were dressed properly, the charm that naturally flowed from their every move and smile was simply not something she could imitate. Claire looked at Princess Alice, who was so embarrassed she was about to bury her head in her chest, then looked at her own awkward outfit, and could only suppress the thought of this is too shameful while trying hard to play the role of guard and temporary worker well. Time slowly slid into the afternoon amidst the suffering of the two, for whom every second felt like a year. There weren't many guests in the shop, mostly Crimson Demon clan members curious to visit the new store, or some bold adventurers who wanted to try out what a sweet dream felt like. Alice and Claire were arranged near the reception area, responsible for guiding guests and serving tea and water, which was considered relatively easy. But Alice never dared to look up, fearing being recognized by someone. Just as she lowered her head again to tidy up the non-existent wrinkles on her skirt, the corner of her eye caught a familiar figure swaying into the shop door. Brown hair, green eyes, a sneaking expression that screamed, I snuck out to do something bad, who else could it be but Soto Kazuma? Alice's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively wanted to hide behind the screen nearby. Claire saw it too, immediately tensed her body, and her hand quietly moved toward the short sword hidden under her dress. After Kazuma entered the door, he first looked around sneakily, then his gaze swept across the reception area. His gaze passed over a few real succubi chatting, and then passed over Claire, who was pretending to wipe a vase. Finally, it settled on that little succubus with brilliant blonde hair, who was standing with her back to him, seemingly trying to shrink herself into the shadows of the corner. Oh. Kazuma's eyebrows raised, and a Kichikuma smile crawled onto the corners of his mouth. He had finished some miscellaneous tasks at the castle today and, remembering the succubus shop opened, decided to come for an inspection. By the way, well, in the name of the Demon King, he would experience the services of his own business to see how effective it was. Unexpectedly, he saw such a shy little cutie at a glance. Looking at that evasive manner, although it wasn't strange for succubi to have blonde hair, such pure gold was rare, along with the slender back and the shoulders that were slightly trembling from nervousness. The bit of mischievous taste and stubbornness in Kazuma's heart flared up instantly. "Hey, you little blonde one over there," Kazuma said, deliberately using a frivolous tone, walking towards Alice's direction. "What are you hiding for? Come, make a wonderful the dream for this Demon King, for this customer, let me see." Alice's body stiffened, and she was terrified out of her wits. Oni-chan's voice. Did he recognize me? No, he shouldn't have, he is just teasing a succubus. She didn't dare to look back, let alone answer, and could only, like a frightened rabbit, lower her head and quicken her pace, wanting to slip away through the nearby corridor. Eh? Still running. Kazuma got excited, thinking this little succubus was amusingly shy, and his playfulness suddenly flared up. He wasn't in a hurry to force things, like a cat catching a mouse. He followed behind Alice unhurriedly, circling around the shop's not-so-complex layout. "Don't run, I won't eat you. Come on, let's just chat. Rest assured, I am a serious customer. I just need a dream where I can see them, a dream where I see lots of Eris will do." Kazuma said this while chasing, using his signature, slightly punch-worthy tone. Alice was both ashamed and anxious, her cheeks hot enough to fry an egg, and could only desperately lower her head and walk forward, cursing Kazuma 100 times in her heart as a stupid Oni-chan-sama and Kichikuma. Claire watched from the side, anxious to the point of burning, wanting to step forward to stop him, but fearing that exposing their identities would instead cause bigger trouble for the princess. She could only desperately signal to Alice with her eyes to go to a place with fewer people. Alice understood and, in her panic, turned into a quiet corridor leading to the rear rest area. "Claire, you hide somewhere else first," Alice said to the following Claire in a breathy voice that was almost inaudible, fearing that they would both be discovered together. I will find a place to shake him off." Claire had no choice but to slip into a small cubicle used for storing cleaning tools nearby, observing nervously through the crack in the door. Thus, in the quiet rest area corridor, such a scene appeared, a blonde little succubus with her head down, cheeks bright red, walking quickly in a panic. A few steps behind her, the brown-haired Demon King followed unhurriedly with a mischievous, triumphant smirk on his face, saying some off-the-wall invitations. After circling twice, Alice discovered that this corridor was a dead end, with only a closed storage room door at the end. In her panic, she instinctively wanted to twist the door open to hide inside, but found the door was locked. Just as she was about to cry from anxiety, the footsteps behind her stopped. "Hee, no way out, right?" Kazuma's triumphant voice came. "Run, why aren't you running anymore? Don't worry, this Demon King, this customer is most tender to the fair sex. I won't do anything to you, just want to chat with you, customize a sweet dream." Alice stood with her back to him, her body stiff, her heart pounding wildly, her mind blank. "Turn around, let this customer see which succubus lady is so shy," Kazuma said with a grin, leaning closer again. Alice bit her lip, not moving. TSK, still shy. Kazuma felt it was about enough, he had played enough, it was time to catch this shy little rabbit. His eyes shifted, stealth skill activated, and his figure, like a ghost, instantly flashed from behind Alice to her side, while simultaneously reaching out and grabbing her shoulder, then pulling hard. He, finally gotcha. Told you not to run." He laughed loudly, violently turning the little blonde succubus facing away from him around, wanting to see the other person's expression of extreme shame and indignation. However, when that delicate little face, filled with blushes from extreme shame and panic, blue eyes brimming with tears, and familiar beyond recognition, appeared before his eyes with no obstruction. The Kichikuma triumphant lewd smile on Kazuma's face instantly froze, then shattered inch by inch like glass struck by a heavy hammer. He opened his mouth wide, his eyes wide as saucers, his green eyes filled with disbelief, shock, absurdity, and the despair of I'm F**********ing done for. Eh, Alice? Kazuma's voice suddenly rose, cracking. Why are you here? Meanwhile, in the Belzerg kingdom, the king's private study. The atmosphere was so heavy it could wring out water. King Belzerg sat behind a large desk, his face livid, his eye socket sunken, clearly having not slept for many days. Standing before him was the kingdom's chief mage Rain, as well as several trusted ministers. Alice? Is there still no news? The king's voice was hoarse, filled with uncontrollable anxiety and anger. He had returned from the front lines months ago, but only learned a few days ago that his daughter had long since left the city to relax and had not returned to this day. And that adventurous Soto Kazuma, whom he had once somewhat appreciated and even tacitly allowed his daughter to have some affection for, who had killed 3 Demon King's army executives at a young age, had actually transformed into the Demon King and openly kidnapped the Adventurers Guild and the Succubi. How could he not be angry? How could he not be worried? Your Majesty, we have already dispatched all personnel and searched within 100 miles of the royal city, but we still haven't found any trace of Her Highness the Princess. A general reported, biting the bullet. Useless. All useless. The king slammed the table, making the teacups jump. He took a few deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down, and cast his gaze toward a small crystal box on a velvet cushion at the corner of the table. In the box, a pale blue crystal the size of a pigeon egg, crystal clear, lay quietly. It seems, we have no choice but to use this, the king said in a deep voice, reaching out to pick up the crystal box. This was one of the secret treasures passed down through generations of the royal family, paired with the ring given to the princess upon her coming of age, symbolizing a future marriage contract. When the holder of the ring, theoretically the princess's future husband, i.e., the hero, meets with misfortune or goes missing for a long time, the royal family can crush this mother crystal to see the real-time scene within a certain range of the little child ring, thereby locating them. But it can only be used once. Your Majesty! Rain's expression changed, and she hurriedly stepped forward. Please reconsider. That ring. She wanted to say that the ring had long been stolen by the silver-haired thief group. Only Princess Alice, herself, and a very few trusted confidants knew about this. In order not to cause panic and rumors, the princess had strictly blocked the news and even wore a fake replica ring daily. If the mother crystal were used now, what would be seen would only be the place where the ring currently was, and that place might very well point to the thief who stole the ring, not the princess herself. However, the king was already blinded by worry for his daughter and the agitation of the past few days. He could not listen to any advice, only thinking about finding Alice immediately. He interrupted Rain, my mind is made up. Alice's safety is above all else. After saying this, amidst the horrified gazes of Rain and the ministers, the king forcefully crushed the pale blue crystal in his hand. Crack! The crystal shattered, but it didn't scatter everywhere. Instead, it turned into a cloud of fine, shimmering blue powder. The powder hovered in the air, rapidly rotating and expanding, forming a hazy, circular light screen about 1 meter in diameter. The light screen was initially blurry, with only swaying light and shadows and noisy sounds. The king and the ministers held their breath, staring intently. The image gradually became clear. First coming into view was a corner of a room with a peculiar decoration style, and then, a face suddenly occupied most of the screen. It was a man's face, brown hair and green eyes, with an expression that was a strange mix of joy, excitement, and some kind of lewd smile. Soto Kazuma. Immediately after, the screen's perspective seemed to be pulled violently, and accompanied by Kazuma's triumphant he, finally gotcha. Told you not to run, his face quickly retreated, and another figure was forcibly turned to the center of the screen. It was a blonde girl wearing a slightly tight, curiously styled outfit. The girl, who had been turned around from having her back to the screen when facing the lens, revealed that delicate little face that the king haunted over, but which was now covered in an unusual blush, her eyes panicked and shy. "Princess Alice?" The light screen's image froze right there. It froze on the moment Soto Kazuma, with a lewd smile, forcibly turned Princess Alice, who was wearing an unbearable outfit, around, the two face-to-face, at an extremely close distance, in an ambiguous posture. The voice line "I finally gotcha" in the background seemed to still be echoing. In the study, there was a deathly silence. Time seemed to have frozen. The anxiety, anger, and worry on the king's face all froze, then slowly cracked, turning into extreme shock, disbelief, and a kind of collapse like a crumbling of faith. What did he see? His pure, kind, and noble precious daughter Alice, wearing a shameless outfit, appearing on the territory of that new demon king Soto Kazuma. And she was caught by the other party in such a frivolous, forced manner. The strange atmosphere between the two. Daughter. Kazuma. Demon king. Succubus outfit. The king's lips trembled, incoherent. The crystal powder in his hand had long dissipated, but he still maintained the crushing posture, his whole person like a stone statue whose soul had been drained. Rain was also completely petrified on the spot. The shock in her heart was no less than the king's. An old minister spoke tremblingly, breaking the deathly silence. "Why, your majesty? Her Highness the princess seems to be in that demon king's brothel. And was by the demon king." "Shut up!" The king suddenly erupted with a beast-like roar, his eyes blood-red, his chest heaving violently. "That is not Alice. It is an illusion. It is that demon king's evil magic. It is slander. It is a frame-up." He refused to believe, unable to accept it. How could his daughter, whom he had high hopes for, who was well-behaved and cute, be mixed up with that Kichikumar, that lolicon, announced to the world, demon king, and even appear in such a place? However, the incredibly clear image on the light screen, the unmistakable blush and panic on Alice's face, and Kazuma's hateful face, were all like red-hot branding irons, searing his heart fiercely. The front lines were still tight, the demon king had risen within the country, and now even his most cherished daughter seemed to be. King Belzerg, this once wise and decisive monarch, now only felt the world spinning, and boundless anger, shame, and worry engulfed him. Satake Zuma. He squeezed this name out through his teeth, every word soaked with monstrous hatred. "I, Belzerg Sodder, swear in the name of the king. If I do not tear you to pieces, if I do not level your dirty demon king's castle, and rescue Alice, I swear I will not be human." The furious roar echoed in the study, shaking the window frames with a buzzing sound. However, beneath that rage was a father's heart that was bleeding and shattering. And Kazuma, far away in the back alley of peaceful dream in Axel, having just barely regained a shred of sanity from the earth-shattering nightmare of catching a succubus only to find it was Princess Sister, and not yet having time to think about this outrageous situation, suddenly sneezed twice, a chill inexplicably rising up his back. "Achoo! Achoo! Who is cursing me?" He rubbed his nose, looking at Alice before him, whose tears were already welling up, consumed by shame and indignation, and then thinking about how his Kichikumar chasing a succubus behavior just now might have been seen by Claire or Rain, who were lurking who knows where. "It's over?" Kazuma's vision went black, feeling that this time it wasn't social death, but that he was going to be ground into powder by the royal army. And how was he supposed to explain to this little sister before him who looked like she was about to cry? Chapter 51, Megumin's Declaration of War. Note, the author has intentionally made Alice a bit bolder in this chapter, please do not mind, dear readers. In the deathly silent corridor, there was only the sound of Kazuma's heavy breathing and Alice's suppressed sobbing. The air seemed to have solidified, and every second felt as long as a year. "Hey Alice?" Kazuma finally found his voice, which was as dry as sandpaper rubbing together. How are you here? And why are you dressed like that?" He pointed at the succubus shop uniform Alice was wearing, which, while conservative, was tailored in a way that still outlined the girl's youthful curves, and felt his brain was about to explode. A princess, a succubus outfit, his territory, and that perverted succubus chaser act he had just been putting on, these elements combined were enough for King Belzerg to grind him into dust 10,000 times over. Alice raised her tear-filled blue eyes. The flush on her cheeks had not yet faded, and mixed with her shame and grievance, she looked like a frightened little rabbit. She bit her lip. Her voice carried a weeping tone, yet there was also a trace of imperceptible relief at seeing her. Onii-chan. Onii-chan. I snuck out. Snuck out. Kazuma felt like he was having a heart attack, and snuck out, to be a succubus. No. Alice shook her head hurriedly, tears flying. I wanted to come see Onii-chan. I heard you became the Demon King and built this castle, so I was very worried. Everyone in the palace says you've turned evil and that you're going to destroy the world. But I don't believe it. Onii-chan is not that kind of person. Her voice carried stubbornness, and her blue eyes shone with a firm light, so I had Claire accompany me, disguised as an adventuress, and we snuck into the city of Axel. Then I heard the succubus shop was moving here, so I thought if I disguised myself as a succubus, I should be able to sneak in, and it wouldn't be easy to get caught. By the end, her voice grew quieter and quieter, filled with the guilt of having done something wrong. Kazuma was dumbfounded as he listened. The dignified princess of the kingdom of Belzerg, just to see him, had actually disguised herself as a succubus to sneak into the Demon King's castle, which the kingdom viewed as an evil lair. This plot was even more ridiculous than the light novels he read before he transmigrated. Do you know how dangerous this is? Kazuma was both angry and anxious, his voice rising by an octave. This is the Demon King's castle. Outside, it's full of adventurers and the kingdom army looking to capture me for a bounty. If you get caught, I'm not afraid. Alice suddenly raised her head, interrupting Kazuma, a trace of fighting spirit igniting in her blue eyes. I'm very strong. I killed a dragon alone when I was *** years old. If any bad guys want to hurt Onii-chan, or try to capture me, I will blow them all away. She clenched her little fists, and a powerful aura of fighting spirit emanated from her body. Kazuma? Kazuma was at a loss for words. Should he praise her for being brave, or scold her for being reckless? Besides, Alice's tone softened, carrying a hint of coquettishness. I believe Onii-chan will protect me. Onii-chan is very strong, after all. Looking at Alice's blue eyes filled with trust, all of Kazuma's words of reproach were stuck in his throat. He sighed and helplessly supported his forehead. Forget it, you're already here, but this outfit of yours. What's wrong with this outfit? A crisp voice, carrying obvious dissatisfaction and jealousy, suddenly came from the corner of the corridor. Kazuma and Alice were both startled and turned to look. Megumin had appeared there at some point, her hands on her hips, her little face full of an "I caught you" expression. Her red eyes were locked onto Alice, or, more accurately, onto the dependent and coquettish posture Alice was holding toward Kazuma. Megumin. Kazuma's heart sank. It's over, a romantic disaster. HMPH. Megumin strode over, glared at Kazuma first, then turned to Alice, her tone sour. Alice, why are you here again? And dressed so strangely. Also, you clearly have your own biological brother. Why do you keep clinging to Kazuma and calling him Onii-chan? If you want to act spoiled, go find your own brother. Alice's face turned bright red again, but this time it was because of anger and grievance. She puffed out her cheeks like a little pufferfish and glared back at Megumin without backing down. Megumin. You have no say in this. I like calling Kazuma Onii-chan. And Kazuma Onii-chan is willing to let me call him that. What does this have to do with you? How does it not have anything to do with me? Megumin was getting angry too. Kazuma is my teammate. He is our Axel's Demon King. He is not your Onii-chan alone. Besides, you are a princess of the kingdom, sneaking into the Demon King's castle and dressing like this. What kind of behavior is that? I dress like this to sneak in. Alice argued, "What about you, Megumin?" As a member of the Crimson Demon clan, instead of thinking about helping the Kingdom Crusade against the Demon King, you joined the Demon King's army and spend all day clinging to Kazuma Onii-chan. You are the shameless one. Who are you calling shameless? Megumin bristled, magic power beginning to gather at the tip of her staff. Although it was just a tiny blue glimmer, it was enough to show her anger. I am pursuing the pinnacle of explosion magic. Kazuma can help me realize my dream. What about you? You just ran here to cling to Kazuma to satisfy some little girl fantasy of yours. It's not a fantasy. Alice was also furious, her little mouth puffed out even more, her golden hair fluttering without any wind. I believe in Onii-chan. I believe he is not a bad person. I believe he can create a better world. It's much better than you, an idiot who only knows how to blow things up. Who are you calling an idiot? Megumin stomped her feet in anger, and the energy on her staff gathered visibly. If you've got the guts, let's duel. Let me see how strong you, the strongest hero, really are. A duel it is. Who's afraid of you? Alice took a fighting stance, her small body emitting an astonishing aura. I will let you know how rude it is to interrupt someone talking to their Onii-chan. Come on. Watch me blast you into the sky with explosion magic. I'll beat you down before you even finish your incantation. Two girls, one holding a staff, the other clenching her fists, were like two provoked kittens, tense and ready to fight, about to clash in the narrow corridor. Wait! Stop! Kazuma was scared out of his wits. If they started fighting, never mind this corridor, half of Axel would be demolished. He lunged forward, grabbed Megumin from behind, and lifted her off the ground. Let go of me. Kazuma. Let me teach this arrogant princess a lesson. Megumin flailed in the air, her staff waving widely, sparks flying everywhere. Your Highness. Please calm down. Claire also rushed out from the hiding room, blocking in front of Alice. Although she knew Alice was strong, the opponent was, after all, a member of the Crimson Demon clan, and Kazuma was still present. Megumin. Calm down. Kazuma held onto Megumin tightly, not letting her break free. Alice, stop messing around too. This is no place for a fight. I'm not messing around. Alice said indignantly, though the fighting aura on her body subsided a little. She was the one who provoked me first. It was clearly you who started clinging to Kazuma and calling him Onii-chan. Even while being held by Kazuma, Megumin didn't forget to stretch her leg to kick at Alice, though she couldn't reach. I will. I will. Onii-chan. 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 As if to annoy Megumin, Alice deliberately shouted it 3 times, her voice sweet and soft, while looking at Megumin with a provocative gaze. I'm so mad. Megumin went completely berserk, the energy on her staff flaring up high. Kazuma. Let me go. Today I must let her know who the person closest to you really is. The person closest to you. Alice's little face was flushed red as if she had made up her mind, and then, she did something that almost caused Kazuma to have a heart attack, from excitement, on the spot. She took a deep breath, used all her strength, and shouted at Kazuma, her voice clear enough to penetrate the walls. Onii-chan. When I grow up, I want to marry you. I'll have 3 children with you. We will be a family and stay together forever. The corridor fell into instant silence. Megumin stopped struggling, and the energy on her staff extinguished with a puff. She opened her mouth wide, staring blankly at Alice, then turned her head to look at Kazuma who was holding her. Her red eyes were filled with disbelief, shock, and a trace of anger and grievance at being backstabbed. Claire covered her face, unable to bear watching. Kazuma felt his blood freeze. He mechanically, bit by bit, lowered his head to look at Megumin, who was also petrified in his arms, and then looked at Alice not far away, whose little face was flushed red but whose eyes were firm, as if she had just announced her ultimate life goal. He wanted to say something, but his throat felt like it had been sealed with cement. A few seconds later, Megumin snapped back to reality. She stopped struggling and, in a voice that was cold to the extreme, as if it could freeze the air, said to Kazuma. "Kazuma, put me down." Kazuma subconsciously let go. Megumin landed, straightened her messed-up mage robe, and then walked in front of Alice, staring at her calmly. Cold flames burned in her red eyes. "Your Majesty Alice," Megumin said word by word. Her voice lacked its usual Chinibia nature and playfulness, possessing only a declaration-like seriousness. "I, Megumin, in the name of the Crimson Demon clan and, as Kazuma's teammate, formally declare war on you." Alice was stunned for a moment, then immediately became serious, the fighting spirit reigniting in her blue eyes. "I accept your declaration of war, Megumin. I wager the name of the Belzerg royal family and the glory of the future Demon Queen." "Very well." Megumin nodded, then turned and walked away without looking back. Walking to the corner of the corridor, she stopped, turned her head, and glanced at Kazuma from the corner of her eye. The look was so complex that it sent a chill down Kazuma's spine. "Kazuma," she said coldly, "take care of yourself." Having said that, she disappeared around the corner. In the corridor, only Kazuma, Alice, and Claire remained. The atmosphere was even more awkward and heavy than before. Alice seemed to realize that what she had just said was a bit too much. Her little face turned even redder, and she lowered her head, twisting her fingers, not daring to look at Kazuma. Claire sighed, walked to Alice's side, and whispered, "Your Highness, we should go back. It's too dangerous here." "No." Alice raised her head and looked at Kazuma. Although her eyes were shy, they carried a strange determination. "Oni-chan, I want to stay. I want to see what this world you've created is really like." Kazuma looked at the young girl before him who had caused him such huge trouble, yet whom he couldn't bring himself to reject, and felt a massive headache coming on. Let her stay? If the kingdom found out, it would be a major crime of the Demon King kidnapping the princess, and a war between the two countries wouldn't be an overreaction. Send her back? Judging by her current state, she would probably just sneak out again. Besides, Megumin's declaration of war looked just now, and Alice's "I won't marry anyone but you" declaration. Kazuma felt, this doesn't seem so bad. Chapter 52, 50 Commemorative Medal, an outrageous dream, note, can be skipped, irrelevant to the plot. Soto Kazuma had a dream. A bizarre, illogical dream with so many absurdities it could fill the Mariana Trench. The dream began in an endless field of unnaturally green grass. The sky was an eerie pink-purple, dotted with a few marshmallow-shaped clouds. A breeze blew by, carrying the scent of roasted sweet potatoes. Kazuma stood blankly on the grass, his brain not yet fully booted up. He looked down at himself, wearing his familiar, slightly stained adventurer's casual clothes, his hands empty, no Gianjinmaru, no Ziku driver, nothing at all. "Where am I?" he muttered to himself. Crunch, crunch. A familiar sound, like someone chewing potato chips, came from not far away. Kazuma followed the sound and saw Aqua with her back to him, lying on the grass, sticking her butt up, yes, scratching her butt, while shoving potato chips into her mouth. She was wearing her iconic blue and white goddess dress, but the hem was covered in chip crumbs and blades of grass, looking extremely disheveled. "Aqua!" Kazuma frowned and walked over. "What are you doing?" Aqua was startled and whipped her head around, her mouth still stained with snack crumbs. She held a bag stamped with Goddess Exclusive Times Ultimate Delicious Potato Chips. Seeing Kazuma, she immediately hid the bag behind her back and said guardedly, Kazuma. Why are you here? You are not allowed to steal my chips." "Who wants to steal your chips?" Kazuma instinctively retorted, but then he realized. This is a dream. What's the harm in stealing some snacks in a dream? It's not real anyway. And so, his mischievous side flared up. Kazuma lunged forward, and before Aqua could react, he snatched the bag of chips from her hands. "Wow! Give them back!" Aqua screamed, pouncing to get them back. Kazuma dodged to the side, grabbed a handful of chips, and shoved them into his mouth. He chewed twice, and his eyes lit up. These are actually pretty good. Much better than those cheap chips in reality. That goes without saying. These are exclusive to this goddess. Aqua stomped her feet in anger, tears welling up in her eyes. Give them back. Or I'll cry for you to see. Cry, go ahead and cry, I'm not giving them back even if you cry. Kazuma laughed maliciously, grabbed another handful of chips, shoved them into his mouth, finished the whole bag in a few bites, and then tossed the empty bag onto the ground. Burp tilde not bad. Aqua looked at the empty bag on the ground, then at Kazuma's smug face, and a raging fire instantly ignited in her blue eyes. Sa. Tu. Ka. Zu. Ma, she enunciated, her voice trembling with rage. You. Ah. Finished. As soon as she finished speaking, a blinding blue light erupted from Aqua's body. She raised her right hand high, and a fantastical bracelet appeared on her wrist, a gull bracelet. Aqua shouted in an operatic voice, which sounded a bit ridiculous but was full of momentum, a gull. Boom! A blue pillar of light shot into the sky, and Aqua's figure rapidly expanded and transformed within the radiance. A few seconds later, a giant about 50 meters tall, silver and blue all over, with a color timer on its chest, stood on the grass, casting a huge shadow that completely enveloped Kazuma. What the hell? Kazuma was dumbfounded. A gull? This can happen too. Aqua, now in her gull form, looked down at the ant-sized Kazuma beneath her feet and emitted a voice as deep as thunder. Kazuma. Prepare to die. The giant foot, covered in silver armor, descended toward Kazuma's head with the force of destroying the world. Wait! Aqua! Calm down. This is a dream. A dream. Kazuma scrambled to escape, but the foot covered too much area, and there was nowhere to run. Thud. With a dull thud, Kazuma was firmly stepped on. Until he became a pancake. A pancake in the literal sense. He was flattened, turned into a human-shaped, thin as a cicada's wing Kazuma pancake that was still twitching slightly, stuck to the ground, his features blurred and limbs splayed out, looking both miserable and hilarious. HMPH. Now you know how powerful this goddess is. Aqua in her gull form hummed smugly, then bent down and carefully pinched the edge of the Kazuma pancake with 2 fingers, as if picking up a piece of paper. Next, I'll throw you to the end of the universe. Aqua struck a pose like a frisbee thrower, her arm swinging back, ready to toss the Kazuma pancake. Just then, a sudden change occurred. In the sky, a more dazzling silver light, as if containing the light of the universe, tore through the pink-purple sky. In the light, a giant appeared with silver wings on its back, a more majestic stature, and an aura that was sacred and inviolable. Ultraman Noah dived down with lightning speed, performing a beautiful pounce, and precisely intercepted the Kazuma pancake that Aqua had just released in mid-air. This object is the key to *** heaven. Noah said in a majestic, ancient voice that seemed to pierce through time and space. He looked down at the pitiful Kazuma pancake in his hand, his eyes flashing with the light of wisdom. Only this key can open the secret realm containing the endless stones. That brat Tiger certainly won't be able to find this place. Stones, the Kazuma pancake pinched in Noah's hand squeezed out a voice with difficulty. What do you want stones for? To build a house? Noah didn't answer, because the next second, another wave of uninvited guests arrived. A pure white, single-horned, gorgeously designed mobile suit, Unicorn Gundam, warped out of the void, its beam saber-lit, pointing directly at Noah. Hand over that key, Noah. Overestimating your capabilities. Noah snorted coldly, not even using the Noah lightning, just throwing a casual punch. The seemingly plain punch contained unimaginable power, distorting even space itself. The Unicorn Gundam was sent flying, machine and all, turning into a shooting star in the sky. Who else? Noah looked around, exuding dominance. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of figures in colorful spandex and various designs crawled out from the grass, behind rocks, and even from underground. For the future of humanity! A knight with red compound eyes and a vintage design, Kamen Rider Cougar, struck a battle pose. The rules of victory have been decided. A red and blue knight, who looked like a combination of a rabbit and a tank, Kamen Rider build, rotated his crank. Now, let the experiment begin. A knight wearing strange glasses and holding full bottles. Because some weird things appear in dreams, I wrote this to add realism. I have arrived. A knight who looked like Deno, but carrying a sound attack rod. Wait, what the hell is that? Anyway, a large group of Kamen Riders surrounded Noah, their goal only one, the Kazuma pancake in his hand. HMPH, a bunch of ants. Noah was disdainful and was about to clear the field again when suddenly, as if sensing something, he reached into the void and pulled out a box of extra-large strawberry milk, as tall as a person. Noah tossed the box of strawberry milk onto the ground and shouted into the void, "That guy named Gintoki. Stop these masked perverts for me, and this box of strawberry milk is yours." Nani? Strawberry milk? A man in a white yukata, with natural curly silver hair and dead fish eyes, suddenly popped out from some corner, holding a copy of Jump in his hand. Deal! For the strawberry milk, even if they are Kamen Riders, I'll chop them up regardless. After speaking, Gintoki drew the Lake Toya from his waist, yelled, "Take this," and then was punched away by Build. Cough, cough. I was careless, didn't dodge. Gintoki crawled up from the ground, wiped the nosebleed, and was then pressed to the ground and rubbed by the swarming Kamen Riders. Various rider kicks, rider punches, energy beams, and sound attack rods were all aimed at him. Some riders even had their weapons, like Force Electric Rod and Games Daimaru, appear directly on Gintoki's asshole. Stop! No! My flower! Gintoki let out a miserable scream. The scene was too beautiful to look at. After a chaotic battle, the Kamen Riders and Gintoki were exhausted and lying all over the ground. Ultraman Noah also seemed to have consumed a lot of energy, and the color timer on his chest began to flash. The scene was a mess, only the Kazuma pancake was still lying quietly in Noah's palm. Just then, the dying Gintoki suddenly did a carp leap and stood up, a cunning smile on his face, the evil smile of the Yorazwire owner when he scams money. He patted the dirt off his body, walked up to Noah, and under Noah's astonished gaze, snatched the Kazuma pancake. He, got it. Gintoki weighed the pancake in his hand, then walked to a huge, ancient-looking stone door that had appeared in the center of the grass at some point, with a coin slot on it. Hey! What are you doing? The Kazuma pancake shouted in horror. What am I doing? Gintoki grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Of course, I'm inserting a coin to open the door. This is the ticket to *** heaven. After speaking, under the horrified gaze of everyone and the pancake, Gintoki stuffed the Kazuma pancake into the coin slot of the stone door. No! Kazuma let out a desperate cry. The coin slot swallowed the Kazuma pancake. A few seconds later, the stone door made a deafening roar and slowly opened. A golden light, even more dazzling and holy than Noah's light, gushed out from the door, illuminating the entire dream space. Everyone held their breath and looked into the door. The golden light gradually dissipated, and the scene inside the door became clear. No endless stones, no *** heaven. Only a little girl with twin tails, wearing a gothic Lolita dress, looking about 10 years old, sitting on a small stool, hugging her whale doll and reading a comic book with great interest. The smile on Gintoki's face froze. He rubbed his eyes, looked into the door again, then suddenly turned back, pointed at the little girl inside the door, and cursed. WTF? Why is this Isana? Are you kidding me? What about the promised endless stones? What about the promised *** heaven? Why is this *** heaven? I wanted stones I could sell for money, not a brat reading hentai comics. Isana raised her head, looked at Gintoki expressionlessly, then lowered her head and continued reading the comic. Ultraman Noah was silent. The Kamen Riders lying on the ground were silent. The consciousness of the Kazuma pancake was also silent. There were so many absurdities that Kazuma didn't even know where to start complaining. Aqua turning into a gull? Noah needing stones to defend against Tiga? Unicorn Gundam barging in? Gintoki selling his but for strawberry milk? Finally, inserting a coin to open the door, and out comes *** heaven. What is all this stuff? You guy, Gintoki suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction of Kazuma's consciousness. You're not Shinpachi, stop complaining. Kazuma. At this moment, so absurd and illogical that it was outrageous, the dream, like a fragile soap bubble, shattered with a pop. Kazuma sat up abruptly from the bed, gasping for air, his forehead covered in cold sweat. Outside the window, the sky was just beginning to brighten. The room was silent, save for his heavy breathing. He touched his face, then his arms and legs. Thankfully, they were three-dimensional, not a pancake. What the hell? Kazuma wiped off his sweat, still shaken. What kind of crazy dream was that? Aqua, Ultraman, Gundam, Kamen Rider, Gintoki, Isana, *** heaven, too many elements, information overload, negative logic score. Noah needing stones to defend against Tiga. Gintoki's asshole. And finally *** heaven. Kazuma held his forehead, feeling like his brain CPU was about to burn out. This dream was too bizarre. The only thing he was glad about was that he was the only one who knew about this dream. If Aqua found out that he dreamed of her turning into a gull and flattening him, he would never be able to hold his head up in front of this group of people again. Forget it, it was just a dream. Kazuma comforted himself and lay back on the bed, trying to catch another nap. But as soon as he closed his eyes, his mind was flooded with images of Aqua scratching her butt while eating chips, Noah holding the Kazuma pancake and saying this is the key to *** heaven, Gintoki's but being stuffed with weapons, and the twin-tailed lowly reading comics at the end. I can't sleep. Kazuma scratched his hair in frustration. This bizarre dream, full of absurdities, would likely become a psychological trauma for him for a long time to come. Chapter 53, The Children's Retribution. The morning sun spilled over the streets of Axel. Soto Kazuma walked out of Caucasus Scarab Castle, sporting two faint dark circles under his eyes. Last night's bizarre Guro dreams had kept him awake for most of the latter half of the night. His mind was filled with Aqua turning into a gull and stomping on him, a wickedly smiling Gintoki, Noah searching for stones, and finally, Isana reading adult manga. What on earth was all that? I need to find something to do to distract myself. Kazuma rubbed his throbbing temples, wandering aimlessly through the city. Before he knew it, he had walked near a small plaza in the Crimson Demon clan's residential area. This was originally a place for children to play. At the moment, a group of Crimson Demon children, ranging in age from 5 or 6 to 12 or 13, were gathered there. They stood in a circle, surrounding a boy who looked like the leader of the kids, who was animatedly telling a story. And then? What happened then? A little girl with pigtails asked eagerly. What happened to the Demon King and Princess Alice after that? Afterward, the boy cleared his throat, imitating an adult's tone with a mysterious look. The Demon King took Princess Alice back to his castle, and the two of them went for a walk under the moonlight. Sister Megumin saw them and got very angry, so she ran over and said to the Demon King, Kazuma, "You two-timer." Whoa, the children exclaimed in surprise. Then Princess Alice didn't back down either. She said to Sister Megumin, Megumin, "Oni-chan belongs to me." And then what? And then, Sister Darkness came too. She said, What a carnage! I want to join in too. And Lady Aqua. She must have been jealous too. Right. Lady Aqua rushed over with her staff and shouted, Kazuma! How dare you go on a date with another woman behind my back? I'm going to sue you for deceiving a goddess's feelings. And Sister Chris. Sister Whis. Sister Yun. Wow. The Demon King is amazing. So many girls like him. What do you call that again? I heard my mom and dad talk about it. I think it's called carnage. Yes, yes. Carnage. The Demon King is the ultimate harem king. The children were all talking at once, getting more excited as they went. They depicted Kazuma as a super harem king juggling several beauties and causing carnage. The plot was so melodramatic and the details so imagined that it rivaled a third-rate romance novel. Standing not far away, Kazuma's mouth twitched, and the veins on his forehead throbbed. Super harem king? Carnage? Moonlight walks? An aqua being jealous? That idiot only cares about her bubble wine, okay? Megumin and Alice are just having an elementary school argument. How could Darkness ever say something like that? These Crimson Demon kids have way too much imagination. And are they just too bored? Instead of doing something productive in the morning, they're here making up scandalous news about the Demon King? Ahoom! Kazuma coughed twice and walked over. Hearing the sound, the children all turned their heads at once. Seeing it was Kazuma, they immediately scattered like startled sparrows, shouting as they ran. Oh no! The Demon King is here! Run! It'll be terrible if we get caught. He definitely heard us calling him a harem king. We're doomed. The Demon King is going to silence us. Kazuma. Do I really look that scary? With quick eyes and hands, he grabbed the leader of the kids who had been running the slowest and talking the most enthusiastically. Let me go. Let me go. The boy struggled in his grip, his face pale. Spare me, Demon King. I'll never say bad things about you again. Who said you were saying bad things? Kazuma raised an eyebrow. I thought your story was quite exciting. The boy froze, staring blankly at Kazuma. Keep going, Kazuma let go, crossing his arms and looking at him expectantly. I haven't heard enough yet. What happened next? Who did I, the Super Harem King, choose in the end? The boy swallowed hard, cautiously observing Kazuma's expression. After confirming he wasn't angry, he whispered, I haven't thought of an ending yet. Mama said stories should have happy endings, so the Demon King should live happily ever after with all the sisters. Phut, Kazuma almost spat out. Live happily with all the sisters? Wouldn't that be a daily carnage that would work him to death? Is this what you guys do all the time? Kazuma looked around at the children peeking from behind distant trees and corners. Making up stories. Not entirely. The boy whispered. We also play hide and seek, role play, and sometimes help the adults with small chores. Kazuma understood. These Crimson Demon kids were full of energy and imagination, but they lacked systematic discipline and guidance. This wouldn't do. Kazuma stroked his chin, falling into deep thought. These little Chunibius were just making up gossip now, but if they ever got bored enough to research how to blow up houses with magic or provoke monsters outside the walls, that would be trouble. Furthermore, at their age, they should be learning knowledge and skills. Although Crimson Demons were born with great magical power, they couldn't just rely on talent alone. If they were needed to contribute to Axel in the future, they couldn't be illiterate or unable to do math, right? I need to find something for them to do. Kazuma muttered to himself. I need to make them learn. Wait. Kazuma suddenly remembered he still had a ride watch, the Force driver. Kamen Rider Force, whose user Gentaro Kisaragi was a hot-blooded idiot dreaming of becoming friends with everyone. His story was mainly set in Amanagawa High School. A modern high school with full facilities, including a school building, laboratories, a gymnasium, and a sports field. If he could use the Force driver to summon Amanagawa High School. Then wouldn't Axel's education problem be solved? He could shove all the Crimson Demon children, and even some adults who needed re-education, like that idiot Aqua, inside. Put them all in school, make them attend classes on time, do homework, participate in club activities. Let's see if they still have time to make up gossip or stay up late watching Kamen Rider. Moreover, the school could provide dormitory housing, further relieving Axel's housing pressure. It was like killing several birds with one stone. That's it. Kazuma's eyes lit up, his energy instantly returning. He could already envision a group of Crimson Demon children carrying backpacks, walking into classrooms with miserable faces, and under a teacher's supervision, reciting magic incantations, practicing reading and writing, and doing math problems. That image was beautiful. No time like the present. Kazuma immediately turned and ran toward the central plaza. As he ran, he contacted all the core members. Everyone! Gather at the central plaza immediately. I have a major announcement. Half an hour later, at the central plaza. Kazuma stood before the statues of Zio, Build, and Wizard, holding the Force driver. Behind him were Aqua, Megumin, Darkness, Chris, Whis, Union, Alice, Claire, and Chief Sylvia, who had all rushed over upon hearing the news, along with a large crowd of curious Crimson Demons. Even Vani had come, leaning against a wall and watching with great interest. Everyone! Kazuma cleared his throat and held up the Force driver. Today, I shall bring a great new facility to Axel. It will completely change our lives, raise our cultural level, standardize our behavior, and make our future even brighter. Everyone looked bewildered, having no idea what Kazuma was up to. Kazuma, what are you doing now? Aqua yawned. It's early morning, I still have wine to brew. This time is different. Kazuma raised his voice. This facility will solve one of the biggest problems we currently face, education. He looked toward the back of the crowd at the Crimson Demon children who had been forced to come because of the Demon King's summons. The children looked wary, clearly sensing something was wrong. So, Kazuma took a deep breath, pressed the button on the Force driver, and looked confidently toward where the white light was emitting. Force. The device emitted a sound effect. The next second, in a certain part of Axel, space distorted once again. But unlike the previous times, what appeared this time wasn't a statue or a castle, but a massive, architectural complex. Silver-gray, modern-looking school buildings rose from the ground. Neatly arranged teaching blocks, a wide sports field, and tree-lined roads, the architectural style was completely different from anything in this world, simple and bright. Above the school gate, the words Tamanagawa Gakuen High School were written in the script of this world. The entire school occupied a vast area, taking up almost the entire vacant lot on the other side of the plaza. Its scale was large enough to accommodate thousands of people. Oh my! Alice covered her small mouth, her blue eyes filled with shock. What kind of magic is this? Creating a city out of thin air? No, is this the school Oni-chan mentioned before? Claire was also beyond shocked. This architectural style. I've never seen anything like it. The Crimson Demons, meanwhile, had exploded into chatter. What immense power! Creation out of thin air. And on such a scale. Amanagawa Academy? That sounds amazing. Long live the Demon King. Aqua's mouth hung open as she stared blankly at the school. How much money must this be worth? Megumin glared at Kazuma huffily, then turned her head away. Darkness's breathing quickened. How magnificent. If one could receive training here. Wiz and Union were looking at Amanagawa High School with excitement. Kazuma was very satisfied with everyone's reaction. He turned to look at the group of Crimson Demon children who had already started to quietly back away, trying to slip away. A demonic smile appeared on his face. Children, Kazuma said in his most kind tone, from today on, this is your school. Here, you will learn knowledge, train your bodies, cultivate your character, and become useful talents for Axel. The children's faces turned pale. No, I don't want to, a child screamed. I want to go home. I want to find my mommy. I don't want to go to school. The children turned and ran. Trying to run. Kazuma was prepared. He raised his hand and cast a large-scale freezing spell. Cold air swept through, and the ground beneath the children's feet instantly froze. One by one, they slipped and fell in a heap. Catch them! Kazuma ordered. The Crimson Demon adults, who were already prepared, swarmed forward. Like catching chicks, they picked up the children one by one. Let me go! Let me go! Mommy! Save me! The Demon King is a bad man. Cries, screams, and pleas for mercy filled the air. So noisy! Kazuma picked his ear, then said to Chief Sylvia, Chief, please select a few patient and knowledgeable Crimson Demons to serve as teachers for the school. As for the curriculum, start with reading, writing, arithmetic, basic magic, and ethics. As you command, Demon King. Sylvia stroked his beard excitedly. We Crimson Demons finally have something proper to do. Children, your days of leisure are over. From today on, study hard and make progress every day. No. The children's wails echoed throughout all of Axel. Kazuma watched this scene, nodding with satisfaction before suddenly bursting into laughter. Ha 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 ha. You little brats, that's what you get for spreading rumors. Here's your retribution. Aqua, he's hopeless. This guy is actually getting serious with little kids. The girls? Chapter 54 Learning Swordsmanship. Ever since Princess Alice and Claire officially moved into Caucasus Scarab Castle and became extra-budgetary residents of Axel, the atmosphere in the castle had become somewhat subtle. The most obvious change came from Megumin. This Crimson Demon clan girl, who was usually loud and boisterous, wanting nothing more than to stick to Kazuma's side 24 hours a day, either showing off her explosion magic or complaining about Kazuma being stingy, had suddenly become quiet. It wasn't the gentle kind of quiet, but a deliberate, distant sort of estrangement. The daily explosion magic time was originally an unshakable group activity for Kazuma's party. The usual process was Kazuma being reluctantly dragged out of the city by Megumin, Aqua joining in for the fun with Darkness following behind, while Chris followed to prevent accidents and Whiz would occasionally come along too. Megumin would chant, explode, and then be carried back by Kazuma because her mana was depleted. Along the way, Kazuma would complain, saying things like you're so heavy, you need to lose weight, and walk back yourself next time. But now, everything had changed. On the first day, Megumin didn't come looking for Kazuma. Kazuma took a lap around the castle and found Megumin standing at the castle gate talking to Yunyun. Just as he walked over, Megumin grabbed Yunyun's hand and said, Kazuma, Yunyun is accompanying me to cast explosion magic today, you don't need to come. Kazuma was stunned. Eh? Yunyun is going with you? Can she even carry you? I can walk back myself. Megumin huffed, pulling Yunyun away and leaving Kazuma standing there looking bewildered. On the second day, Megumin still didn't come looking for Kazuma. This time, Darkness went with her. When Darkness carried Megumin back, she looked excited and said to Kazuma, What power? Megumin's explosion magic makes one's heart race every time they see it. On the third day, Megumin still didn't look for Kazuma. This time, Aqua went with her. Aqua came back covered in dust and complained, that idiot. She just collapses on the ground after casting her magic, and this goddess had to personally carry her back. Honestly, Kazuma used to be the one to carry her. Kazuma finally realized something was wrong. Megumin was deliberately avoiding him. It wasn't just explosion magic, their daily interactions had also sharply decreased. During meals, Megumin no longer tried to snatch meat from Kazuma's plate or complain about how bad his cooking was like she used to. Instead, she sat silently next to Yunyun or Aqua, head down, eating in small bites. in the evenings, in front of the castle hall's fireplace, which was originally the time everyone gathered to chat, play cards, and tease Kazuma about being at Lolicon, Megumin always found excuses to return to her room early, saying she had to read, had to meditate, or simply didn't show up at all. The most obvious instance was one evening when Kazuma, Aqua, Darkness, Chris, Whis, Yunyun, Princess Alice, and Claire were sitting around the fireplace sharing some snacks Whis had recently made. Kazuma habitually wanted to tease Megumin, so he picked up a snack and waved it in front of her. Megumin, do you want to eat this? Call me Kazuma-sama and I'll give it to you. In the past, even if Megumin didn't pounce to snatch it, she would have blushed and called him scum or stingy. But this time, Megumin only gave him a faint glance, then stood up and said to Yunyun, I'm full, I'm going back to my room first. With that, she went upstairs without looking back. Kazuma's hand holding the snack froze in mid-air, and the air suddenly went still. Aqua, munching on a snack, said indistinctly, Kazuma, did you make Megumin angry? I didn't do anything. Kazuma looked innocent. You definitely did something. Aqua said with certainty. Megumin used to love sticking to you, and now she won't even look at you. Darkness, for once, analyzed the situation in a normal tone. It seems Megumin became like this after Princess Alice arrived. Everyone's eyes simultaneously turned toward Alice. Alice was taking a small sip of black tea. Being stared at by everyone, her face turned red, and she whispered, I didn't make Megumin angry. It's not your fault, Princess. Chris comforted her. Megumin might just be having trouble adjusting. Adjusting to what? Kazuma frowned. Adjusting to 2 more people in the castle, and... Chris glanced at Kazuma, hesitating. And what? And, we spoke up timidly, Princess Alice and Megumin both rely on Kazuma-san a lot. Rely on me? Kazuma was even more confused. Megumin relies on me? She relies on my wallet, more like. That's not it, Yunyun said softly. Megumin. She actually cares about Kazuma-san a lot. Back in the Crimson Demon Village, she used to tell me that even though Kazuma-san is scum, he's a good person who protects everyone. Then what's she acting like this for now? Kazuma frustratedly ruffled his hair. I haven't kicked her out, and I haven't let her go hungry or without clothes. What's wrong with Alice being here? The castle is so big, it's not like there isn't room. Maybe it's... Darkness hesitated for a moment before saying it. Jealousy. Jealousy. Kazuma, Aqua, Whis, Yunyun, Alice, Claire, and even Chris were all stunned. Jealous of what? Kazuma asked. Jealous that? Princess Alice can openly call Kazuma Oni-chan and receive special care from him. Darkness said, even if Megumin doesn't say it, in her heart, she might hope Kazuma would treat her as, well, an important person, rather than just a teammate. She is an important person already. Kazuma said, speechless. You all are. But important and important are different. Chris hit the nail on the head. To Megumin, Kazuma might be the closest male to her besides her family. But now, a girl with a similar build, who is more excellent, has a higher status, and gets special treatment from Kazuma has arrived at the castle. It's normal for her to feel uneasy. When did I give Alice special treatment? Kazuma protested. I treat her the same as you guys. I scold her and tease her when I should. Is that so? Aqua raised an eyebrow. Then why is it that when Alice sneaked in wearing succubus clothes, you didn't scold her but let her stay? If it were me, you would have thrown me out long ago. That's because... Kazuma was at a loss for words. But Alice, he really couldn't bring himself to be harsh with her. See? Aqua said triumphantly. You're playing favorites. I am not. You are too. The argument in front of the fireplace ended without a resolution. But Megumin's estrangement became a thorn in everyone's side in the castle. Over the next few days, the situation didn't improve, instead, it intensified. Megumin even started avoiding everything related to Kazuma. When Kazuma called a meeting, she would either be late or find an excuse not to come. When Kazuma assigned tasks, she would accept them silently and then go complete them without a word. When Kazuma tried to strike up a conversation, she would either give a perfunctory reply or ignore him entirely. In the most extreme case, when Kazuma ran into Megumin in the hallway and wanted to talk, he had just opened his mouth to say Megumin when she turned and ran like a startled rabbit, nearly colliding with Darkness, who was just coming out of her room. "What's wrong with Megumin?" Darkness looked at Megumin's retreating back with a confused expression. She wasn't like this before. "Who knows?" Kazuma sighed. "Don't try to guess the mind of a teenage girl," Kazuma said irritably. "Anyway, she just doesn't want to talk to me right now. What can I do? I can't exactly tie her up and force her to talk to me, can I?" "Perhaps." Darkness thought for a moment and said, "You could try being more proactive. For example, give her a gift, or take her to do something she likes." "Give a gift?" Kazuma raised an eyebrow. "Give what?" "Then take her to do something she likes," Darkness said. "For example, go cast explosion magic, and then carry her back, just like before." Kazuma was silent for a moment, then nodded, "I'll try." The next afternoon, Kazuma took the initiative to find Megumin. Megumin was sitting on the castle rooftop, holding Chomosuke and staring blankly at the distant sky. "Megumin!" Kazuma walked to her side, trying to make his voice sound natural. Megumin's body stiffened. She didn't look back, nor did she speak. The weather is nice today, do you want to go cast explosion magic?" Kazuma asked. "I'll go with you." Megumin was silent for a few seconds before whispering, "No need, Union will go with me. Union is helping with organize magic items today." Kazuma had already checked. Darkness is going to train, Aqua is brewing wine, Chris is on patrol, Wiz has to open the shop, Alice and Claire are, I don't know what they're doing. Anyway, only I'm free right now. Megumin fell silent again. "Let's go," Kazuma reached out, wanting to grab her wrist like he used to. "I'll carry you back." Megumin suddenly pulled her hand back as if she had been burned. She stood up, holding Chomosuke, head down, and whispered, "I'll go by myself." With that, she bypassed Kazuma and quickly walked down from the rooftop. Kazuma stood there, watching Megumin's back, his heart filled with mixed emotions. For the first time, he felt that Megumin was really far away from him. That night, fireplace chat. Megumin still didn't come. The atmosphere was a bit gloomy. Aqua couldn't help but complain, Kazuma, what on earth did you do to Megumin? She wasn't like this before." "I didn't do anything," Kazuma said irritably. "You definitely did something." Aqua insisted. Kazuma didn't want to argue with her anymore. He looked at Darkness, hoping she could say something to lighten the mood. Noticing Kazuma's gaze, Darkness put down her teacup, cleared her throat, and said in a normal, slightly aristocratic tone, "Kazuma, I believe Megumin's problem might need time to resolve. She is currently in a sensitive period, perhaps we should give her some space." Kazuma was taken aback. "Darkness," Kazuma asked tentatively, "are you okay today?" "I am fine." Darkness smiled slightly, her smile proper and even containing a hint of reserve. "I just feel that in this kind of setting, it's better to maintain some politeness." Aqua leaned in, curiously examining Darkness. "Darkness, did you take the wrong medicine? Why have you suddenly become so normal?" "I have always been normal." Darkness's face turned red, but she quickly returned to normal. "I'm just usually more relaxed." "Relaxed?" Aqua raised an eyebrow. "You call that so shameful, so exciting look relaxed?" "Aqua!" Darkness's face turned even redder. She stole a glance at Alice and Claire, seemingly very concerned about her image in front of the princess. "Please watch your words." Fine, I won't say anything." Aqua waved her hand and sat back, muttering under her breath, stop pretending, everyone knows what you're like in private. Darkness pretended not to hear, picked up her teacup, and took another sip, but her knuckles were a bit white from gripping the cup. Watching this scene, Kazuma understood. Darkness was putting on an act. With Alice present, she had reined in her usual exaggerated, masochistic behavior, trying hard to play the part of a normal, well-bred noble knight. She didn't want Princess Alice and Claire to know that in private, she was a pervert who enjoyed being scolded, tied up, and stepped on. This was probably the other side of Darkness. Concerned about face, possessing self-respect, and not wanting others to know about her little quirks. Only in front of familiar people or when strongly stimulated would she show her true colors. Speaking of which, Chris suddenly spoke up, breaking the brief silence. Megumin seems to have been going to see Princess Alice often lately. Everyone's eyes turned to Alice once more. Alice nodded and said softly, "Yes. Megumin Onisama has come to see me a few times, asking me about the royal capital and swordsmanship." Swordsmanship? Kazuma was surprised. What is she learning swordsmanship for? She said she wants to get stronger. Alice said, not just relying on explosion magic, but also wanting to learn some close combat techniques. Close combat? Kazuma was even more surprised. With her small frame? Once someone gets close, what can she do besides wait for death? Didn't she declare war on you? Alice was at a loss for words for a moment. I don't know either. The fire in the fireplace crackled, reflecting the various expressions on everyone's faces. Looking at the flickering flames, Kazuma felt for the first time that this castle didn't seem as warm as he had imagined. Chapter 55, Kazuma Meow is finished. Late at night, Axel, Kazuma's room. Soto Kazuma lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. The image of Megumin's deliberately distant back and her cold gaze from earlier today, along with everyone's discussion by the fireplace about jealousy and dependence, replayed in his mind like a revolving lantern. That girl Megumin. What kind of mood is she in exactly? Kazuma scratched his hair irritably. Isn't it just because Alice came? Is it really that big of a deal? I didn't kick her out, and I haven't neglected her. The more he thought about it, the more depressed he became. Before, although Megumin was a Chunibya, a nuisance, and prone to causing destruction at any moment, at least she was vibrant. She would argue with him, steal his snacks, complain about his stinginess, and even occasionally show a little bit of dependence. But now, she was like a different person, silent, distant, and deliberately avoidant. It made Kazuma feel very unaccustomed, and even a bit lost. Sigh. Kazuma sighed, sat up, and rubbed his throbbing temples. He needed sleep. There were a bunch of things to handle tomorrow: the curriculum for the Crimson Demon Clan School, the placement of the new adventuress and succubi, the daily maintenance of the castle, and finding a way to ease the relationship with Megumin. Just as he was about to force himself to sleep, that familiar, cold, mechanical system notification sound rang out inappropriately in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host's future harem is jealous, with intense emotional fluctuations. Kazuma. Future harem? Jealous? System, you're starting again, aren't you? Task issued, the Demon King's consolation. Content, please go and console the jealous future harem member within 2 hours to soothe her emotions and repair the relationship. Reward. Just as the system said the word reward, Kazuma blew his top. He was already upset because of Megumin, and now the system was adding to the mess, talking about a future harem and jealousy. What on earth was that? Megumin was his teammate. Although he did have those kinds of thoughts. But did the system need to say it? Shut up! Kazuma roared in his mind, not even hearing what reward the system mentioned afterward. I don't need you to teach me what to do. I don't want to do any consoling the jealous harem's task. I just want to sleep now. Task accepted. Countdown, 1 hour, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. I didn't say I accepted. Kazuma went crazy. Refusal will be considered abandonment, punishment will be executed immediately. Execute it then. Kazuma threw caution to the wind. At worst, it's just social death. I'm already a stinky lolicon anyway, what's another social death? His mind was full of Megumin right now, he didn't want to deal with the system's stupid task at all. So annoying. The more Kazuma thought about it, the angrier he got. He simply pulled out Gianjin-Maru from under his pillow, drew the blade, and then slammed his own head hard with the scabbard. Asterisk thud, asterisk. A dull sound. Kazuma's vision went dark and sharp pain followed, but he gritted his teeth and didn't make a sound. Physical hypnosis, simple and crude, but effective. The pain and dizziness instantly dispersed the stray thoughts in his mind, and sleepiness surged in like a tide. Phew, finally, can sleep. Kazuma's vision darkened, his body slumped back onto the bed, and his consciousness quickly sank into darkness. Before he completely lost consciousness, he seemed to hear the system say something else, something about punishment, but he could no longer hear it clearly. Ding! Detected that the host has entered a forced sleep state and cannot complete the task. Punishment executed, exchange souls with Chomasuke for 24 hours. Countdown starts, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Early the next morning. Kazuma woke up to a strange sensation. Warm, soft, with a familiar, faint scent of Megumin. Also, his field of vision seemed to have become lower. He moved and felt his body was light as a feather, on all fours, furry in weight, furry. Kazuma suddenly looked down and saw two small paws covered in black fur. Meow? A weak, puzzled cat's cry came from his throat. Kazuma! He froze. He tried to open his mouth to speak, but only soft meow-meow sounds came out. He lifted his hand and saw a furry black cat paw with pink pads. He turned into a cat. To be precise, his soul had entered the body of Chomasuke, Megumin's black cat. Meow! Kazuma, cat, cried out in terror, but the sound was still weak. He looked around in a panic and found himself sleeping in Megumin's bed, under the covers. Megumin was still fast asleep, lying on her side, with an arm draped over him, the cat. Her breathing was even, her red hair was spread across the pillow, and her sleeping face was peaceful. What was going on? How did he become Chomasuke? And why was he sleeping in Megumin's bed? Just then, a terrified scream from Aqua came from Kazuma's room next door. Kazuma! Have you gone crazy? What are you doing? The voice was sharp and piercing, instantly waking the entire castle. Kazuma, cat's heart skipped a beat. Next door? His body? Could it be? Megumin was also startled awake by the scream. She sat up groggily and rubbed her eyes. What's wrong? What is Aqua shouting about? Meow. Meow meow. Kazuma, cat, called out anxiously, wanting to tell Megumin what had happened, but only cat cries came out. Chomasuke. Megumin looked down and saw the black cat in her arms anxiously scratching at her pajamas with its claws. Her red eyes were full of confusion. What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Meow. Kazuma, cat, was frantic. He jumped out of Megumin's arms and rushed toward the door. But he forgot he was a cat now, the door handle was too high, and he couldn't reach it at all. Chomasuke, where are you going? Megumin got out of bed, put on her slippers, and opened the door. Outside the door, Aqua, Darkness, Chris, Wheeze, Union, Alice, Claire, and others had all been drawn by the scream. Wearing their pajamas and looking bleary-eyed, they gathered at the entrance of Kazuma's room. Aqua was pointing into the room, her face filled with terror. What's wrong, Aqua? Chris asked. Kazuma, he? Aqua's voice trembled as she pointed inside the room. He's in the room, crawling on all fours. And. Everyone poked their heads in to look. They saw Kazuma, Chomosuke, in his pajamas, on all fours like a cat, slowly crawling around the room. His body's face wore an expression that was innocent, curious, even a bit silly. Occasionally, he even stuck out his tongue to lick the back of his hand, and a contented purr sound came from his throat. Meow tilde Kazuma, the body, saw the crowd gathered at the door and tilted his head, seemingly a bit puzzled, then continued to look down and study the pattern on the floor. Everyone. This is. Was covered her mouth. How? Darkness's breathing quickened, her face flushed, but this time it wasn't excitement, it was shock and a hint of worry. Kazuma-san. What happened? Yunyun asked softly. Meow. Kazuma, cat, in Megumin's arms cried out anxiously, but no one could understand him. Just then, Aqua seemed to discover something and pointed at Kazuma's bed, her voice even more terrified. Look. On the B bed. Everyone looked in the direction she was pointing. On Kazuma's bedsheet, there was a small patch of slightly darker wetness, clearly a urine stain. And next to the pillow, there was even a nondescript, brown, still steaming solid mass. Poop. Aqua screamed. Kazuma pooped on the bed. Everyone gasped. It's over. Aqua held her head, looking despairing. Kazuma. I didn't expect you to have regressed to this point. Not only are you crawling like a cat, but you're also pooping on the bed. Have you completely lost your mind? Meow. Kazuma, cat, in Megumin's arms was so angry that his fur stood on end. It's not me. It's Chomosuke. It's that stupid cat doing these things in my body. However, no one could understand his words. Everyone only saw that the black cat in Megumin's arms suddenly became agitated, baring its teeth and hissing angrily at the Kazuma in the room. Chomosuke. Megumin looked at the cat in her arms in confusion. What's wrong? Do you not like Kazuma being like this? Meow. Kazuma, cat, struggled desperately, trying to jump down from Megumin's arms and rush at the stupid cat occupying his body. Just then, Kazuma, Chomosuke's soul, in the room seemed to be drawn by the commotion at the door. He, the body, looked up and saw Megumin, his eyes suddenly lit up, and a silly but deeply attached smile appeared on his face. Meow tilde Kazuma, Chomosuke, let out a cheerful meow, and then, using all four limbs like a real kitten pouncing on its master, he excitedly pounced toward Megumin. Whoa! Megumin was startled and instinctively took a step back. Wait! Chris was quick and reached out to stop Kazuma. But Kazuma, Chomosuke, was agile, he ducked under Chris's arm and continued to pounce toward Megumin. Meow! Kazuma, cat, in Megumin's arms cried out anxiously, struggling wildly. Seeing that Kazuma, Chomosuke, was about to pounce on Megumin, Aqua finally reacted and shouted, No! Kazuma! Stop! She rushed forward, reaching out to grab Kazuma, Chomosuke's arm, trying to stop him. However, the moment Aqua's hand touched Kazuma, Chomosuke, Chomosuke seemed to be startled, or rather, his cat instincts were triggered, and he suddenly swung his arm. Ah! Aqua let out a miserable scream as several red marks instantly appeared on her arm. Having succeeded in his strike, Kazuma, Chomosuke, didn't stay. He turned and ran like a startled wild cat, on all fours, quickly rushing out of the room and disappearing down the hallway in a flash. Kazuma! Aqua clutched the wound on her arm, her eyes watering from the pain. You actually scratched me! You lunatic! Aqua! Chris hurried forward to check her injury. Are you okay? It hurts. Wah! Aqua started crying. That bastard Kazuma. He actually scratched me. He's completely lost it. Everyone looked at the bloodstains on Aqua's arm, then at the urine stain and that thing on the bed, and finally toward where Kazuma had disappeared. For a moment, everyone fell into silence. Megumin held the black cat, which was still struggling and meowing angrily, as she watched the chaotic scene before her. Her red eyes were full of worry and confusion. "Kazuma," she murmured to herself. "What on earth happened to you?" And now, Kazuma, occupying Chomasuke's body, looked at this absurd, chaotic, and completely inexplicable scene. He heard Aqua's crying, the gasps and discussions of the crowd, and felt the sense of powerlessness coming from his cat body. He, Soto Kazuma, the demon king of Axel, was completely petrified. He was finished. This time, he was really finished. 24 hours? How was he going to survive these 24 hours? Finished. Chapter 56, You Better Not Actually Be Crazy. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight filtered through the stained glass of the castle's high windows, casting dappled light and shadows across the cold floor, Soto Kazuma slowly opened his eyes amidst an indescribable weakness and a hangover-like headache. His vision was blurry at first, then gradually became clear. What he saw was the familiar ceiling painted with intricate patterns of gears and pipes. It was his own room. He turned his neck with difficulty, feeling like a stuffed doll that had been hollowed out and then clumsily stuffed back together. Every muscle was screaming in sore protest. I'm back to normal," he muttered hoarsely to himself, his voice as dry as sandpaper friction. He raised his hand. It was a human hand, with 5 distinct fingers and slightly rough skin, no longer a cat's paw covered in fur and pink pads. A massive sense of relief, like surviving a disaster, instantly washed over him. The 24-hour experience of life as a cat had been nothing short of a nightmare he couldn't wake up from. As a cat, he couldn't speak or communicate. He could only watch helplessly as his body performed all sorts of humiliating acts that were enough to cause him social death 10,000 times over, crawling on the ground, licking his paws, peeing and pooping on the bed, and even scratching Aqua. At the thought of the bloody scratches on Aqua's arm and her desperate cries at the time, a mix of pain, shock, and "you've actually regressed to this point," Kazuma felt a wave of suffocation. And then there was that lump of stuff that Aqua had screamingly identified as a crap. God knows what it was, but everyone believed he was the one who did it. "It's over. I'm completely finished." Kazuma covered his face in despair, feeling his life turn grey. How was he supposed to explain this? Say he swapped souls with a cat? Who would believe him? Besides, the system had explicitly warned that if the system's existence was exposed, all rewards and abilities would be revoked, and his memory would be erased. He didn't dare gamble. Just then, the door was pushed open with a bang. Aqua stood at the door with a mess of blue hair and swollen, red eyes, looking furious. Her right arm was wrapped in thick bandages, her left hand was on her hip, and she glared at Kazuma with eyes that looked at trash. "Hey, Scumzuma! Are you awake? If you're awake, get the hell out here and explain yourself. What kind of madness were you possessed by yesterday?" Behind her, darkness, Chris, Wheeze, Union, Alice, Claire, and even Varney were all present. Everyone had different expressions, but without exception, they all carried a sense of inquiry, worry, and deep suspicion. Kazuma, Chris stepped forward with a serious expression. "What exactly happened to you yesterday? Your behavior was very abnormal." "Indeed," Kazuma, Darkness said, for once not showing her masochistic excitement, but instead knitting her brows with concern. "You not only performed those indecent actions, but you also hurt Aqua, and even, on the bed, did that. Are you feeling unwell somewhere? Or did you fall under some strange curse?" Yes. A curse. Kazuma sat up abruptly as if grabbing a lifeline. "I must have been cursed. A curse that makes people act like cats." "Yes. That's it. A curse." Aqua eyed him suspiciously. "What kind of curse makes a grown man crawl on the ground like a cat and poop on the bed? How come I've never heard of it?" You're just ignorant," Kazuma argued through gritted teeth. The world is vast and full of wonders. There's definitely such a curse. I might have been targeted by some evil monster. Is that so? Aqua leaned in, her blue eyes staring intently into Kazuma's, as if trying to find a flaw. Then tell me, what kind of monster? What did it look like? Where did you get cursed? How should I know? Kazuma felt unnerved by her gaze and looked away. At the time, it was pitch black, I didn't see clearly. HMPH. Aqua snorted coldly, clearly unconvinced. Keep making things up. I think you did it on purpose. Because Megumin has been ignoring you lately, you used this perverted method to get her attention. Right. I did not. Kazuma got anxious. How could I possibly use such a method to get attention? I'm not a pervert. If you're not a pervert, then who is? Aqua pointed at him, her voice shrill. Crawling like a cat. Pooping on the bed. And scratching me. What is that if not being a pervert? Kazuma was speechless, his face turning bright red. He was unable to defend himself because the facts were right there. He couldn't exactly say that the system and a cat had teamed up to screw him over, could he? Enough, Aqua. Chris interrupted their argument and looked at Kazuma with a complex gaze. Kazuma, whether it was a curse or not, your behavior yesterday did indeed cause a very bad impact. Aqua is injured, and the room needs a thorough cleaning. Besides, everyone was very worried about you. I'm sorry, okay? A simple sorry is all. Aqua wouldn't let it go. What about my medical bills? What about emotional damages? And the cleaning fee for your room, the cost of replacing the sheets and duvet covers? I'll pay. I'll pay for everything. Kazuma said hurriedly. I'll pay no matter how much it costs. HMPH, that's more like it. Aqua's anger subsided slightly, but she still looked at Kazuma with suspicious eyes. However, you'd better have actually been cursed. If I find out you were faking it? I wasn't faking. Absolutely not. Kazuma swore to the heavens. If I was faking it, may lightning strike me down and let me die a horrible death. It better be that way. Aqua curled her lip and turned to leave. Seeing Kazuma's good attitude in admitting his mistake, the others also said they would observe further and left the room one after another, leaving only Chris and Wiz to help clean up the mess on the bed. Kazuma watched them strip off the sheets and duvet covers stained with unidentified stains and replace them with new ones. His face felt burning hot and he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. This time, he had truly lost face to the extreme. Meanwhile, in Megumin's room. Megumin didn't head out early in the morning clutching her staff to find a place for explosion magic as usual. Instead, she uncharacteristically stayed in bed for a while. Chomasu curled up obediently by her pillow, letting out a satisfied purr. Megumin lay on her side, her red eye staring out the window, her gaze somewhat vacant. In her mind, she was replaying the scenes of those utterly absurd events that happened yesterday. Kazuma crawling like a cat? Kazuma meowing. Kazuma pouncing on her. Kazuma scratching Aqua, and those things on the bed. All of it was too bizarre, too surreal. That guy Kazuma. Megumin murmured to herself, her brow slightly furrowed. What exactly happened to him? Has he really gone crazy? She thought about how she had deliberately distanced herself from Kazuma and given him the cold shoulder over the past few days to teach him a lesson, even declaring war on Alice right in front of him. She had originally thought that Kazuma would at most feel annoyed, helpless, or use his usual scummy logic to play it off with some banter. She never expected Kazuma's reaction to be so intense, even eerie. Could it be? He really took it too hard because I was ignoring him and had a mental breakdown. A hint of guilt and unease suddenly welled up in Megumin's heart. She just wanted him to realize that he couldn't always ignore her feelings and shouldn't take her dependence for granted. She hadn't intended to drive him crazy. No, Megumin, you can't go soft. Megumin shook her head vigorously, as if trying to convince herself. That guy Kazuma just needs to be taught a lesson. He's usually so scummy, so stingy, and acts like he doesn't care about anyone. If he isn't made to suffer a bit, he'll never understand that some people shouldn't be ignored casually. She sat up, and Chomosuke was startled awake, letting out a meow. Megumin picked up the black cat and stroked its soft fur, but her thoughts drifted elsewhere. And I'm doing this for myself too. Megumin whispered to Chomosuke, though it was more like she was talking to herself. I can't spend my whole life just being a burden who can only cast explosion magic and then collapse on the ground waiting for someone to carry me back. I want to become stronger, to let him see that I, Megumin, am not just his teammate, I can also be independent. She thought about how she had gone to Alice to learn swordsmanship. That was purely an excuse she had come up with on impulse. She had zero interest in swordsmanship. In this life, she only recognized explosion magic. That practice longsword was currently tossed carelessly in a corner of her room, covered in dust. Swordsmanship and whatnot is such a pain, Megumin curled her lip. My arms get sore after just a few swings. How can it compare to the thrill of explosion magic? One shot to the soul, destroying heaven and earth. She walked to the corner, disdainfully picked up the longsword with 2 fingers, gave it a casual shake, and then with a clatter, tossed it back onto the floor. I'm only learning swordsmanship to put on a show for Kazuma. Megumin stood with her hands on her hips, speaking to the air. I want him to think that I've determined to change and become an all-arounder mage because he ignored me. That way, he'll definitely feel guilty, he'll regret it, he'll take the initiative to find me, and he'll care about me more. The more she thought about it, the more she felt her plan was flawless. Using Kazuma's guilt to make him take the lead in repairing their relationship while also raising her own status in his heart, it was truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But before Megumin's excitement could pass, she thought of Kazuma's crazy appearance yesterday, and her small face slumped. He seems to have been really overstimulated. He even started crawling like a cat and pooping on the bed. That's just 2. She couldn't imagine that Kazuma, who was usually scummy but fairly reliable at critical moments, would turn into that state. Yesterday? He even wanted to pounce into my arms. Megumin's cheeks flushed slightly, and her heart rate quickened a bit. Yet for some reason, at that moment, there was actually a hint of a flutter in her heart. No, no, no. Megumin slapped her cheeks hard, trying to snap herself out of it. Megumin, get a grip. That was Kazuma being crazy. It wasn't because he sincerely wanted to hug you. You can't go soft just because he's crazy. You're the woman who's going to become the strongest mage using only explosion magic. How can you be shaken by such a small thing? She began pacing back and forth in her room, a fierce battle raging between her left and right brain. Left brain, reason Kazuma is crazy, he brought it on himself, serves him right. You must stick to your plan and make him reflect thoroughly. Right brain, it emotion, but he looks so pitiful, he's turned into that. What if he really has a mental breakdown? Cerebellum, controlling the body, but seemingly out of control. How about going to see him? Just a glance, without talking to him. Cerebrum, final decision no. If you go see him now, all the previous cold shouldering will go to waste. You must let him suffer for a few more days. Megumin stopped her pace and clenched her fists as if she had made some kind of resolution. Right. I can't go soft, she said to herself. It's only been a few days, and he can't take it already? This shows my method is working. As long as I hold out a bit longer, he will definitely realize his mistake, and then he'll be like a knight welcoming a princess, solemnly apologizing to me, begging for my forgiveness, and promising to treat me well in the future. She imagined Kazuma kneeling on one knee, holding flowers, and saying to her affectionately, Megumin-sama, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I'll never ignore you again. Please come back to my side and be my sharpest sword. Hee hee? Megumin couldn't help but let out a giggle, but then she immediately put on a serious face. No. It's too early to be happy. I have to wait until he actually comes to apologize. She walked to the window and looked in the direction of Kazuma's room, her red eyes shimmering with a complex light, anticipation, worry, determination, and a trace of hard-to-detect softness. Kazuma. She murmured softly, you better not. Actually be crazy. At this moment, Megumin had no idea that her carefully planned cold shoulder strategy had already hurtled off in a direction she completely failed to anticipate due to an accidental soul swap event. Meanwhile, in the room next door, Kazuma was enduring Aqua's non-stop chatter and everyone's suspicious gazes while frantically cursing that unreliable system and that stupid cat that pooped on his bed. Chapter 57, redder than just after casting. Outside Axel City, on a patch of scorched earth that had been repeatedly bombarded and was long since devoid of life. The afterglow of the setting sun dyed the sky orange-red, plating this desolate land with a tragic yet warm golden edge. Soto Kazuma had his hands in his pockets, boredly kicking a charred black stone by his feet. A few steps behind him, Megumin leaned on a staff taller than herself, panting slightly. Her crimson eyes were fixed on the empty wilderness ahead, her small face full of focus and determination. Hey, Megumin, Kazuma yawned, speaking lazily, can you actually do it? You've been building up for ages, and the sun's almost down. If you don't release it soon, today's once a day will expire. Shut up, Kazuma. Megumin didn't look back, her tone tinged with the annoyance of being rushed. Explosion magic is art. Art requires time and state of mind to brew. You think everyone is like you, finding any random place to what? Kazuma raised an eyebrow, teasing her on purpose. To relieve yourself anywhere. You. Megumin whipped her head around, her cheeks instantly flushing. Don't mention that. That was an accident. And it must have been some weird curse you were under. Fine, an accident. Kazuma raised his hands in surrender, but a mischievous grin he couldn't hide hung on the corner of his mouth. So, great explosion wizard Megumin-sama, is your art ready yet? If you don't release it, I'm going back to eat. We's made curry today, if you're late, there'll only be soup left. HMPH. Megumin turned her head back huffily, took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, and refocused on the magic she was about to release. She knew Kazuma was intentionally provoking her, but she really couldn't delay any longer. Mana was already surging through her body, suppressing it further would actually hinder the effectiveness of the spell. More importantly, she stole a glance at Kazuma behind her from the corner of her eye. This guy, though his mouth was still as punchable as ever, at least, he proactively came to find her today. The deliberate distance of the past few days seemed to have actually made him a bit concerned. At this thought, a small sense of pride welled up in Megumin's heart, and even her voice grew a few pitches higher as she chanted the incantation. Blacker than black, darker than dark, entrust your crimson gold light to me. The time of awakening has arrived. The fallen logic of the Church of Absurdity, manifest as an invisible distortion. Dance! 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 The collapse of my power's origin, a collapse beyond compare. Burn all creation in heaven and earth to ashes, and descend from the abyss. This is the strongest attack known to humanity. This is the ultimate offensive magic. Explosion! As the final line of the incantation was shouted almost like a roar, Megumin poured all her mana into the staff and swung it forward violently. The ruby at the tip of the staff erupted with a blinding, eye-searing light. A massive fireball was born out of thin air, carrying a momentum that could destroy everything. Trailing a long tail of flame, it whistled and smashed into the distant clearing. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out, the earth shook violently, and a scorching airwave carrying dirt and rubble swept in all directions. A massive mushroom cloud slowly rose into the sky, briefly obscuring the glow of the setting sun. The firelight reflected on Megumin's small face, flushed with excitement, and also on Kazuma's face, which held a bit of helplessness, a bit of familiarity, and a trace of hard-to-detect indulgence. Ha 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 and ha 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 ha. The weakness of having her mana instantly drained hit her. Megumin's legs went soft and she fell backward, but her laughter was full of satisfaction and ecstasy. Did you see that, Kazuma? This is explosion magic. This is the ultimate art. It's perfect. Today's explosion was louder than yesterday's and brighter than the day before. Ha 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 ha. She had thought she would fall onto the ground and wait, as usual, for Kazuma to reluctantly walk over, complaining you're so heavy while picking her up on his back. However, the expected hard ground didn't come. A pair of strong arms caught her steadily from behind before she hit the dirt. Is it Kazuma? Megumin's laughter stopped abruptly, her body freezing in Kazuma's arms. She could feel the warmth coming from Kazuma's chest and smell the familiar scent on him, a mix of soil, sweat, and a little bit of the smell of money. This posture was much more intimate than being carried on his back. Hey, stop giggling like an idiot. Kazuma's voice came from above, with his characteristic, nonchalant tone. Magic's done, you're paralyzed, satisfied? You're heavy as hell, you should go on a diet. Familiar complaints, familiar sharp tongue. But this time, Megumin didn't immediately bristle and retort as she usually did. She just quietly leaned in his arms, feeling the strength supporting her, her heart inexplicably beating a few beats faster. Who needs to go on a diet? Megumin tried to make her voice sound normal, but a slight tremble betrayed her. I'm at a standard weight. It's because you're too weak, you can't even carry a girl. Yeah, I'm weak. I can't even carry a little girl who only knows how to set off fireworks. Kazuma grumbled, but his arm steadily adjusted his posture to make Megumin lean more comfortably. So, great explosion wizard-sama, will you grace this weakling with the honor of carrying you back now? Any later, and the curry really will be finished by Aqua. HMPH. Megumin gave a soft huff, which served as her consent. She didn't scramble onto Kazuma's back with hands and feet like before. Instead, she let Kazuma turn her around and then pick her up horizontally in a princess carry. Hey! Megumin cried out, her cheeks turning beet red in an instant, redder than when she had just cast her magic. What are you doing? Aren't you going to carry me on your back? Back, my foot. Kazuma looked down at her, his green eyes flashing with a teasing light. Didn't you just complain that I couldn't carry you? Then I'll change the method and let you see exactly how weak I am. Let me go. Megumin struggled in his arms, her limbs flailing. This is too weird. Put me down. I can walk by myself. You can walk. Kazuma raised an eyebrow. Instead of letting go, he held her tighter. Who was it that turned into a puddle of mud right after casting magic? Acting tough now? Believe it or not, if I let go right now, you'll fall flat on your face. You wouldn't dare. Although Megumin sounded fierce, she was afraid Kazuma actually would let go. This posture, though embarrassing, it seemed to allow her to see his face more clearly than being on his back. The afterglow of the setting sun spilled onto Kazuma's profile, plating his not-so-handsome, even somewhat ordinary face with a soft halo. Megumin suddenly realized that this guy, when he wasn't talking, he wasn't so annoying after all. Hey, Kazuma said as he carried her, walking back leisurely, intentionally shifting his arms. These past few days, someone seemed very busy. Busy learning swordsmanship? Busy ignoring people. Here it comes. Megumin's heart tightened. She knew Kazuma would definitely ask. She had originally prepared a set of excuses to respond coldly, to let him know that she, Megumin, didn't necessarily need him. But at this moment, being held by him like this, feeling the vibration of his chest and smelling his familiar scent, those prepared, hard words suddenly couldn't be said. None of your business. Megumin turned her face away, not daring to look into his eyes, her voice as small as a mosquito's buzz. I'll learn what I want to learn, and talk to whoever I want to talk to. Oh. Kazuma drawled, the teasing tone in his voice growing stronger. So, how's the swordsmanship going? Can you kill a giant toad with one strike yet? Who? Who wants to kill giant toads? Megumin snapped in embarrassment. Swordsmanship and all that is such a pain. I don't even care about learning it. You don't care, yet you were running to Alice's place every day lately. Kazuma pressed on. And saying stuff like I want to get stronger and I want to protect someone important? What changed your mind again? Megumin was at a loss for words. She couldn't very well say those were all excuses made up to make him angry and anxious, could she? HMPH, Kazuma chuckled when he saw her silence, his tone suddenly softening. Fine, I won't tease you anymore. Whether you want to learn swordsmanship or just want to cast explosion magic, it's up to you. However, he paused, looking down at the girl in his arms with flushed cheeks and dodging eyes, his voice very soft. Next time, don't just run off without a word, or deliberately ignore me. If there's something, just say it. Although I don't have many virtues, and I'm stingy and trashy, at least, I still have the strength to carry you back. Megumin's heart felt as if it had been gently bumped by something. She looked up, meeting Kazuma's green eyes that were full of smiles yet incredibly serious. The light of the setting sun reflected in his eyes, like tiny starlight twinkling. Who wants you to carry them? Megumin's voice grew even smaller, with a hint of a hard-to-detect nasal tone. And you're not as bad as you say you are. Oh. Kazuma's eyes lit up, as if he had discovered a new world. Does that mean in Megumin-sama's eyes, I have at least a tiny bit of merit? No. Not a bit. Megumin immediately denied it, burying her face in Kazuma's chest so he wouldn't see the uncontrollable upward curve of her lips. You're still just as trashy. Just as stingy. Just as annoying. Yeah, I'm trashy, I'm stingy, I'm annoying. Kazuma laughed, the vibration of his chest reaching Megumin's face through the thin fabric, making it itch. Then may I ask, if this trashy, stingy, and annoying guy can now carry our esteemed explosion wizard-sama back to the castle to eat curry? Let's go. Megumin's muffled voice came from his chest. Any later, and the curry really will be finished by Aqua. Understood. Kazuma grinned, carrying Megumin and stepping out toward Axel. The setting sun stretched their shadows very long. The shadows overlapped, appearing inseparable. Megumin peeked her head out from Kazuma's arms, looking at the approaching black city walls, her heart feeling like a honey jar had been overturned, sweet and sticky. The Cold War, the distance, and the feigned strength of the past few days all vanished in this moment. She realized she still liked it this way, like being held by Kazuma, liked hearing his banter and complaints, like being with him, even if it was just to go see an explosion that was destined to leave her paralyzed. Hey, Kazuma, she whispered. Tomorrow, will you still come with me to cast explosion magic? What else would I do? Kazuma looked down at her. Besides me, who else would be willing to run all this way to watch you set off fireworks and then carry a burden like you back? I'm not a burden. Megumin protested, but her tone lacked its usual sharpness, instead carrying a hint of acting spoiled. Yeah, you're not a burden, you're Axel's strategic weapon. Kazuma said dismissively. One shot to settle it, full of deterrent power. HMPH, that's more like it. The two of them chatted idly and soon returned to the castle. In the hall, Aqua was holding a large bowl, wolfing down curry. Seeing Kazuma walk in holding Megumin, the girls' eyes widened, and then their faces turned visibly red. Whoa! Kazuma! Megumin! What kind of posture is this? Kazuma remained unfazed. Can't you tell? Megumin-sama is feeling unwell, and this demon king is personally escorting her. Feeling unwell. Aqua suspiciously sized up Megumin's rosy face. She looks perfectly fine to me. Her face is redder than mine. None of your business. Megumin jumped down from Kazuma's arms. Although her legs were still a bit weak, she forced herself to stand straight. I just overextended my mana. Is that so? Aqua leaned in and sniffed Megumin. Strange, why is there a sour smell of romance? Aqua! What are you talking about? Megumin's face turned even redder, and she raised her staff to whack Aqua on the head. Aqua nimbly dodged and made a face at Kazuma. Kazuma, you're doomed. Megumin's got her eyes on you. You're going to suffer from now on. Kazuma shrugged, looking indifferent. I'm already used to it. Megumin glared huffily at the two of them, then turned and limped toward the dining table. I'm going to eat. I'm starving. Kazuma looked at her back, smiled, and followed. The Cold War was over. Although the process was a bit twisted and the ending a bit embarrassing. But at least they were back to how they were before. No, perhaps, a little bit closer than before. P.S. The author thought about having Megumin earn Kazuma's forgiveness through something noble, but in reality, they are friends with a deep bond. Cold wars like this are unavoidable between friends, but isn't it true that every time, the relationship with a friend just gets better again for no apparent reason? So the author chose to write about this common life experience, because a deep-rooted friendship doesn't just break off. It also gives our protagonist a chance to be cool for once. Chapter 58, Assistant Kuon. Late at night, Axel, Kazuma's room. Soto Kazuma had just blown out the oil lamp and was about to crawl into his blankets to enjoy a rare moment of peace in his day. Outside the window, the moonlight was like water, filtering through the stained glass and casting mottled shadows on the animal skin rug covering the floor. The castle was silent, save for the occasional distant cry of a Crimson Demon clan child and the faint sound of prayers for infinite bubble wine coming from Aqua's room. Phew! Finally I can sleep. Kazuma let out a yawn, his eyelids feeling as heavy as lead. Spending the day accompanying Megumin to cast explosion magic, and then having to deal with Aqua's pestering, Darkness's heart-to-hearts, and Princess Alice's hesitant glances at night, he felt like he was about to fall apart. However, just a second before his body was about to touch the soft bed. Creak, asterisk. An extremely faint, almost inaudible sound of a door being pushed open rang out. Kazuma's body stiffened, his movements freezing instantly in an awkward half-squatting position as he looked warily toward the door. In the darkness, a slender figure slipped in silently like a ghost, gently closing the door behind them. With the moonlight filtering through the window, Kazuma could see the visitor's appearance clearly. Silver hair shimmered coldly in the moonlight, purple eyes sparkled like stars in the dark, and she wore a tight-fitting nightsuit designed for movement, outlining her graceful curves. That's right, it was Chris. Chris? Kazuma breathed a sigh of relief, then immediately frowned. What are you doing sneaking into my room in the middle of the night? If Aqua sees you, she'll say we're having an affair again. Chris didn't answer immediately. Instead, she tilted her head to listen for any movement outside the door. After confirming no one else was there, she tiptoed over to Kazuma's bedside. She looked at Kazuma, her purple eyes carrying a hint of pleading. Assistant Kuon, Chris spoke. Her voice was very soft, yet it made Kazuma's heart skip a beat. Assistant Kuon. He hadn't heard that title in a long time. Ever since Chris joined Axel under the identity of Eris and became a Demon King's army executive, the relationship between them seemed to have become a bit subtle. It was no longer thief boss and underling assistant, but more like equal partners. Although Kazuma would still occasionally complain about her in his head, on the surface, everyone maintained a tacit understanding. At this moment, hearing this long-lost title with its slight workplace vibe, Kazuma immediately understood that trouble was coming. Wait, Kazuma immediately raised his hand in a stop gesture. Don't call me Assistant Kuon. I am the Demon King now, and you are a goddess. There is no employment relationship between us. If it's not about letting me steal someone's pantsu, then forget it. It's not about stealing pantsu. Chris's cheeks flushed slightly as she gave Kazuma a somewhat reproachful glare. It's serious business. Something only you can help with. Serious business. Kazuma raised an eyebrow, his face full of disbelief. What serious business requires you to dress like this and come find me in the middle of the night? Don't tell me the Eris cult lost another holy relic and needs this former thief to step in. Close. Chris's voice dropped even lower. But it's not the sect, it's a noble's house. There is a divine item there that shouldn't belong to the mortal world, and it needs to be recovered. Kazuma's heart sank. Just as he thought. Another divine item recovery. He knew that whenever Chris came looking for him, it was never good news. Not going. Kazuma rejected her without even thinking. I'm a demon king now, a wanted criminal, a stinky lolicon. Where would I find the time to help a goddess recover divine items? If I get caught by the kingdom army, wouldn't I be walking right into a trap? Go yourself, or let Aqua go. Isn't she a goddess too? Aqua-senpai won't do, she's too conspicuous. Chris shook her head. Besides, the target this time is very special. It requires your help, Assistant Kuan. Thanks for the compliment, but I'm not going. Kazuma's attitude was firm. I just want to sleep right now. Besides, why should I help you? I don't owe you anything. Assistant Kuan. Chris leaned in closer. In the moonlight, a layer of moisture actually welled up in her eyes, and her voice carried a hint of a sob. Please, this divine item is very dangerous. If it falls into the hands of someone with ill intentions, the consequences would be unthinkable. And only the two of us working together can retrieve it without anyone noticing. Just like before. As she spoke, she reached out her small hand and gently tugged on Kazuma's sleeve. Her movements carried a bit of a coquettish tone, which, combined with those tearful purple eyes, was incredibly lethal. Kazuma. This trick again. She uses this trick every time. He suppressed the urge to soften his heart and turned his head away. Don't start with that, it won't work. I am now a cold and ruthless demon king. I don't fall for honey traps. Is it really not possible? Chris's voice carried a sob, and tears were truly swirling in her eyes. Assistant Kuan, you weren't like this before, you used to help me. Before was before, and now is now. Kazuma hardened his heart. Before, I did it for money. Now I have savings, I don't need your measly rewards anymore. I can give you something else. Chris bit her lip, her face suddenly turning red as if she had made a certain decision. As long as you help me, I can grant you one condition. Any condition will do. Any condition? Kazuma's heart skipped a beat. He subconsciously looked at Chris's chest, which was rising and falling slightly due to nervousness, but he immediately shook his head to clear those unhealthy thoughts. Forget it. Your conditions are nothing more than purifying a curse for me or giving me a blessing. I'm not an Eris follower, I don't need it. It's not that kind of condition. Chris's face turned even redder, her voice as small as a mosquito's buzz. It's more. She stammered more for a long time without saying anything substantial. Seeing her look of embarrassment and helplessness, Kazuma's inner scum tendencies surfaced again. He leaned closer to Chris and lowered his voice, deliberately using an ambiguous tone. More what? Could it be that you want to? Before Kazuma could finish, Chris trembled. She suddenly looked up, a flash of shame and anger in her purple eyes, but more than that, a look of desperate resolve. She took a deep breath, as if she had finally made up her mind, and said in an incredibly clear voice. Assistant Kuan. If you don't help me, I'll tell everyone about that night at Belzerg Castle when you mistook me for an intruder, tackled me to the ground, and then felt me up all over. Kazuma. The playful smile on his face froze instantly, and his mind went blank. He didn't expect Chris to still remember. And she was even using it as leverage to threaten him. You. Kazuma pointed at Chris, his finger trembling. You're slandering me. That was an accident. Besides, it was pitch black then, how was I supposed to know it was you? An accident. Chris's eyes were teary, but her gaze was exceptionally firm. Does an accident involve putting your hand in there? And back then you even said, got you, little thief. I remember it perfectly. Kazuma was speechless. The situation was chaotic then, he indeed might have been a bit rough with his movements. But could he be blamed for that? Who told Chris to dress all in black in the middle of the night and act so suspiciously? If everyone knew that the great demon king Soto Kazuma once did such a thing to a goddess. Chris sniffled, a tear sliding down at just the right moment. Tell me, what would they think? What would Aqua-senpai think? What would Megumin think? What would Darkness think? What about Wizan Union? And Princess Alice? Stop! Don't say another word. Kazuma felt his scalp go numb. If this got out, he would be completely socially dead in Axel. Aqua would die laughing, Megumin would blast him with explosion magic, Darkness would tie him to a cross for public display, and Alice, how would Alice look at her Onii-chan? I'll help, all right. Kazuma practically roared. He scrambled off the bed and began rummaging through his things for his night suit. Tell me. What's the target? Which noble? What does the divine item look like? Chris broke into a smile, her tears vanishing instantly. The speed of her change in expression left Kazuma in awe. She wiped the corner of her eye and whispered, the target is a set of armor called Holy Knight Aegis. I'm not sure about its specific abilities, only that it's currently in a noble's home. Holy Knight Aegis? Medieval armor. Kazuma complained while clumsily pulling on his nightsuit. Sounds like some knockoff paladin armor. That kind of thing counts as a divine item. If it caught my eye and needs recovering, it's definitely no ordinary armor. Chris said seriously, anyway, let's go investigate first. Same old rules, I'll be responsible for keeping watch at the door and backup, and you'll handle the infiltration and lockpicking. I know, I'm the toolman, I get it, Kazuma said irritably. He put on the nightsuit and then fished out a weirdly shaped mask from a lockbox that only covered the upper half of his face. Why are you wearing that again? Chris frowned as she looked at the mask. To add some Demon King Korra. Kazuma snapped the mask onto his face, his voice becoming somewhat muffled. This is cool, and it prevents people from recognizing me and saying the stinky Lolican Demon King is stealing things at night. Chris was speechless. Everything was ready. Kazuma walked to the window, preparing to push it open and use the stealth skill he had practiced so hard, when suddenly... knock. A knock sounded at the door, accompanied by Darkness's slightly hesitant but perfectly clear voice. Kazuma, are you still up? I saw the light in your room was still on. If Darkness found her in Kazuma's room in the middle of the night wearing a nightsuit and coercing him to go steal something, there would be no way to explain it. Kazuma was also panicking. If they were caught, the charge of him having a late-night tryst with a goddess would be set in stone. Even though he was usually scum, he'd rather avoid this kind of misunderstanding if possible. Quick! Out the window! Kazuma whispered to Chris in a breathy voice. Meet at the usual spot. The small woods outside the city. Chris nodded, her movements as agile as a cat. She silently pulled open the window, vaulted out, and her figure disappeared into the night. Kazuma scrambled to take off his night suit, shouting to the door while he did so, wait a minute. Darkness. I'm not decent right now. Just a moment. He ripped off the nightsuit in a few strokes, shoved it haphazardly into the wardrobe, threw the mask in after it, then grabbed a bathrobe and threw it on. He tied the belt, took a deep breath, and tried to make his expression look as natural as possible. "All right. Come in." The door was gently pushed open. Darkness stood at the door, not entering immediately. The moonlight shone from behind her, outlining her tall figure. She was wearing an extremely thin, almost transparent pink gauze nightgown. The fabric of the nightgown was as thin as a cicada's wing. In the moonlight, her wonderful curves and certain looming silhouettes were clearly visible. Her long blonde hair was draped over her shoulders, a hint of a shy blush on her face, and her hands were awkwardly clasped in front of her. "Kazuma." Darkness's voice carried a hint of a tremor, whether from the night chill or from nervousness. Am I disturbing your rest?" Looking at the leaked spring scenery of Darkness at the door, Kazuma felt a heat in his nose and almost sprayed a nosebleed on the spot. He quickly looked away, forcing himself to stare at the ceiling, his voice dry. No, not at all. Darkness, you. Aren't you cold dressed like that? A little. Darkness said softly, taking a few steps into the room and closing the door behind her. As the door shut, the light in the room dimmed, leaving only the moonlight filtering through the window to make the atmosphere even more ambiguous. I just... Darkness stood in the center of the room, her head lowered, not daring to look at Kazuma. A lot has happened these past few months. Megumin and Alice. And you? My heart is a bit of a mess, and I wanted to talk to you. Her voice grew smaller and smaller, carrying a rare fragility and helplessness belonging to a young girl. The usually heroic and even somewhat masochistic female knight now looked like a lost fawn, inciting pity. Kazuma felt his heart beating like a drum. He tried his best to control his gaze, not letting it drift to places it shouldn't, but Darkness's nightgown and the faint scent belonging to her that filled the air made it impossible for him to concentrate. Darkness. Kazuma's throat was dry. If you have something to say it properly. You should put on some clothes first, so you don't catch a cold. It's fine. Darkness shook her head, summoning the courage to look up at Kazuma. In the moonlight, her blue eyes were shimmering with moisture, carrying a complex set of emotions, confusion, dependence, shyness, and a faint, hard-to-detect expectation. Kazuma, she said softly, her voice so gentle it could practically drip water, in your eyes? What kind of person am I? Kazuma. Help. This question is way beyond the curriculum. Somewhere far outside the window, the night wind blew, and the leaves rustled. In the room, a man and a woman, one standing and one sitting, the atmosphere was subtle to the extreme. And at this moment, outside the walls of Axel, a certain silver-haired goddess was perched on a tree branch, sneezing while gritting her teeth and cursing a certain assistant kun who had chosen lust over loyalty. Achoo! That idiot Kazuma, why hasn't he come yet? Don't tell me, he really was caught by Darkness. P.S. The plot is starting to move, please add this to your bookshelf, pretty please. Chapter 59, Give Me Another Chance, Darkness. Inside Kazuma's room, the atmosphere was so thick with ambiguity it could practically drip. The pink, sheer nightgown was nearly transparent under the moonlight, outlining the breathtaking curves of Darkness that were usually hidden beneath heavy armor. She lowered her head slightly, her blonde hair falling to cover most of her face, but her exposed earlobes and neck were stained with an alluring crimson. In your eyes, what kind of person am I? Darkness's voice trembled like a feather, lightly brushing against the tip of Kazuma's heart. Kazuma's mind went blank, all logic, all snarky retorts, and all his usual scummy thoughts were instantly vaporized by this high-impact visual and her soft, vulnerable question. He could only stare blankly at Darkness, his throat dry, unable to utter a single word. Seeing Kazuma remain silent for so long, Darkness seemed a bit dejected, but it was outweighed by the resolve she had mustered. Taking a deep breath, she didn't wait for Kazuma's answer, but began to speak softly to herself. I came to thank you, Kazuma. Her voice was very quiet, yet it reached Kazuma's ears clearly. Thank you for snatching me back from that bastard old up. Thank you for making it so I didn't have to marry a man I don't love, and didn't have to live a life worse than death." She looked up, her blue eyes shimmering with moisture as she gazed earnestly at Kazuma. "And thank you for taking me to see my father and curing his illness. At that time, I was really so scared I'd never see him again. It was you who gave me courage, and gave my father hope." Kazuma opened his mouth, wanting to say some polite platitudes like "it was nothing" or "I was just passing by," but looking into Darkness's eyes, filled with sincere gratitude and a different kind of emotion, all the words got stuck in his throat. He could only continue to malfunction, listening like an idiot. "So." Darkness's voice grew even lower, carrying a desperate sense of bashfulness. "This is for you." Before she finished speaking, she suddenly took a step forward, leaning close to Kazuma. Before Kazuma could react, he felt a soft, warm, and faintly fragrant touch on his cheek. Darkness gave him a quick peck on the cheek and then retreated as fast as a startled rabbit, her face so red it looked like it might bleed. "This is what I promised you back when we were hunting the giant snake." Darkness's voice was as quiet as a mosquito's buzz, her hands tightly clutching the hem of her nightgown. Even though many things happened since then, I've always remembered this promise. Now, consider it fulfilled." That fleeting sensation on his cheek was like an electric current, instantly piercing through all of Kazuma's defenses. His entire body froze in place, his heart pounded wildly, and his blood surged, feeling as if all of it was rushing toward the top of his head and a certain indescribable part of his body. Boy? Man? At this moment, that thin layer of window paper seemed to have been gently nudged by this kiss. However, it wasn't over. Darkness seemed determined to see her courage through to the end tonight. Blushing, she walked over to Kazuma's side and sat down on the edge of the bed next to him. Then, under Kazuma's shocked gaze, she slowly took his hand. It wasn't a boisterous slap like usual, but a gentle, slightly trembling movement as she placed his hand on her own abdomen, separated only by a thin layer of sheer fabric. The sensation from his palm was warm and soft, with a unique delicacy of skin and a hint of nervous trembling. Kazuma's brain completely shut down, leaving only the incredibly real sensation from his palm and Darkness's face, close enough to touch and flushed with bashfulness. "I don't know why." Darkness's voice was so quiet it was almost inaudible, yet it struck Kazuma's heart like a heavy hammer. "Ever since you crashed the wedding for me, every time I see you getting so close to Megumin, Alice, and the others, talking and laughing, in my heart, I always feel very distressed." She paused, seemingly organizing her thoughts, a flash of confusion and bitterness in her blue eyes. "I originally wanted to wait until everyone was away before coming to see you. But today, seeing you holding Megumin, a Princess Carrie, so intimate. I don't know why, it felt like something was blocking my heart, it was so painful. So I couldn't help but come over." After saying this, Darkness seemed to have used up all her courage. She looked up, her small face flushed, gazing at Kazuma with a desperate sort of expectation. That look seemed to say, "You already know my feelings, so what is your answer?" Kazuma looked at the face before him, close and alluringly fresh, felt the soft warmth of her abdomen under his palm and the girl's nervous trembling, and heard her near confession. He felt his reason being completely submerged by a flood of desire and emotion. Chris, the divine treasures, the silver-haired thief group, everything was thrown to the back of his mind. His mind was filled with only one thought: is this real? Darkness, she. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, even a cliché like "I like you too," but his throat felt blocked, and all that came out were meaningless, dry sounds. The immense excitement and embarrassment made him incoherent. To hide his loss of composure and buy himself a bit of time to think, Kazuma subconsciously used his usual, joking manner to try and change the subject. That. Darkness, your face is so red." He stammered, his gaze wandering, not daring to look directly into Darkness's eyes. "And much redder than when you slept with Megumin before." The moment those words left his mouth, the air instantly froze. The shy, expectant flush on Darkness's face faded at a visible speed, replaced by a mixture of shock, disappointment, shame, and a cold paleness. The moisture and expectation in her eyes also vanished instantly, turning dull and lifeless. Slept with Megumin. Darkness murmured, repeating the words hollowly, as if she didn't recognize them. Kazuma's heart skipped a beat as he realized he had messed up big time. His intention was to ease the awkwardness, yet he had specifically brought up another girl at such an extremely intimate moment. No, it's not what you think. Kazuma explained frantically, trying to pull his hand back, but Darkness seemed frozen, neither letting go nor reacting. That was a long time ago. It was because of Megumin's mother that we just made do and slept in the same bed, nothing happened. Really? His explanation felt incredibly weak and powerless at this moment. To Darkness, this was no different from a deliberate evasion or even a genuine insult. After she had mustered the courage to basically confess and even took the initiative to place his hand on her abdomen, he was talking about his experience of sleeping with another girl? The atmosphere plummeted from the peak of intimacy to absolute zero in an instant. Darkness slowly withdrew her hand. Her movement was very slow and light, but Kazuma could feel that the hand had become cold. She stood up, her back to Kazuma, her slender silhouette outlined by the moonlight, exuding an indescribable loneliness and sorrow. I understand. Darkness's voice was very soft, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, yet it made Kazuma's heart tighten. I've disturbed you. Good night, Kazuma. I will think about things more. With that, she didn't look back, walking straight to the door, opening it, stepping out, and then gently closing it behind her. Thud. The sound of the door closing seemed exceptionally piercing in the silent room. Inside the room, Kazuma was left alone, sitting blankly on the edge of the bed. On his cheek, the warm sensation of Darkness's kiss seemed to linger. On his palm, the delicate texture and warmth of her abdomen still remained. In the air, her faint scent still drifted. However, all of this came to an abrupt halt with that soft sound of the door closing. Kazuma slowly raised his hand, touching the cheek Darkness had kissed, then looked at his palm. Then, he suddenly fell backward, crashing heavily onto the bed, letting out a desperate, regretful wail. Ah! I'm a freaking idiot. A total moron. He missed it. He actually missed it. Darkness, the female knight with the smoking hot body, the tsundere personality, and the occasional glimpses of vulnerability, the one he had fantasized about countless times in the middle of the night, had actually come to him, and kissed him. She even put his hand on her belly. It was practically a confession. And he, Soto Kazuma, the self-proclaimed scum shut-in, had actually had his brain stall at the critical moment and said that damn, ill-timed stupid thing. Slept with Megumin. Why did I have to mention Megumin? Was my head kicked by a donkey? Kazuma rolled around on the bed in agony, slamming his head with a pillow. Clearly tonight, I could have turned from a boy into a man. Clearly Darkness was being so proactive. I hate this. He was so full of regret his insides felt twisted. If time could turn back, he would definitely hug Darkness without hesitation and give her a passionate response. Then, as a matter of course, they would have spent a wonderful night together. But there were no ifs. He had blown it. Completely blown it. The cold back Darkness showed as she left, and that emotionless good night, were like a knife stabbing deep into Kazuma's heart. He knew he had hurt her. Maybe, things between them could never go back to how they were. Kazuma buried his face in the pillow, letting out a painful whimper. He regretted it, he blamed himself, and he wished he could travel back a few minutes and strangle his past self for talking nonsense. He lay on the bed like that, immersed in endless regret, completely forgetting that there was another person waiting bitterly in the cold wind outside the city. Outside Axel, in a small grove. Chris was perched on a tree branch, shivering from the cold. The night wind blew with the chill of late autumn, piercing through her thin stealth suit and giving her goosebumps all over. She hugged her arms, constantly stomping her feet, complaining in a low voice. "Achoo! So cold, why hasn't that idiot Kazuma come yet? He couldn't really be tied up by darkness, could he?" She looked at the sky, the moon was already tilting westward, and she estimated that an hour or two had passed. Yet there was no sign of Kazuma. Could it be? He forgot. An ominous feeling rose in Chris's heart. That guy Kazuma, though usually scummy and unreliable, generally followed through on things he promised. Unless something happened that made him unable to get away. Thinking of darkness in that nearly transparent nightgown, appearing in Kazuma's room late at night. Chris's cheeks flushed slightly, then she became somewhat annoyed. Stupid Kazuma! Pervert Kazuma! Forgetting duty for lust, she cursed under her breath. If I'd known, I wouldn't have used that kind of thing to threaten him. Now look, he's definitely enjoying himself too much and has forgotten all about me. She waited a while longer, but Kazuma still didn't show. The cold wind made her nose run, and her hands and feet were freezing cold. No, if I wait any longer, I'll freeze to death. Chris shivered, jumped down from the branch, and moved her frozen body. Kazuma has definitely been kept by darkness. Tonight's plan looks like it's down the drain. Forget it, I'll talk to him tomorrow. I hope nothing happens to that holy knight Aegis in the meantime. Chris wrapped her stealth suit tighter, turned, and walked toward the castle. Her figure looked somewhat lonely and dejected under the moonlight. Meanwhile, in the castle, inside Kazuma's room. Soto Kazuma was lying on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, unconsciously muttering. I was wrong. Darkness. I was really wrong, give me another chance. I definitely won't say stupid things again, Uwa. He had no idea that he hadn't just missed a golden opportunity to go from boy to man, but had also stood up his boss. Chapter 60, The Silver-Haired Thief Group returns to the scene. Soto Kazuma fell into a deep sleep amidst endless regret and self-reproach. His dreams were filled with the image of darkness's back as she turned to leave, and that good night which was light as a feather yet heavy as a mountain. He was like a man who had been thirsty for 3 days and nights in the desert. He had finally found a spring, but because his hand slipped and he knocked over his water skin, he could only watch helplessly as the sweet rain soaked into the sand, leaving him in utter despair. On the other side, Chris, wrapped in her thin night raid clothes, shivered in the cold autumn night wind as she returned to the castle. When she pushed open the door to her room, her eyes and the tip of her nose were frozen bright red. She looked at the tightly closed door of Kazuma's room, imagining the steamy scenes that might be playing out inside, scenes she shouldn't disturb. She pouted aggrievedly, and 2 teardrops born of cold and disappointment even seeped from the corners of her eyes. Stupid Kazuma, choosing lust over friendship. I'm never talking to you again, she sniffled, crawled into her cold bed with a body full of chill, and curled herself into a ball. That night, one person was filled with regret, another felt aggrieved and cold-hearted, and someone in the next room tossed and turned, a mix of shame, anger, and loss. Only the culprit, the holy knight Aegis Tharma, waited quietly in the pitch-black secret room for the gears of fate to turn once again. When the sunset dyed the sky orange-red again, Kazuma, sporting 2 massive dark circles under his eyes, was caught red-handed by Chris in the dining hall. The silver-haired goddess stood with her hands on her hips, glaring at him puff-cheeked. Though she didn't speak, the accusation in her eyes was practically physical. You stood me up last night. And you left me freezing outside for half the night. Kazuma, knowing he was in the wrong, guiltily averted his gaze and gave 2 dry coughs. Cough, last night, a bit of an accident happened. Tonight. Tonight for sure. I swear. HMPH. Chris let out a huff from her nose, which counted as a begrudging acceptance of his topology. If you dare stand me up again, I'll tell everything about what happened at Belzerg Castle. I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. Kazuma waved his hands repeatedly, though his heart was wailing. Why were the ways the girls around him threatened people always so specifically targeted? That night, the moon was dark and the wind was high, a perfect time for a thief, no, a righteous thief, a divine item recovery agent to go on duty. Under the cover of night, Kazuma and Chris silently left Axel. Following the intelligence Chris had obtained from the heiress church, they arrived at a noble's manor located on the outskirts of Axel. The manor occupied a vast area, but the guards were unexpectedly lax. Without much effort, the two scaled the wall and infiltrated the interior of the manor. Strange, Kazuma whispered, hiding in the shadows and warily observing his surroundings. This place is too easy to get into. There isn't even a single patrolling guard. Could it be a trap? He glanced at the buff on his system panel, and that feeling of unease grew stronger and stronger. The effect of this skill was 100% infiltration success, 100% theft success, but 100% chance of being discovered afterward, and 100% chance of escape. Now that success parts of infiltration and theft seemed to be coming true, so that a discovered part. Maybe this noble is just confident, Chris said in a low voice. She also felt something was off, but the divine item's resonance was just ahead. Whatever, let's find the treasure room first. The two made their way without incident to a standalone stone building at the rear of the main residence. The building's door was tightly locked, but that wasn't a problem for Kazuma at all. He pulled two thin iron wires from his system space and fiddled with the lock for a few moments. With a soft click, the lock opened. Done. Kazuma pushed the door open, and a scent mixed with old wood, dust, and metal wafted toward them. Behind the door was a spacious treasure room. A few dust-covered oil paintings hung on the walls, and some dusty armor and weapons were piled in the corners. But more than that, there were glittering gold coins, gems, and gold and silver vessels piled haphazardly on the floor. Wow! As soon as Chris saw the floor full of treasure, her eyes instantly lit up. Forgetting her reserve and the mission, she was like a cat seeing dried fish. She gave a cheer and pounced over, grabbing a handful of gold coins and letting them slip through her fingers with a pleasant clinking sound. So much money! This money could help so many people. Hey! Have some dignity. We're here to recover a divine item, not to commit a robbery. Kazuma said this, but his eyes were also glowing. He walked over to another pile of gold coins, hesitated for a moment, and then, imitating Chris, he sprawled out and lay right on top of them. Kazuma let out a satisfied sigh, feeling the slight pressure of the coins against his back and their cool touch, as well as that intoxicating, unique fragrance that belonged to money. Is this the joy of the rich? No wonder the Dustinus family is so wealthy, yet darkness is always crying poverty. Kazuma! Chris gave him a reproachful look, but was quickly distracted by another pile of jewelry. The two enjoyed themselves in the piles of gold for a moment before Kazuma remembered the task at hand. He sat up, patted his shoulders, and gave Chris a signature, somewhat depraved smirk. All right, enough playing. Time for business. After saying that, he concentrated his mind and willed it. Collect! In an instant, the treasures in the entire room were swallowed as if by an invisible giant maw, vanishing without a trace, all collected into Kazuma's system space. The treasure room, which had been glittering with gold just moments ago, instantly became empty and desolate, leaving only dust on the floor and a few vacant shelves. Done! Kazuma clapped his hands with a relaxed expression. Chris was dumbfounded. Kazuma. Why did you take everything? We only wanted the divine item. Oh, please. It's just sitting here gathering dust, better to put it to good use. Kazuma spoke with righteous conviction. Besides, does building Axel not cost money? Does the Crimson Demon Clan school not cost money? Does Aqua's bubble wine not cost money? This is called robbing the rich to help the poor. It's an act of justice. Chris, she was actually speechless. All right, stop dazing off and find that holy knight Aegis quickly, Kazuma urged. The two began searching the empty treasure room. Strange, my sensing stops here. Chris tapped on the wall, which produced a solid sound. It's solid behind here. Could there be a secret door? Kazuma walked over and began feeling along the wall. He tapped and knocked, pressed here and pushed there, but there was no reaction. Chris felt a bit discouraged and instinctively leaned against the wall to take a rest. Just then, the wall she was leaning against suddenly made a faint click, and then, it opened inward. It turned out that the mechanism to open the secret door was an inconspicuous, slightly loose stone on the wall that required a certain amount of weight to trigger. It opened. Kazuma and Chris looked at each other, surprise flashing in their eyes. Behind the secret door was a narrow staircase leading downward. The two walked down cautiously. At the end of the stairs was an even more hidden secret chamber. In the center of the chamber, atop a stone pedestal, a suit of armor stood silently. It was a full set of silver-white armor, ancient and elegant in design, with smooth lines full of medieval knightly style. The surface of the armor was covered in fine, crisscrossing scratches, as if telling the story of countless brutal battles its master had experienced. The armor was locked to the stone pedestal by several thick iron chains, as if it were imprisoning some dangerous entity. So this is? Holy Knight Aegis. Chris looked at the armor, a trace of complex emotion flashing in her purple eyes, reverence mixed with sentimentality. These scars, its former master must have been a true warrior. It looks pretty cool. Kazuma stepped forward, sizing up the armor. But it's just a suit of armor. Is it really necessary to go through all this trouble to lock it up? The moment his words fell, a voice that was somewhat arrogant and frivolous suddenly rang out in the secret chamber. HMPH. Ignorant Junior. How dare you pass judgment on this great me? Kazuma and Chris were both startled and jumped back a step, looking around warily. Who is it? Who? Me, of course. The great, invincible Holy Knight Aegis, who has accompanied countless heroes across the battlefield. The voice was actually coming from that silver-white armor. The armor can talk. Kazuma's eyes widened. Making a fuss over nothing. The armor's voice was full of disdain. This great me is a divine item with self-awareness. How can I be compared to ordinary metal? Chris recovered from her shock, stepped forward, and said respectfully, Lord Holy Knight Aegis, we have come by the order of Goddess Eris to take you back to the divine realm, lest you fall into the hands of those with ill intentions. Goddess Eris? The armor's tone softened a bit, it seemed to have some respect for the goddess. HMPH, I suppose you have some sense. However, this great me won't just follow anyone. My new master must meet my requirements. What requirements? Chris asked. First, the armor's voice suddenly became a bit flirtatious. It must be a beautiful woman. After all, this great me doesn't want to be worn by some stinky man. That's too nauseating. Kazuma, what kind of pervert armor is this? Secondly, the armor continued, it's best if she's a swordsman. My former master was a great swordsman, and this great me is already used to fighting alongside swordsmen. Of course, if the new master is beautiful enough, not being a swordsman isn't entirely non-negotiable. Chris's lip twitched. Anything else? Finally, the armor's voice became serious. She must possess firm convictions and a pure heart. This great me doesn't want to become an accomplice to evildoers. Hey! Kazuma couldn't help but complain. Your requirements are too double-standard. You want a beauty, she has to be pure, and she has to be a swordsman. Why don't you just ask for the moon? Kid, what do you know? The armor said angrily. You try letting a sweaty, filthy man crawl inside your body and see how you feel. Would you be comfortable? Kazuma, he was actually speechless. The mental image was too strong, he was already starting to feel uncomfortable. Ahem. Chris quickly interrupted this bizarre conversation. Lord Holy Knight Aegis, we understand your conditions. But the situation is urgent right now, please come with us and leave this place first, and we will find a suitable master for you later. The armor was silent for a moment, seemingly weighing the pros and cons, and finally said, fine. For Goddess Eris's sake, this great me will go with you for now. However, let me be clear, if you can't find a master who meets my requirements, this great me will leave at any time. No problem. Chris breathed a sigh of relief. Kazuma stepped forward, ignored the armor's protests of "Hey, kid, get away from me. I don't want to be touched by you," and directly put it, chains and all, into his system space. The system space was large enough anyway, one more suit of armor wouldn't hurt. The moment the armor disappeared, a system notification rang in Kazuma's mind. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully stolen the target item and triggered the Land of Light security buff. Current buff status, 100% infiltration success, 100% theft success achieved. Next phase, 100% discovery, 100% escape activated. Warning, please take measures to hide your identity, host, to avoid becoming famous once again. Oh no! Kazuma's heart sank. We're about to be discovered. Almost at the same time the system notification finished, an exasperated roar came from above the secret chamber. Someone come quickly! Thieves! The treasure room! The treasure room has been entered! My money! My treasures! All gone! Following that were the sounds of chaotic footsteps, clashing weapons, and the startled cries of servants. Let's go! Kazuma grabbed Chris, rushed out of the secret chamber, and ran up the stairs. Just as the two burst out of the treasure room, they saw the main house of the manor brightly lit, with countless servants and guards holding torches, swarming toward the treasure room. Over there! Catch them! Don't let them escape! Damn thieves! How dare you steal from me? Kazuma and Chris looked at each other, nodded in unison, and then split up to escape. I'll lead them away. You go the other way. Kazuma shouted, while throwing several magic items with smoke bomb-like effects toward the crowd. Cough, cough, cough. What's that smell? It stinks. The guards were left dizzy and disoriented by the thick smoke and foul odor, their formation falling into chaos. Chris took the opportunity to use stealth, her figure merging into the shadows as she sped toward the wall. Kazuma, meanwhile, relied on the bizarre, subconscious confidence of definitely being able to escape granted by the Land of Light security buff. He leaped and bounded through the manor, throwing smoke bombs and various strange magic items as he ran, turning the entire manor upside down. Ha ha ha! Come and catch me! You bunch of idiots! Kazuma laughed arrogantly as he ran, fully enjoying the sense of security brought by the 100% escape buff. Although the process was thrilling and dangerous, he knew in his heart that he would definitely get out. Sure enough, after half an hour of cat and mouse, Kazuma used a series of dazzling and outrageous maneuvers to successfully shake off all pursuers, scale the wall, and disappear into the vast night. And Chris had already been waiting at the agreed-upon location for a long time. Huff, huff. I'm exhausted. Kazuma leaned on his knees, panting heavily, but with an excited smile on his face. How about that? I'm pretty amazing, right? Chris looked at him and sighed helplessly. You are amazing, it's just that you made too much noise. Now, that noble will definitely hate your guts. Let him hate me then. Kazuma shrugged indifferently. It's not like he knows who I am anyway. He was triumphant, completely unaware that his feat tonight would cause him quite a headache in the near future. Chapter 61, Chest is 0 points. In Axel, on a training ground specifically cleared behind the castle. The afternoon sun spilled somewhat lazily onto the level ground, dispelling some of the late autumn chill. Kazuma and Chris stood side by side, their expression somewhat serious. Before them, the silver-white Holy Knight Aegis armor stood quietly, the sunlight reflecting a cold, hard luster off its scratch-covered surface, those crisscrossing marks seemingly telling of past glories in silence. Ahem, Kazuma cleared his throat and spoke first. Iaquis, right? We've rescued you from that nouveau riche now. So, can you listen to us for a bit? The armor was silent for a few seconds, then that old, deep, yet somewhat ruffian-like voice rang out again. I know. But, kid, you cleaned out that warehouse pretty thoroughly yesterday, didn't you? Not even a single gold coin left for me as a souvenir. Kazuma's mouth twitched. What do you want gold coins for? You can't even spend them. You know jack squat, Akui snorted. It's about the atmosphere. Understand? The atmosphere of lying in a pile of gold coins. Forget it, I can't talk sense into commoners like you. Let's get to business, but on one condition, you have to find me a new owner who meets my requirements. Here we go again. Chris facepalmed helplessly. Lord Aquis, we are clear on your requirements. Beautiful, kind, preferably a swordsman. But we are currently at the Demon King's castle, and a woman who meets such conditions. Stop, 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 Aquis interrupted her, his voice tinged with impatience. I don't care about Demon King's castle or whatever. I only care about the new owner. Don't you have any, female swordsmen with hot bodies, pretty faces, and outstanding temperaments here? Hot body, pretty face, outstanding temperament, female swordsman. Kazuma and Chris glanced at each other, and the same name surfaced in their minds, darkness. There is one. Kazuma rubbed his chin, his gaze a bit stray. He remembered Darkness's pink sheer nightgown from last night, that hurried kiss, and his own damn, ill-timed stupid words. His face felt a bit hot. Oh, Aqua's tone immediately became interested. Really? Tell me quickly, what does she look like? How old is she? 3. How's her swordsmanship? Her name is Darkness. Chris took over the conversation, trying to describe her in an objective tone. She is the daughter of the Dustinus family, nobles of the Belzo kingdom. She has received orthodox knight training since childhood and has exquisite swordsmanship. Her personality, well, she's very upright, though sometimes a bit special. As for her appearance, she has blonde hair and blue eyes, is tall, and her looks are also outstanding. Blonde hair and blue eyes. Tall. Noble daughter? Swordsman, Aqua's voice revealed obvious excitement. Sounds good. Fits my aesthetic perfectly. She's the one. Bring her to see me quickly. Wait. Kazuma hurriedly stopped him. We haven't even asked if she's willing yet. Besides, this armor, have so many requirements and such a unique personality. What if she doesn't take a liking to you? Not take a liking to me? Aquis sounded like he had heard the joke of the century. I am the Holy Knight Aegis. A sacred treasure that has accompanied countless heroes into battle. It is her honor to be able to wear me. Bring her here quickly. I want to interview her personally. Kazuma was speechless. This armor was not only a pervert but also a narcissist. Lord Aquis. Chris hesitated for a moment, took a step forward, her cheek slightly flushed, but still mustered the courage to say, actually, if you don't mind, I could also be your owner temporarily. I am the goddess Eris. Although I don't specialize in swordsmanship, I know some dagger techniques, and I will definitely cherish you. After she finished, she looked at the armor expectantly. Although this armor had a terrible personality, it was a sacred treasure after all. If she could become its owner, it would help with recovering sacred treasures and completing missions. However, Aquis's next words were like a bucket of ice water, instantly dousing Chris's expectations. Aquis's voice carried undisguised disdain and a hint of meanness. No way, absolutely not. Why? Chris was stunned. Why? Aquis snorted. First of all, you're not a swordsman. What kind of swordsman uses a dagger? That's just flowery moves. Secondly, and most importantly. It paused, then said in an extremely punchable, judgmental tone. Your chest, in my scoring standards, is a 0 points. Too barren, I can't feel anything while being worn. I like them well endowed, understand? The air froze instantly. The flush on Chris's face vanished in a flash, turning deathly pale. She widened her purple eyes, looking at the armor before her in disbelief, her body trembling slightly from extreme shame and anger. 0 points? Baron? No feeling? What did you say? Chris's voice was shaking, her hand already resting on the dagger at her waist. Hey! Aquis! You've gone too far. Kazuma was also startled and quickly took a step forward, blocking Chris, and shouted at the armor, "How can you say that to a girl? Apologize right now." Apologize for what? I'm just telling the truth, Aquis said righteously. Choosing an owner is a major matter. Of course I have to consider everything. If the hardware isn't up to par, no matter how good the software is, it's useless. This is a matter of principle. Principle my ass. Kazuma was so angry he wanted to kick it twice. You're just a suit of armor. What feeling do you need? Also, Chris's, where is it, Baron? It's clearly very, very suitable. He felt a bit guilty saying this, as Chris's figure was indeed quite light, but at this moment he had to support his teammate. Suitable, Aquis sneered. Kid, is there something wrong with your eyes? I've lived for over 1,000 years, what kind of body haven't I seen? Someone like her wouldn't even make it into the top 100 of the beauties I've seen. Fine, stop wasting breath, bring that darkness here for me to see. If she's no good either, I'll go find one myself. With that, the armor actually began to vibrate slightly, and the chains made a clatter sound, as if it wanted to break free from some restraint. What do you think you're doing? Chris finally came back to her senses from the shock and shame, a sharp look flashing in her eyes. She would never allow this perverted armor, which had insulted her and now wanted to run, to escape. Bind! Chris shouted, her hands quickly forming seals. A silver-white chain appeared out of thin air, shooting toward Aquis like a spirit snake, intending to tie it up firmly. However, the next scene left both Chris and Kazuma dumbfounded. The silver-white magic chain simply slid right off the surface of the Aquis armor the moment it made contact with the strands. What? Chris exclaimed. Magic immunity. Kazuma's eyes also widened. This armor could actually immune magic? No wonder it was locked in a secret room using only physical chains. Ha ha! Now you know how powerful I am, Aquis laughed triumphantly. Ordinary magic is useless against me. You think you can trap me? In your dreams. After saying that, the armor shook violently, and the physical chains on its body snapped with several cracks, actually broken by its brute force. Then, under the wide-eyed gaze of the two, Aquis started walking. That's right, a suit of empty armor with no one inside, as if controlled by an invisible ghost, took somewhat stiff but not slow steps and ran toward the outside of the training ground. Don't run. Kazuma snapped out of it and immediately activated a skill, Bind. However, the same scene played out again. The magic rope slid off silently the moment it touched Aquis. Give it up, you two brats, Aquis shouted without looking back as he ran, his voice echoing in the empty training ground. I told you, magic immunity. Physical attacks are useless against me too. I am a sacred treasure? You think you can catch me? Practice for another 100 years. Ha ha ha. Amidst the arrogant laughter, Aquis ran out of the training ground with a clank, clank of steps, disappearing around the corner of the castle building. After it. Kazuma shouted, and he and Chris chased after it. However, when they reached the corner, where was the shadow of Aquis? That silver-white armor seemed to have evaporated into thin air, vanishing without a trace. Split up and search. Chris's face was livid, clearly not yet recovered from the blow of 0 points and the anger of the armor's escape. The two immediately began a carpet search within Axel. They didn't miss the castle interior, the plaza, the Crimson Demon Clan residential area, the vicinity of Amanagawa High School, or even the succubus shop and the brewery. They asked everyone they encountered, and everyone shook their heads, saying they hadn't seen a suit of silver armor running by itself. They even found Varney, who was sunbathing and eating donuts by the plaza. The Archduke of Demons listened to their description, pushed up his mask, and a hint of interest flashed in his red eyes. An armor that runs by itself, is immune to magic, and is picky? Interesting. But I didn't see it either. Perhaps it has already left Axel. Impossible. Chris gritted her teeth. Axel has the sky wall. Without special permission, it couldn't have left silently. Then that's strange. Varney licked the powdered sugar off his fingers. Perhaps it has some special means of hiding? After all, it's an old-timer. The afternoon passed in anxious searching and futile inquiries. The setting sun dyed Axel a golden yellow, but Kazuma and Chris's moods were pitch black. They stood in the central plaza, watching the Crimson Demon clan members and adventurers coming and going, oblivious to the missing armor case and still living their daily lives, feeling a deep sense of powerlessness. How could this happen? Chris clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into her palms. It was already in our hands. But it got away, and it said those things. Don't blame yourself too much. Kazuma patted her shoulder, though he was also very frustrated. That crappy armor is just a bastard and a narcissist. It's better that it's gone, so it doesn't cause trouble for anyone. As for what it said, don't take it to heart. It's just a 1,000-year-old pervert who doesn't know how to appreciate anything. Chris lowered her head and didn't speak. But her slightly trembling shoulders showed the turmoil in her heart. The evaluation of 0 points was like a thorn, stabbing deeply into her heart. Forget it, let's go back first. Kazuma sighed. We'll look again tomorrow. Since it's in Axel, we'll find it eventually. If all else fails, I'll issue a citywide wanted poster and offer a reward for catching the armor. Although he said that, Kazuma wasn't sure in his heart. A suit of sentient perverted armor that could immune magic, run by itself, and think. It probably wouldn't be that easy to catch it. Night fell, and the lights of Axel gradually came on. No one knew that a suit of silver-white armor was hiding in some unknown corner, perhaps laughing at the futility of the two brats, or perhaps plotting how to encounter its ideal female swordsman owner with a well-endowed chest. And Kazuma and Chris, with the frustration of a failed mission and a belly full of annoyance, returned to the castle. Chapter 62, Feeding the Little Succubi. The night breeze was slightly cool, dispersing the daytime bustle of Axel. Soto Kazuma walked toward the succubus shop with his hands in his pockets, his mind heavy with thoughts. The cobblestone road shimmered coldly under the moonlight. Warm lights shone from the Crimson Demon clan wooden houses on both sides, with occasional sounds of children playing or adults talking in low voices, adding a touch of ordinary life to this Demon King's castle. However, Kazuma's current mood was completely out of sync with this peaceful night. His head was filled with that damn perverted armor that could run away on its own, the Holy Knight Aegis. Immune to magic, can move on its own. And is a fucking old pervert. Kazuma ground his molars, getting angrier the more he thought about it. Chris had been depressed all afternoon, clearly hurt by that 0 points comment, and hadn't eaten much for dinner. This made him, the culprit, feel quite uneasy. He had to catch that bastard armor. Not just to complete the mission and vent for Chris, but also to maintain his dignity as the Demon King, insulting his executive on his own turf and then sauntering off. How could he stand for that? But how to catch it? That thing is immune to magic, physical attacks are probably useless, it can run, and it can hide. Axel wasn't huge, but it wasn't small either. Finding a piece of armor that wanted to stay hidden was like looking for a needle in a haystack. I need to find a way to lure it out. Kazuma stroked his chin, his eyes flickering. He actually had a faint feeling that armor, Aquis, although it had a nasty personality, was narcissistic and perverted. In some ways, it was a bit like him. Not the perversion, note, do you believe the author is Qin Shi Huang, but that nature of liking to join in on the fun, being unable to stand loneliness, and being easily attracted by interesting things. If I were that armor, Kazuma thought from its perspective, what would I want to do most right now? Definitely find her a hot-bodied, beautiful-faced, outstandingly tempered female swordsman owner. But in Axel, the only one who fits the criteria seems to be darkness. Wait, if a lot of beautiful women suddenly appeared in the city, or even a beauty pageant was held. The outline of a plan gradually became clear in his mind. Hold an Axel beauty pageant. Send out invitations to heroes, no, beauty invitations, to attract women from the city and even the surrounding areas. When the time comes, with beauties gathered and a bustling atmosphere, Aquis, with its personality, definitely won't be able to resist coming to peek, or even personally coming down to scout for an owner. Yes. That's it. Kazuma's eyes lit up. However, holding a beauty pageant requires popularity, atmosphere, and a gimmick that can lure out those women who don't usually leave their homes. Gimmicks and prizes. Judges. Kazuma pondered as his steps unconsciously turned into the alley leading to the succubus shop. Succubi are best at creating dreamy, enchanting atmospheres, and they are exceptionally beautiful themselves. If they could participate or help with promotion, the effect would be outstanding. Soon, the elegant sign of that succubus dream shop appeared before him. The lighting inside was soft, and the scent of incense lingered, making one relax. Kazuma pushed open the door, and the bell on it made a crisp sound. Welcome, Tilda. A soft, timid voice sounded. Kazuma looked toward the source and saw a little succubus who looked no more than 13 or 14 standing behind the front desk. She had smooth, light purple short hair, large watery amber eyes, 2 small and cute pink demon horns on her head, and a thin tail with a heart at the end wagging uneasily behind her. She wore clothing that was conservative for a succubus, but it still couldn't hide her youthful yet alluring succubus traits. It was the youngest and shyest succubus in the shop, Lolisa. When Kazuma first visited, she was the one who received him. Later, when Kazuma occasionally came to inspect, he always liked to tease this easily blushing little thing. Good evening, little Lolisa-chan. Tilda. Kazuma's face instantly switched to his classic scum grin as he leaned toward the counter and lowered his voice on purpose. Haven't seen you for a few days. Did you miss me? Eek! Lolisa shrank back like a startled rabbit, her cheeks turning beet red instantly, and her tail curled up. Demon King. Gee, good evening. You what? Kazuma watched her flustered state with great interest, his wicked sense of humor satisfied. Did you dream about me again? No. Lolisa waved her hands quickly, shaking her head like a rattle, but the tips of her red ears betrayed her. I was just cleaning. Oh? Really? Kazuma raised an eyebrow, reached out, and quickly flicked her small demon horn. Ooh! Lolisa let out a short cry of surprise, covering the flicked horn with both hands, her eyes turning red instantly as if she were about to cry. Demon King. You meanie? Ha ha ha. Kazuma laughed loudly, his mood much improved. Teasing a pure-hearted little succubus really was a good medicine for relieving stress. All right, I'll stop teasing you. Is shop owner Ling Yangling here? I have something to discuss with her. The owner is in the lounge in the back. Lolisa pointed inside piteously. Thanks. Kazuma casually ruffled her hair before heading toward the lounge, leaving the little succubus behind covering her head, her face red as a ripe apple. In the lounge, Ling Yangling was sitting on a comfortable sofa, holding a cup of hot tea, her brow slightly furrowed as if she were worried about something. Seeing Kazuma enter, she quickly stood up. Demon King, why are you here? Please, have a seat. Boss Ling, no need to be so formal. Kazuma sat down across from her and got straight to the point. I have something I'd like your help with. Please, go ahead. I'm planning to hold a beauty pageant in Axel. Kazuma explained his plan. I need popularity and atmosphere. I hope you and the girls in the shop can help, either by participating or by helping with the promotion. Of course, I won't let you work for nothing, the compensation will be generous. A beauty pageant. Ling Yangling was stunned for a moment, then shook her head with a bitter smile. Demon King, I'm afraid this idea of yours will be very difficult to realize. Why? Kazuma was puzzled. It's not that we don't want to help, Ling Yangling sighed, putting down her teacup, her face showing a trace of fatigue and helplessness. It's just that we lack the strength. Ever since we moved to Axel, although the environment is better and we aren't discriminated against, business has been very slow. Slow? Kazuma frowned. I see quite a few people coming and going every day. There are people, but the quality isn't good, Ling Yangling explained. Most of those who come here are young men from the Crimson Demon clan. They are energetic, but the quality of their essence is far inferior to the experienced and highly desirous adventurous in the city of Axel. We succubi feed on the essence found in dreams. While it doesn't harm the body, it requires a certain concentration and emotional intensity to satisfy us. The essence provided by the guests here is too bland. It's like clear soup or plain water, barely enough to stave off hunger, but completely unable to provide a full meal. She looked at Kazuma with a complex gaze. To be honest with you, the girls in the shop haven't truly eaten their fill in a long time. Everyone is weak and listless, barely able to maintain even the most basic sweet dream services, let alone participate in some beauty pageant and show themselves in public. Right now, everyone just wants to save some energy so they don't faint from hunger. Kazuma's heart skipped a beat. He only then noticed that Ling Yanling's complexion was indeed paler than when they were in Axel, and the fatigue under her eyes was heavier. No wonder when he saw the succubi in the castle recently, they all seemed a bit wilted. How could this be? Kazuma murmured. He had kidnapped the succubi here hoping they could live a good life, not to starve. If he couldn't even solve basic food and clothing, he was too much of a failure as a demon king. Sorry, Demon King, Ling Yangling said apologetically. I've disappointed you. Regarding the beauty pageant, I'm afraid. We really can't help. Unless what? Unless there could be a source with incredibly abundant and high-quality essence, allowing us to eat our fill and recover our strength. As Ling Yangling spoke, she also felt the request was a bit excessive and smiled bitterly. However, such a person is hard to come by. Ordinary humans, or even powerful adventurers, cannot provide enough essence to satisfy all the sisters in the shop. Unless it's someone from legend with a special constitution, or a being whose strength reaches the monster level. Special constitution? Monster level? In Kazuma's mind, an alarm instantly went off. Wait, he seemed to have a somewhat unreliable constitution? What was it called? Soburo of the Eastern Island Cinnabar? Not modifying the body to pummel shocker, is this a joke? Just then, as if to confirm his premonition, the cold, mechanical, yet always timely system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host is facing a severe management crisis due to the inability to meet the basic needs of his subjects. Mission released, feed the hungry little succubi. Content, please provide enough essence within 24 hours for all the succubi in the succubus dream shops to recover their strength and eat their fill. Reward, the host's own total essence will be expanded to the 10th power of the original base, since the total essence is too vast, to avoid the host's body being unable to withstand it and affecting normal daily life. This reward will be distributed gradually over 30 days to allow the host to adapt. Penalty, the succubi's appetite, demand and desire for essence will double, and they will prioritize the host as their target. Note, detected that the host possesses the special constitution Soburo of the Eastern Island Cinnabar. Its resilient vitality and abnormal essence recovery speed can barely withstand the consumption of feeding all the succubi at once, but the host will fall into a state of extreme weakness afterward and require time to recover. Please evaluate carefully. Kazuma. He knew it. That bastard system jumps out every time like this. And feed the hungry little succubi? What a terrible mission description. And that reward, essence expanded to the 10th power? Distributed over 30 days? Is this going to turn him into a human walking power bank? As for the penalty, appetite doubled and prioritizing him? Can he even sleep peacefully in Axel after that? He'd probably be surrounded by a group of thirsty succubi supplementing themselves every night. But, can he refuse? looking at Ling Yanling's tired eyes filled with hope, remembering Lolisa's piteous red eyes, and the way the other succubi in the shop were forcing themselves to work. He was the Demon King who kidnapped them here. If he couldn't even solve the food and clothing of his employees, did he still have the face to be the Demon King? Besides, that penalty, it was too terrifying. He didn't want to walk around with dark circles under his eyes every day, staggering, and being laughed at by Aqua and the others for excessive indulgence. I understand. Kazuma took a deep breath, his face showing a smile he thought was steady and reliable, though his heart was bleeding. Boss Ling, have everyone get ready. Tonight, I will be your special client. I guarantee, everyone will eat their fill. Ling Yangling was stunned, then an unbelievable light burst from her eyes. Demon King. You mean? That's right. Kazuma stood up, looking tragic. For the future of Axel, for everyone's happiness, this little sacrifice is nothing. He could already see the scene where he was like a piece of fat meat dropped into a school of hungry sharks, surrounded by a group of succubi with green glowing eyes, feeding frantically. That night, the succubus dream shop broke protocol and closed early, hanging up a temporarily closed sign. Vague, soft, suppressed, and some kind of indescribable, heart-pounding magical fluctuations came from inside. Note, don't imagine bad things, they're just absorbing essence. This night, the succubi of Axel were all radiant, their faces flushed, their eyes glistening with moisture, as if they had encountered rain after a long drought. Their mental state reached its peak since the relocation. And this night, until the sky turned pale, Soto Kazuma, with unsteady steps, deep sunken eyes, looking as if all his essence and spirit had been sucked dry, wobbled and leaned against the wall as he slipped out of the back door of that succubus dream shop. He felt like his body had been emptied. No, not even emptiness was left, only a light shell that felt like a gust of wind could blow it away. Today's portion of the vast essence rewarded by the system had been divided up cleanly by the group of starving succubi in just a few short hours. All he wanted now was to return to his soft bed and sleep until the end of time. However, when he walked back to the castle in this mummy-like state, wobbling, and pushed open the hall door. Wah! Aqua's scream instantly pierced the morning silence. Aqua, Megumin, Darkness, Chris, Wheeze, Yunyun, and even Alice and Claire, who had gotten up early for a walk, were all gathered around the breakfast table. They looked at the pale-faced, hollow-eyed, blue-lipped Kazuma at the door, who was walking as if he would fall apart at any second, and were all stunned. Kazuma. The bread in Megumin's hand fell to the floor. Why how did you end up like this? Heavens! Kazuma-san. Wiz covered her mouth, her eyes turning red. Where did you go last night? Why do you look like you've been sucked dry? Darkness was filled with shock and concern. Are you okay? Kazuma? Chris also furrowed her brow, her purple eyes full of confusion. She vaguely knew yesterday that Kazuma had gone to discuss things with the succubus shop owner, but she didn't expect this would be the result. Moreover, she keenly felt that the exceptionally majestic essence Kazuma originally had was now minuscule, even weaker than usual. Aqua pointed at Kazuma, her voice trembling. Kazuma. Could it be you really went to find a succubus and then got sucked dry? I knew it. You scum. Pervert. Satyr. You wouldn't even let the succubi go. Kazuma. He wanted to explain, to say he was sacrificing the small cell for the greater good, that it was for the welfare of his subjects, that it was out of necessity, but looking at everyone's mixed gazes of seeing scum, pervert, and ghost who died of overindulgence, and then feeling his empty body and groggy head. Forget it, he couldn't explain it clearly. He waved his hand weakly, using his last bit of strength to squeeze out a few words. I'll sleep for a bit. After saying that, his vision went black, and his body slumped forward. Kazuma. Assistant Kuan. Everyone exclaimed, rushing forward to support him. The morning sun shone through the stained glass windows, gently spilling into the hall, illuminating the sumptuous breakfast on the table and the unconscious, pale-faced demon king surrounded by everyone. Probably, this is what they called with great power comes great responsibility. Chapter 63, The Peach Blossom Calamity. Mornings at Axel Castle usually began with Aqua's noisy complaining, Megumin shouting as she searched for a place to cast explosion magic, Darkness's heavy breathing during training, and the occasional explosion from Wiz's magic item workshop. But this morning, all that usual clamor was replaced by an eerie and heavy atmosphere in the hall. Soto Kazuma, the demon king of Axel, was currently surrounded by the girls while slumped in a chair in the center. His face was as pale as paper, his lips devoid of color, and his eyes were sunken with dark circles deep enough to rival a panda's. He was collapsed in the chair like a dried corpse recently dug up from an ancient tomb and haphazardly dressed in clothes. He didn't even have the strength to sit up straight, his head lolled to one side, his eyes were unfocused, and only the faint rise and fall of his chest proved he was still alive. Kazuma! Wake up! Speak! What exactly did you do last night? Aqua stood over Kazuma with her hands on her hips, glaring down at him with fire in her blue eyes. Her voice was sharp enough to pierce eardrums. Look at the state of you. You were sucked dry by succubi, weren't you? You definitely were. You pathetic loser. Having us wasn't enough, you actually went looking for those shady succubi. You're simply a disgrace to the world of goddesses. You're a disgrace to me. Kazuma didn't even lift an eyelid, only letting out a feeble groan that sounded like a rebuttal or perhaps a moan. I don't have feelings for pets. Aqua! Aqua-senpai, calm down. Chris stood to the side, the silver-haired, purple-eyed girl looking serious with a slight furrow in her brow. Though not as agitated as Aqua, her eyes were full of disapproval and a trace of complex disappointment. Assistant Kuan, you really went too far this time. As the Demon King and especially as our companion, you shouldn't be so reckless with your body, let alone engage in such undignified behavior. While succubi are part of our group, overindulging in this way, it's no good for you or for anyone else. Exactly. Aqua immediately chimed in. I'm coming back looking like this ghost. It's terrifying. I thought some mummy had gained sentience and wandered in. Megumin clutched her staff, standing a bit further away. Her red eyes were fixed on Kazuma, her small face puffed out with anger like she had two buns stuffed in her cheeks. She bit her lip, wanting to say something but seemingly not knowing how to start. Finally, she just let out a heavy HMPH from her nose and turned her head away, though her peripheral vision kept darting back to Kazuma. Darkness stood beside Megumin, her face alternating between red and white. Looking at Kazuma's exhausted state, she felt a mixture of worry, a strange bitterness, and irritation. She remembered how she had summoned her courage last night to visit him in that shameful nightgown, only to be driven away by his ill-timed words. And now, he had come back in this state because he went to see succubi. A sense of grievance and anger, the feeling of I offered myself and you didn't want it, yet you went out to sneak a snack and overate, instantly crushed Darkness's rationality. She clenched her fists, her breathing becoming rapid. The words she had been holding back burst out without a second thought. How? How shameless. That night, when I was like that, you were unmoved, yet you immediately ran off to a succubus shop and got yourself into this state. You'd rather be sucked dry by succubi than Ulven. She stopped abruptly, her face turning beet red as she realized what she had said. But spoken words are like spilled water, they cannot be taken back. The hall fell instantly silent. Everyone stared at Darkness in unison, their expressions varied. Aqua blinked, looking bewildered. That night? Darkness, you went to see Kazuma that night? What do you mean by like that? Chris's gaze swept back and forth between Darkness and Kazuma. A flash of realization crossed her purple eyes, and her brow furrowed even deeper. Wiz covered her mouth and let out a small gasp. Da! Darkness-san, you? Union's eyes also widened in surprise. Alice tilted her head slightly, her blue eyes full of curiosity and a trace of subtle vigilance. The moment Megumin heard Darkness's words, she was like a powder keg being lit. She whipped her head around, her red eyes burning with a fierce rage as she glared intently at Darkness. Darkness! What did you just say? What do you mean like that last night? Make yourself clear. Megumin's voice was cold, carrying the fury of being betrayed. She had finally managed to reconcile with Kazuma these past few days and even enjoyed a long-awaited Princess Carry, only to hear that Darkness had gone to see Kazuma last night and said something so ambiguous. No wonder Kazuma was so unusual that night. It turned out his heart belonged to someone else. No, it was elsewhere. I? Darkness felt guilty under Megumin's glare, her face reddening further, but her knightly pride wouldn't let her back down easily. She puffed out her chest and tried to make her voice sound righteous. I just went to chat with Kazuma. It was him. He was the one being insensitive. Chatting? Chatting enough to need to dress like that. Megumin sneered. Although she hadn't seen Darkness's outfit that night, she could guess with her toes that for Darkness to say he was unmoved, it certainly wasn't a normal chat. I think you were being shameless yourself, dressing up all fancy in the middle of the night to seduce him. And when he didn't take an interest in you, you got angry out of shame. Why are you talking nonsense? Darkness was both ashamed and angry, her breathing becoming even more labored. A mixture of masochistic excitement and the shame of being exposed made her voice crack. I wasn't seducing him. It was a normal conversation. He was the one who brought you up first, Megumin, saying something about sleeping with Megumin. He's the one who upset me first. Huh? Hearing this, Megumin exploded even more. He mentioned me? What did he say about me? Speak, Darkness. What exactly did you two say last night? The two girls, one clutching her staff, the other without her armor but with no less momentum, began to argue heatedly in the hall, right in front of the mummified Kazuma and the others. The topic quickly veered from what actually happened last night to dangerous territory like who is more shameless, who tried to seduce whom first, and who Kazuma actually likes more. Aqua looked left and right, looking excited, as if she were about to grab a small stool and some melon seeds to watch the show. Wow! Fight! Fight! Chris facepalmed, feeling a splitting headache coming on. She stepped forward, trying to separate the two. Enough! Megumin, Darkness, both of you calm down. Now is not the time for fighting. Kazuma is still. Shut up, Chris! Megumin and Darkness shouted in unison, then went back to glaring at each other. You big-breasted, brainless masochist knight. You flat-chested mage who can only set off fireworks. Who are you calling flat? I'm talking about you. The battle escalated, looking like it was about to move from a verbal spat to physical combat. Everyone shut up. A weak but angry roar interrupted the impending chaos. Everyone froze and looked toward the source of the sound. They saw Kazuma, who had been slumped in the chair, somehow struggling to sit upright. Though his face was still deathly pale, a fierce fire burned in his eyes. What are you arguing about? Kazuma was feeble, but every word sounded like it was squeezed through his teeth. I'm about to be killed by your noise. Kazuma! Megumin and Darkness looked at him simultaneously, their expressions complex. You have the nerve to speak. Aqua immediately turned her spear back toward Kazuma. Look at the mess you've made. You've got everyone in an uproar. Tell us. What exactly did you do to Darkness last night? And why did you run off to a succubus shop to turn yourself into this ghost? Kazuma opened his mouth, feeling like he had 100 mouths but couldn't explain anything. What could he say? That he went to the feed of the succubi to complete a quest and solve a livelihood issue? That Darkness came to confess last night and he ended up making her cry out of stupidity. That he was weak now because his essence had been sucked dry, but he'd recover in a few days and become even stronger. That he actually quite enjoyed the process of having his essence drained? He couldn't say it, he couldn't say anything. The system's existence was top secret. I went to the succubus shop for official business. Aqua, all right, Mr. Beastly Pervert Ma, going to enjoy yourself is just going to enjoy yourself. I know you well enough. As soon as the word beast came out, Claire, who had been standing quietly behind Alice and watching everything vigilantly, suddenly had her gaze sharpen. Her hand instinctively pressed against the hilt of the sword at her waist. The word beast. It instantly made her think of many unpleasant images. The princess seemed to still have unrealistic fantasies about this scum demon king. If one day his animal nature took over and he did something to the princess. The look Claire gave Kazuma was full of undisguised wariness and hostility, as if she were looking at a dangerous beast that might pounce and bite at any moment. Meanwhile, Alice had been standing quietly to the side from the beginning, her blue eyes moving between the arguing crowd, the weak Kazuma, and the shifting expressions of Darkness and Megumin. Her expression was somewhat complex. There was concern, worry for Kazuma's health, curiosity about what exactly happened that night, and a trace of a sense of loss and gloom that she hadn't even noticed herself. Oni-chan seems to be very popular. Darkness elder sister and Megumin elder sister both seemed to. Whis, on the other hand, was full of worry. She didn't have such complicated thoughts, she was simply anxious about Kazuma's physical condition. Whis suggested in a small voice, how about I go brew some tonic to restore your essence first? Although the effect might not be great. No need. Kazuma waved his hand weakly. He just wanted to sleep now and didn't want anyone to bother him. I'll be fine after a nap. You all, go do whatever you need to do, leave me alone. With that, he could no longer support himself. His body went limp, and he slumped back into the chair, his eyes closing as he fell into a deep sleep. Kazuma! Assistant Kuan! The group cried out, and there was another flurry of activity. Finally, under Chris's direction, they worked together to carry Kazuma back to his room, gently placed him on the bed, and tucked him in. Looking at the pale, unconscious Kazuma on the bed, and then at the girls in the room with their varied expressions and subtle atmosphere, Chris sighed helplessly. It seemed that from today on, mornings in Axel were going to become even more lively. And the sleeping Kazuma was completely unaware of this. This must be what happens when peach blossom luck is too strong, it easily turns into a peach blossom tribulation and finally evolves into a peach blossom calamity. Chapter 64, Seeing Their Daughter. In the Crimson Demon Village, inside a single-family wooden house with a rather Chunibya design featuring spires and high towers, the firewood in the fireplace crackled, emitting a warm atmosphere. Outside the window, the afterglow of the setting sun dyed the horizon a magnificent orange-red, and also touched the black city wall on the distant horizon, which looked like a crouching giant beast. And the outline of the even more massive mechanical castle faintly visible behind the city wall was plated with a mysterious and majestic golden edge. Inside the house, Yui was sitting in a rocking chair by the fireplace, knitting a red sweater in her hands. She had long, smooth black hair, a gentle face, and soft eyes, completely different from her daughter Megumin's flighty Chunibya temperament. She was the typical gentle and virtuous mother type. Her husband, Megumin's father Saburo, stood by the window, one hand tucked into the pocket of his dark pants which had patches on the knees, while the other held a steaming cup of barley tea. He also had black hair, but he liked to wear a hat. Over his white shirt, he casually wore a cloak with a black exterior and red lining, making him look both like a somewhat unruly ronin and a subtly destitute artist. At this moment, he was staring blankly at the distant castle outside the window, his gaze complex and his lips trembling slightly. Dear Yui stopped her needlework and looked gently at her husband's profile. Are you looking at Caucasus Scarab Castle again? Are you missing Megumin? Saburo didn't answer immediately. He remained silent, took another sip of barley tea, his gaze still not moving from the distant castle. The light of the setting sun passed through the window and fell on his face, outlining his slightly weathered but still handsome features. After a long while, he finally spoke slowly, his voice carrying a hint of a sob. Yeah. I miss her, how could I not? Piyosaburo's voice was a bit raspy. That's our daughter. She's been by our side since she was little, chirping and making a fuss constantly. Speaking of their daughter's glorious deeds, Yui couldn't help but laugh, her eyes full of nostalgia. Yes, that child has been a headache since she was little, but she's also so cute. But Piyosaburo's tone suddenly shifted, carrying an indescribable complex emotion mixed with envy, jealousy, resentment, and a "why isn't it me?" as tears suddenly streamed down his face. Why can our daughter live in such a nice place? The gentle smile on Yui's face froze. Look at that city wall. It's black. It glows. How domineering. Piyosaburo pointed out the window, tears streaming, his voice excited, and that castle. So big. So high. And it's mechanical. It moves. There must be countless rooms inside. Ah. Why wasn't it me who moved in? I want to live in a castle like that too. I want to be a demon king too. I also want to be surrounded by a group of beautiful girls. No, I mean, I also want to have a grand and spectacular career. Yui. She silently put down the sweater and needles, stood up, walked over to Piyosaburo, and then raised her hand, balled it into a fist, and punched her husband right on the head. Asterisk thud, asterisk. Dear, what are you saying? Yui smiled, her voice still gentle, but her fist remained on top of Piyosaburo's head. Our daughter is working hard outside and seems to be doing quite well. Shouldn't you feel relieved? Why are you getting envious? And a demon king? And beautiful girls? Oh. Piyosaburo clutched his head and crouched down, his tears flowing even harder. I was just saying. Besides, I really miss our daughter too. Who knows if that Soto Kazuma is bullying our Megumin? Is he letting her eat her fill and stay warm? Has he had any improper designs on her? The words improper designs caused Yui's eyes to flicker slightly. She sat back down in the rocking chair and picked up the sweater, but her mind was clearly no longer on it. Speaking of which, Yui said softly, her gaze also drifting toward the distant castle, I'm quite curious too. What is it actually like inside that castle? Megumin only said in her letters that it's very big and magical, with gears and pipes that move on their own, and many interesting companions. But she didn't give any details on what it's specifically like. Right. Piyosaburo immediately leaned in, despite the bump on his head, looking excited. You're curious too, right? That's the Demon King's castle. The Demon King's castle where our daughter lives. As parents, isn't it perfectly normal to go inspect our daughter's living environment and, while we're at it, evaluate our future son, evaluate the Demon King's character? Yui glanced at him sideways. Were you about to say a future son-in-law? No. Absolutely not. Piyosaburo waved his hands hurriedly, but his gaze was shifty. I'm just worried our daughter was tricked by a bad guy. I heard that Soto Kazuma's reputation in Axel is not very good, perverted, stingy, lecherous, and a lolicon. Our Megumin is so innocent, what if she's been? All right, Yui interrupted him, but she was clearly swayed by the idea. She truly missed her daughter and was worried about whether her daughter was really as happy in the Demon King's castle as she said in her letters. Going to see for themselves. Seemed like a good idea? But Yui hesitated. That's the Demon King's castle. I heard the guards are very strict, and there are those glowing city walls. How do we get in? About that. Piyosaburo rubbed his chin, showing a sly smile. We can use the excuse of a visiting family. We are Megumin's parents, it's only natural for us to visit our daughter. They can't possibly refuse us entry, can they? Besides, we can bring Mimi along. Mimi? Yui looked toward the other corner of the living room. Their younger daughter, Mimi, who just turned 7 this year, was boredly clutching a small black cat plushie, sitting on a small blanket in the corner, her big red eyes looking at her parents. She wore a yellow star hair clip and cute loungewear, looking well-behaved and endearing. Bringing Mimi along will better show our new family warmth. Pio Saburo argued plausibly. Besides, Mimi must miss her big sister too, right? Yeah. Mimi nodded vigorously, stood up clutching her plushie, ran to her mother's side, looked up with her small face, and said in a milky voice, "Mama, I miss big sister. I want to go see big sister, and I want to see big sister set off super big fireworks." Seeing her younger daughter's expectant gaze, Yui's last bit of hesitation vanished. She put down the sweater, stood up, and a flash of determination crossed her eyes. "All right, then it's settled." Yui took Mimi's hand with one hand and put the other on her hip. "Dear, get ready. We'll set out first thing tomorrow morning for Caucasus Scarab Castle to visit Megumin." "Great!" Pilo Saburo cheered, then rubbed his hands together, chuckling, "And while we're at it, let's see if our Demon King is actually worthy of our Megumin Tilda." "What are you talking about?" Yui blushed and gave her husband a light smack, but the corners of her mouth curled up involuntarily. To be honest, she was also quite curious about that young Demon King who could kidnap her daughter and build such an amazing castle. Although Megumin always complained in her letters that Kazuma was perverted, stingy, and always bossing her around, between the lines, there was a sense of reliance and something else. As a mother, she keenly sensed it. Maybe this visit really would yield some unexpected rewards? "Mimi," Yui knelt down and gently adjusted her younger daughter's collar and hair clip. "Are you happy about going to see big sister tomorrow?" "Happy." Mimi nodded vigorously, her red eyes filled with anticipation. "Then you have to go to sleep early tonight so you'll be full of energy when you see big sister tomorrow." Night fell, and lights flickered on one by one. Inside this small house in Axel, several hearts had already flown toward that Black Demon King's castle tonight. And at this moment, Axel remained completely unaware. The Demon King was still in a deep sleep, replenishing the essence that had been drained by the succubi. Megumin was in her room, sulking while fantasizing about what new tricks she could pull with her next explosion magic. Darkness was training to the point of exhaustion in the training grounds, trying to use physical fatigue to dispel the turmoil in her heart. Chris was thinking about how to catch the escaped Aquis, and how to educate a certain disobedient assistant Kuan. Aqua was making a wish upon her bubble wine, hoping to discover Kazuma's secret stash of gold tomorrow. Wiz was fretting over a pot emitting purple smoke in the laboratory. Union was taking care of several Crimson Demon clan members who were injured during training. Alice was by the window, staring silently at a certain window of the castle. Claire clutched her sword, guarding vigilantly outside the princess's door. Vani was likely in some corner, happily enjoying all of this, feeling that fun was increasing. The peaceful night passed. The next morning, as the first ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating Axel's towering black city walls and the silver-grey mechanical castle, 3 small figures appeared on the road leading to the Demon King's castle. A black-haired couple, dressed ordinarily but with an extraordinary air, held the hand of a little girl with a yellow star hair clip, clutching a black cat plushie and having red pupils, as they slowly walked toward the city gate. As they walked, the father couldn't help but crane his neck, greedily gazing at the grand castle getting closer, his eyes sparkling with excitement, curiosity, and a glint of a father-in-law scrutinizing his future son-in-law. The mother gently held Mimi's hand, a smile of anticipation and slight nervousness on her face, silently praying in her heart, "Megumin, Mama has come to see you. And that Demon King. I hope you won't disappoint us." Meanwhile, Mimi widened her red eyes, staring unblinkingly at the giant castle ahead that seemed to come from another world, her small mouth slightly open in wonder. "Big sister lives there? So amazing." A surprise attack from the father-in-law, mother-in-law, and sister-in-law was about to descend upon Caucasus Scarab Castle. and the people in the castle, especially a certain demon king who had just recovered a bit of essence and was still sleeping in, were completely unprepared. Chapter 65 A Visit from the Elders. Morning in Axel always starts with chaos. Today seemed to be no exception, except the source of the chaos had moved from inside the castle to outside the gates. The heavy metal gate of Caucasus Scarab Castle, covered in gear reliefs, was tightly shut, gleaming coldly in the morning light. No one was in front of the gate, no guards, no servants, not even a bird. It was quiet, eerily so. Just then, 3 figures appeared on the path in front of the castle. Leading them was a gentle-looking woman wearing a simple house dress with a light coat over it. It was Megumin's mother, Yui. She held her younger daughter Mimi's hand in one hand and carried a small wicker basket in the other, which seemed to contain homemade snacks and jam. Beside her was Piyosaburo, who also had black hair but a somewhat wilder aura, wearing a black cloak with a red lining. As he walked, he kept looking around, his eyes shining with undisguised curiosity and excitement, clicking his tongue in wonder. Wow! These gears! These pipes! This design! So cool! As expected of the Demon King's castle. Even the gate is so imposing. What kind of magic is needed to power this? Mimi, held by Yui, was only 7 years old. She wore a cute little dress with a striking yellow star hairpin on her head and tightly held a black kitten plushie that looked a bit old but very clean. Her large red eyes were wide, staring unblinkingly at the huge, ferocious, and mechanically beautiful castle in front of her, her small mouth forming an O shape. "Is Big Sister living in here?" Mimi asked softly, her voice full of disbelief. So amazing. It's 10,000 times bigger than our house. Yes, your sister is living in a big castle now. Yui smiled gently, though there was a hint of wonder deep in her eyes as well. Even though she had seen it from afar many times, standing at the foot of the castle at such close range, the overwhelming sense of pressure and the strange, otherworldly mechanical beauty still left her shaken. What surprised her even more was that in such an important place, there wasn't a single guard at the door. "Honey," Piyosaburo leaned into Yui's ear and lowered his voice, unable to hide his excitement. "Look. Not even a gatekeeper." "What does that mean?" "It means our son-in-law, oh no, Mr. Kazuma, has absolute trust in our Megumin. He's left the whole castle for her to manage. Maybe Megumin is the mistress of this place." Yui gave him a reproachful glare. "Don't talk nonsense. Nothing is certain yet. Let's see them first." That said, looking at this magnificent yet undefended castle, Yui's impression of Soto Kazuma quietly went up another notch. But Yui looked up at the closed gate, feeling a bit troubled. "How do we get in?" "Knock?" "With a door this big, can they even hear a knock?" "Leave it to me." Piyosaburo volunteered. He stepped forward, cleared his throat, struck what he thought was a cool pose, and then pounded hard on the heavy metal door. Bang! 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 The dull thuds echoed in the empty space before the gate, but there was no response from inside. "It seems useless." Piyosaburo scratched his head. Just as the 3 of them looked at each other, not knowing what to do, a clack-clack sound of turning gears suddenly came from inside the castle gate. Then, the heavy door slowly opened inward, leaving a gap. Behind the gap, several sleepy heads wearing various pajamas poked out. At the front was Megumin. Her black hair was a mess, and she wore red pajamas. Her red eyes were still heavy with sleep, but when she saw the people outside, they instantly widened. "Dad. Mom. Mimi. Why are you here?" Behind her were Union, in a cute flowery nightgown, Darkness, in a conservative but high-quality pink silk pajama set, though the neckline was a bit low, Aqua, who had just wrapped herself in a bedsheet, her blue hair looking like a bird's nest, and Chris, who had already changed into her usual adventurous clothes, and Wiz, wearing a strange nightgown with a skull pattern, who had hurried down from upstairs after hearing the noise. "Uncle, Auntie, Mimi, good morning. Union greeted them politely, but her small face was also full of surprise. How sudden a visit. Darkness instinctively tried to adjust her pajama collar, her face flushing slightly. Wearing pajamas in front of elders made her feel a bit disrespectful. Hey? Megumin's mom and dad? And the little squirt. Aqua rubbed her eyes, finally seeing the visitors clearly, and perked up a bit. How did you find this place? No, how did you get in? Where are the castle guards? Aqua-senpai, the castle has no guards, Chris reminded her helplessly, then nodded politely to the three outside. Uncle, Auntie, Mimi, please come in. Sorry, we just woke up, so we're a bit disheveled. Yui and Pilo Saburo looked at the group of girls in pajamas with messy hair but distinct appearances and temperaments, plus one idiot wrapped in a bedsheet. Then they looked at the vast, high castle hall behind them, filled with giant rotating gears and pipes, and were momentarily dazed. Is this morning at the Demon King's castle? It seemed a bit different from the solemn, gloomy, servant-filled scene they had imagined. It's okay, we're the ones intruding. Yui quickly pulled Mimi inside, and Pio Saburo followed, closing the door behind him. Once inside the castle, the three of them felt its extraordinariness even more directly. The towering dome, the massive red stone pillars, the giant metal gears turning slowly on the walls, the thick pipes winding around with glowing liquid flowing inside, and the faint smell of machine oil and a strange energy fluctuation in the air, all of this was far beyond their understanding. Even the well-traveled Pilo Saburo was dumbstruck, his mouth hanging open, unable to speak for a long time. This is... Pio Saburo's voice was trembling, whether from excitement or shock. Dad, Mom, Mimi, please sit down first. Megumin hurriedly led them to some comfortable-looking sofas on one side of the hall. Union, go pour some tea. Okay. Union quickly ran toward the kitchen. Yui sat Mimi down, who was still a bit dazed, on the sofa, but her eyes couldn't help but look around the interior of the castle, her heart filled with increasing wonder. This living environment was 10,000 times better than the best house in the Crimson Demon village. It seemed Mr. Kazuma was truly wealthy and treated Megumin very well. Thinking of this, Yui's gaze toward her daughter became even gentler, carrying a you-know-what-I-mean look. She leaned in close to Megumin and lowered her voice to a level only the two of them could hear. Megumin, what I told you last time about seizing the opportunity, how are you doing? Is Mr. Kazuma good to you? Megumin's face turned red instantly. She naturally remembered the theories her mother had whispered in her ear last time about how to capture a man's heart and cooking the rice. Last time she took Kazuma back to the Crimson Demon village, her mother had locked them in a room together. With her mother's sudden visit this time, could it be? Mom! What are you saying? Megumin retorted in shy annoyance. Kazuma and I are just teammates. Ordinary teammates. Is that so? Yui raised an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced. Would an ordinary teammate let you live in such a big castle? Would an ordinary teammate leave the place unguarded and let you come and go as you please? Megumin, I've been through this, I can tell, Mr. Kazuma is very special toward you. You have to hurry, if you miss out on such a good man, you won't find another. Megumin. Mom, you have no idea how that Kichikuma usually orders me around. Besides, I'm not the only girl in this castle. On the other side, Pilo Saburo could no longer contain his curiosity and started wandering around the sofa, cautiously reaching out to touch the slowly turning giant gears, clicking his tongue in wonder. Incredible, simply incredible. What is the principle behind this? Can magic reach this level? What is the liquid in these pipes? An energy source? Can this castle move? Aqua came over and introduced it proudly. Of course it can. Kazuma summoned this. It's much more impressive than my bubble wine workshop. By the way, do you want to try some of my newly brewed wine? Aqua-senpai. Chris quickly pulled her away. Uncle and Auntie are guests, how can you offer them alcohol first thing in the morning? Darkness tried her best to maintain a dignified sitting posture, though wearing pajamas made her very uncomfortable. She secretly observed Megumin's parents, feeling a bit nervous. Was timidly brought over a teapot and cups, pouring hot tea for everyone. Mimi held her little black kitten plushie and sipped her tea, her large red eyes darting around as she curiously observed everything in the castle, especially the moving gears and glowing pipes. By the way, Megumin, Yui took a sip of tea and asked seemingly casually, "Where is Mr. Kazuma? Why haven't I seen him? Is he still resting? Here it comes." Megumin's heart tightened. She knew her mother would ask this. Ah? Kazuma? Megumin's eyes darted around. He was busy until very late yesterday, so maybe he's not up yet. Busy until very late. A sharp glint flashed in Yui's eyes, and her tone became even gentler. Was he busy with castle matters? He's worked so hard. It's normal for a young man to sleep in a bit while working hard for his career. It's fine, we'll wait for him. Piosaburo also nodded, yes, no rush. We can take this chance to tour the castle more. Megumin, take Dad for a walk. I want to see how those gears are connected. Megumin was about to agree when she heard a heavy, sluggish sound of footsteps coming from the stairs, accompanied by an incredibly tired, weak voice. Who is it, making such a racket so early in the morning? Can't a guy get some sleep? Everyone looked toward the sound and saw Soto Kazuma with a bird's nest of brown hair, wearing rumpled clothes, rubbing one eye with one hand and holding the banister with the other as he wobbled down the stairs. His face was still a bit pale, with heavy dark circles under his eyes, clearly suffering from severe sleep deprivation. He radiated a low-pressure aura of "Don't mess with me, I want to die." Seeing the three visitors in the living room downstairs who clearly didn't belong to the castle's permanent staff, especially the gentle black-haired woman and the man beside her who was eyeing him sharply, Kazuma's sleepiness instantly vanished halfway. Kazuma blinked his sleepy green eyes and looked at Megumin. Before Megumin could explain, Yui had already put down her teacup, stood up gracefully with an impeccable gentle smile, and bowed slightly to Kazuma. "Hello, Mr. Soto Kazuma. I am Megumin's mother, Yui, this is my husband Piosaburo, and this is my younger daughter Mimi. We apologize for the intrusion and for disturbing your rest." Kazuma. Megumin's parents. He was instantly wide awake, any remaining sleepiness vanishing into thin air as a chill ran from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. He remembered the unpleasant experience back in the Crimson Demon village, how this seemingly gentle and kind auntie had enthusiastically tried to set him up with Megumin, even locking them in a room. "Hey you, auntie. Uncle. And little Mimi. Hello." Kazuma hurriedly stood up straight, trying to tidy his messy pajamas and hair, putting on his most appropriate, well-behaved, and harmless smile. "Well, welcome to Caucasus Scarab Castle. Have you had breakfast? Would you like to eat together?" Piosaburo looked at Kazuma, sizing him up. His gaze shifted from initial scrutiny to a complex look mixed with admiration, curiosity, and a sense of "this kid looks pretty ordinary, but he built this castle so he must be something else." Yui's smile remained unchanged. Her eyes swept over Kazuma's pale face, heavy dark circles, and messy pajamas, thinking to herself, it seems they really were busy until very late last night. Young man, you need to learn moderation. Still, it's understandable to work so hard for one's career. Her smile became even softer and more maternal. "Then we shall trouble you, Mr. Kazuma. It just so happens I brought some homemade snacks and jam. If you don't mind, please try some." "I don't mind at all," Kazuma said quickly, while alarm bells rang in his head. This smile of Megumin's mother, he was all too familiar with it. Last time, after that kind of smile, that happened. Meanwhile, Mimi, holding her little black kitten plushie, looked up with her small face, staring at Kazuma with those red eyes that seemed to see through people. Then, she gave an innocent smile that made Kazuma feel an inexplicable chill down his spine. Good morning, Brother Kazuma. Your castle is so big and cool. Can Mimi stay here and play for a few days? Also, I heard you sent all the brothers and sisters of the Crimson Demon clan to school. That's great. Does that mean Mimi doesn't have to go to school and can stay here to play with Big Sister? Kazuma. Is this girl here to seek justice for the Crimson Demon kids? He felt that this surprise attack by Megumin's family probably wouldn't end so simply. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.